Guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to the Harry Potter book reviews, guys. Goblet of Fire. We are at the penultimate episode, guys, and this has been so. Oh balls! So, guys, I'm getting every time. This book has been phenomenal, guys, and there's only 4 more chapters for it to completely screw up. It's only got 4 more chapters for it to completely drop the ball, but it really has been an absolute joy covering this book. Obviously, this is the first book review of 2025 if you're watching it when it's recorded, guys. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas if you celebrate it, and I hope you had a wonderful New Year as well. But yes, guys, we are right at the end of this book, and this is, I mean, the thing is, okay, I'll say it right now, I don't know how to pronounce either of these chapters, guys, I really don't. Pardon me. I'm actually not 100% sure why they're called what they're called either. Actually, hang on, what's the 35? Yeah, anyway. I'm sure it's very, very obvious. It's probably something to do with magic. It's Harry Potter, something to do with magic, guys. But yes, these chapters are absolutely brilliant, guys. The first chapter we will be covering, my notes are actually very slim. But then the next one, it's pretty chunky, so it should turn out to be your average length episode, guys. So obviously last time's was pretty short, obviously. Just watch the movie scenes back, guys. I got no real complaints. There's a couple of like lines here and there which are just clearly just trying to get the scene done and everything, because my goodness, chapter 35, guys, I mean, it covers a lot. It covers a lot in the book. We all get to it. But yeah, no real complaints on the movie scene. I think it was good. The music that plays when Harry and Cedric get back to outside the maze is absolutely gorgeous, guys. I do have a question though, and it's in the book as well. Should we go into it now? No, we'll go into it. There's something about the fact that they're appearing there that doesn't make any sense to me. And I'll explain why, guys. And there is a line in the book that Moody says, which makes it make even less sense why they're there. Because I think that what we're meant to assume is that the cup was already... No, let's not go into it now. Let's not go into it now. Yeah, you have to wait until later on in the video to find out what my... It's not an issue. It's not a complaint at all. I'm sure that there's something that I'm missing. But there's something that Moody says in chapter 35 which makes the book and the movie scene not make complete sense to me. But we'll get into it, guys. Like, I am most definitely missing something, because I know how blooming watertight these books are when it comes to consistency. Anyway, guys, if you're new here, hi, I'm Veggie. We've been covering the Harry Potter book reviews for a while now. In these videos, I give you my thoughts in a very broken down way. That's a bad way of putting it, but I go into detail, obviously, of all my thoughts about the books and everything, guys. And if you want to have your thoughts, guys, you can back the Patreon for as little as you want and get access to the Harry Potter Book Club. Now, this is something that we cover in the second half of the video, where I go through your guys' thoughts and opinions on the chapters, guys. It's the funnest part of doing this. I absolutely love reading your thoughts and opinions, guys. And I know that a lot of you have been really looking forward to these chapters in particular. So I'm really looking forward to that. If you're back to Patreon for as little as you want, guys, literally just $1, you also get access to everything that's on there. There's every single movie reaction, every single TV show reaction, and so on and so forth. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, obviously we are getting deep into that as well. But, yes, there's that there if you wish, guys. You also get 2 more episodes of this. And so if you're watching this for free on YouTube, guys, over on the Patreon, there are at least 2 more of these videos already out on there. And so if you want to get up to date even more, you can do that. Or you can just wait for these to get released for free, as always, guys, because they all will be. Without further ado, guys, so sorry that the last couple of book reviews have been relatively late, guys. You may have seen on my channel, in fact I should really do a little plug for it, on my channel I have posted a tour video of me going around the Harry Potter studio tour just outside London. Absolutely amazing, guys. Absolutely incredible. It really was. It was so much bigger than I was expecting. And so you can go check out my reaction to that, guys. With all the sets and all the props and everything, like finding out little like nuggets of how the movies were made. Not much Percy love, I must admit. Actually, there probably was. I definitely didn't see any specific Percy outfits, and yet you had, I think, pretty much every... No, you did have Charlie or Bill. Maybe you did. I'm not sure, guys. Anyway, go check out the video if you so wish, guys. Also, I did a present unboxing, in which we got some more Harry Potter stuff to be used on the channel and so forth. So thank you so much for if you sent me stuff. There's all sorts of crazy stuff in that, guys. In fact, I should really show you this. I should really show you this, guys. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So if you want to see, it's a little taster of the sort of thing that we unboxed in it in the video, guys. So you can go and check out the rest if you so wish. And he's got a customized message for me as well, which is wonderful. He calls himself Weatherby, which made me delighted. But yes, guys, let's get into my notes, guys. And so here we go. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the side panels. Thank you so much, Max, for the summaries that I read out at the start of these chapters. They're greatly appreciated. Let's get into chapter 34. Priori incantatem. I'm so sorry. I just looked it up, guys, and it is the previous spell charm, which is at the start of the book, which is a really awesome callback, guys. I like that a lot, and so that's obviously hence what happens. Guys, I'm going to say this now before I forget. Also, one thing which I need you to do on this video, please, is recommend scenes that were in the book but not in the movie on this, please. One thing that we did last time, I think it was the first time last time. I think we did it in Chamber as well, where we run a poll of all the scenes that were in the book but not in the movie, and we're gonna like have a vote on which one you would have liked to see in the movie the most. Obviously, we may get it in the TV show that's coming out, and so yeah, if you could do that, please, that would be greatly appreciated. I could try and go through the book myself, guys, but I will forget so many of them, and so if you could think about things. You can do differences, like, I guess, but it's really specifically scenes that are, or moments that are in the book which weren't covered in the movie that we vote on. And so if you could do that, that'd be greatly appreciated. But now let's get into the summarization of Priori incantatem. The first duel between Harry and Voldemort is set as Wormtail sets him free and gives him his wand. Voldemort taunts Harry and tries to use the Imperius curse, but Harry resists it. He gets away from the Crucio curse as well, after actually getting hit by it as well, of course. He attempts to use Expelliarmus while Voldemort uses the Killing Curse, a callback to Hermione in the first book, telling Harry it's worse to be expelled than killed. Very, very good. As the two spells collide, a rare occurrence happens. From Voldemort's wand, 5 figures begin to appear. They are Cedric, Frank, Bertha, and finally Harry's parents, Lily and James. They encourage Harry to keep fighting and insist him on how to escape. Cedric also requests that his body is taken back to his parents. He does. Harry does what he's told and manages to get back to Hogwarts with Cedric's body using the Portkey. Thank you so much for the summary, Max. Thank you so much for the side panels, Jonas. And so, what was I just about to do? Yeah, to be honest, so I got to admit, guys, this is terrible. But when I was doing the book review, like doing my notes and everything, when it came up to this chapter, I was thinking, I actually can't remember how Harry gets out of there. I remember that he uses the Portkey, but I don't remember what distraction there is or anything like that. And so when it started to happen, I was thinking, hang on, does this happen in the movie? But it does happen in the movie with obviously minus Bertha, all these characters appearing, and also not Wormtail's hand as well. But yeah, I'll be honest, I'm still not 100%. It's because it's showing the Killing Curse, but it means that there are ghosts out there. I don't know if Dumbledore explains that at the end of the book or the movie, to be honest, guys, but I must admit, I'm not 100% sure exactly what's going on. But it's an amazing moment, though. It really is. Sorry, guys, I feel like I'm already, like, asking you to explain so much to me already. I will look up the explanation of the next chapter. In fact, I think it may be the Truth Potion, maybe? I will do that when we get to it. But like I say, guys, my notes on this chapter are weirdly quite short, and so let's get through it. Obviously, it's a lot of action. I think that's why, because obviously I'm not going to go point for point what exactly happened in the fight, but it's obviously a very action-packed chapter. The movie, like I say, I've got no real problem with the movie version, but at least from the Stephen Fry, which I listened to this time, Stephen Fry rendition of this chapter, Voldemort is playing so much more cooler and is actually really enjoying himself, whereas Ray Fiennes seems really frustrated. It's almost like he's trying to enjoy himself, but he's more like angry and frustrated, you know, which is, you know, it's just an excellent take on it. It makes for a very scary scene in the movie. But yes, Wormtail releases Harry. The Death Eaters close their circle around them. We did find out that there's roughly 30 of them, which is definitely less than you would have thought. I guess these are the Death Eaters that have actually returned, of course, which we will get into in the next chapter. Wormtail goes and gets Harry's wand. He puts it into Harry's hand without even looking at him. You get the impression that maybe, I mean, that could just be out of disrespect or just for doing his orders to the button, but it could also be guilt. I think there may actually be a level of, oh god, this kid's gonna die. I'll just do it so you don't die, you know, sort of thing. I feel like that might be what's being portrayed there. Voldemort asks Harry if he knows how to duel. He has the callback to the Chamber of Secrets dueling club. Dueling club? Or was it dueling class? I feel like it was club, wasn't it? It was. And Harry says the only thing he learned there was Expelliarmus. I guess learned in that class that would be the case. It would have been amazing if he'd done Jelly Leg Jinx on Voldemort. I've been absolutely spectacular. May have taken the seriousness of the scene away a little bit. I mean, like I said, guys, the movie does a really good job. It's tonally different, I feel like, because of Voldemort's performance. But it's a choice, though. It's excellent. And so, in fact, in a weird way, it would have been a little bit cliche for him to be like he is in the book. And so, how Ralph Fiennes does it in the movie is actually scary. I think you could argue. I mean, they're both blooming scary, guys. I wonder if there's any kids who got this far, or adults who got into Goblet of Fire and just thought, you know what, this is a bit dark for me now, and just stopped with the books. Because there must be people who jumped off, guys. I'd imagine there must have been people that jumped off after Chamber, maybe, because Azkaban is certainly more serious. Hilarious. But this is getting dark, though. And obviously, I know that they're meant to get darker, but I don't know, guys. It's brutal. It's brutal. Also, there's one bit again. There's a couple of bits in the movie which I don't quite get. Where I'll go into it now, just so I don't forget. But when Barty Crouch Jr. Spoiler alerts, if you're only just discovering now, is exposed and everything, he shows his mark. His dark mark, and says, "I'll show you mine if you show me yours." And then Dumbledore grabs Harry's arm where he'd been cut. Is there a connection between where Harry was cut in with the dark mark, or I don't feel like there is meant to be a connection there, is there? It's certainly not mentioned in the book, I don't think. The significance of where Harry's cut is, because as soon as Dumbledore heard that, he then looked to Harry's arm. And so, yeah, very odd. Very odd. But yeah, again, I feel like all this is going to be explained, guys. Maybe it's just like, the thing is, I didn't have much time to relax over Christmas. I reading, guys. The first day off I had was Boxing Day, which is the day after Christmas. And even since then, I've been doing a lot, you know, and so I am a little bit tired. Weirdly, I need to get back into, posting videos and everything to, get back into my normal energy levels, I think. But I do feel like there are some aspects of this that are confusing me a little bit. But again, the thing which I really question about consistency, we'll cover in the next chapter. At the start of the next chapter, it'll be on my notes there. And again, I'm sure all of this has clear explanations. It's just that, I'm... You know what I'm like, basically. So yes, Voldemort says, tells Harry to bow and says that Dumbledore would want him to keep his manners, which is in the movie as well. But he then also says bow to death, which is metal. And we're obviously hearing a lot of Harry's thought process, because he's obviously very scared, guys. I think Danny Radcliffe does an excellent job in the movie here. But he is still being very, very defiant. Obviously, he defeats the Imperius Curse again, guys. Voldemort's mentioning Dumbledore so much. Yeah, he really is. It's clear that he's more he really hates it. I think it's clear that he hates Dumbledore more than Harry. That's my interpretation of it. Especially in the book version of Voldemort, he really still sees Harry as being insignificant. And the worst thing that Harry has ever done to Voldemort is have this make this insane theory that somehow Harry's more powerful than him. So he's resentful of that, but not so much of Harry specifically. Does that? No, I don't know. But no, I'm sure he is obviously resentful of Harry, but near the level that he has for Dumbledore. That's my interpretation of it, anyway, because he keeps on bringing up Dumbledore during this. So Voldemort makes Harry bow with magic. Says very good. Again, he's so calm. Dumbledore said calmly. He is so calm in this scene in the book. I think I remember in the book thinking, I prefer this. I prefer him really toying with Harry, because as I remembered in the movie, it's a lot more almost childish of Voldemort. But when I watched the movie scene back just now, I was thinking, no, this is just as good. It's just different. And so I've got no complaints with this performance at all. I'm interested to see your thoughts in the book club, guys. But yeah. You die like your father, straight back and proud, which is very interesting. Nice to hear context of James's death. I feel like he is on a staircase in when his body's found by Snape, obviously, and I think that is I could be wrong, guys, but I feel like the corridor that Snape is walking down is the corridor where I was punched in the balls. Now, if you haven't watched my tour video, guys, and you don't understand the context of that sentence, it's your own fault. It's your own fault. In fact, I'm not going to give it context, guys. You go watch the tour video. I'm not sure if it is that corridor, you know, because it's obviously one of these corridors which is a lot shorter than it looks, but it looks amazing, though. It's like really warped and twisted and everything. I don't think it is. I don't think it is, because I feel like the Potter household, it's a gorgeous looking house. It really is. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure where that corridor was. I need to watch that bit of my own video back. But yeah, if you don't know the context, guys, of me getting punched in the balls, it's all in the video. It's all in the video. It's called something like the video is called. I may as well look it up. In fact, may as well tell you exactly what it's like. What it's called. The video is called, and it's near the start as well, so you don't have to watch the whole thing if you don't want to. Christmas at Harry Potter studio tour. How was it for someone with autism, social anxiety? I wanted to mention that, guys. It is. I was really debating if I should. In fact, I was actually going to ask some people if I should or not. I was really debating if I should bring up the autism social anxiety thing. For one, I feel like I bring it up too much anyway. But at the same time, I do get comments from people with those conditions saying, hey, I really appreciate you mentioning it. And connecting with people, guys. I very recently did a Amazing Digital Circus reaction, which did okay views. But then the next day, I did a video and put this theory that one of the characters on it could potentially have autism because of the way they behaved in this specific episode. And that video did excellent, guys. It did much better than the reaction video. And so it's something that I don't want to do too much, because very often I'll equate a character to being autistic and then it turns out that they've got another condition. And I feel like that's not great, I think for me to be doing. But in this case, in the studio tour video, I was thinking, if other people are thinking about going and are having the stress that I'm having, because I was terrified. The night before, guys, I was freaking stressed out. Thank you so much, Dara, for your assistance in calming my nerves regarding, because I'd asked Dara certain things about the tour, without spoilers or anything, just to put my mind at ease, so I know what sort of thing to expect, But I was still absolutely terrified, and so if that title helps anyone, then I feel like that's worth it. So, but yeah, that's why I titled it like that, and I really did debate for quite a while. In fact, even on the day of posting it, I was thinking, should I just change this to studio tour? But I thought I would mention it just in case if it helps anyone else out. Right. Sorry. So someone has commented on my Dumbledore said Carmody video. You know, I do really like Gryffindor. Oh, okay. I do really like Gryffindor. I'm a Ravenclaw myself, but they really can't get over being beaten. If they're in Quidditch match, can they? Okay, I probably should have read that out because I probably shouldn't have read that out because I do get some comments in my Prince of Azkaban reaction in particular saying, "Hey Veggie, you need to calm it down with the Gryffindor stuff and everything." But yeah, that person. I do still get comments to that, and I apologize, guys. I think most of you know that I was not in a good place during a lot of Prince of Azkaban book review. So, either way, sorry about the long tangent there, guys. But yes, if you want to find out why I got punched in the balls, or how I got punched in the balls more accurately, go and check out that video. Anyway. Yep, straight back. Voldemort uses Crucio on him again. It says how Harry's screaming louder than he'd ever screamed in his life. I feel like Daniel Radcliffe is excellent in the scene, guys, but I do feel like people screaming in TV shows and movies and everything, it's often not very realistic. I think if he screamed in realisticness, in a realistic way, then parents would be taking their kids out of the cinema, quite frankly, you know. So I think he did a brilliant job. But yeah, it's just something very often when people scream with things, it's like in this very fake dramatic way, you know. In fact, at the end of the scene, Voldemort goes, "No!" It's amazing. I still find it funny. I don't know why, guys, but when he's telling Harry to pick up his wand, I think it's freaking hilarious the way he says it. Well, fine, considering that's the first time we've seen proper Voldemort, and having something that I think is so funny in that scene, it's amazing. But I think his performance is, I mean, yeah, he's fantastic in everything, guys. Of course he is. Voldemort asks him if he wants to have the curse put on him again, and Harry refuses to answer, and so Voldemort uses Imperio on him to try and get him to say that he doesn't want it. And he goes into the stream state again, and it says that it was bliss to not think for a moment, obviously with what was going on to him at that moment. So the voice of the curse is saying, just answer no. And another voice is saying, no, I don't want to say it. So it's very interesting, guys, because I feel like before, when he was having Imperio on him, the voice that was basically backing Harry to like say, no, don't do what you're being told to do, was potentially Voldemort's part of Harry. Whereas here it'd be very odd if it wasn't. I guess it could still, if it was, sorry, I guess it could be still. And so eventually Harry like breaks through it and shouts, I won't. Again, breaks an unforgivable curse, guys, which is very interesting. You would have thought that because Avada Kedavra can be, it can't be blocked so much, can it? It can be like knocked away, I believe. Parried, I guess. I think the term could be. Crucio, very interestingly, is a projectile. Now, I wanted to check in the movie if Crucio was a projectile, because I feel like it isn't. It certainly isn't in Mad-Eye Moody's scene in the Defense Against Dark Arts, but it is the Crucio curse a projectile? I swear it isn't, because it says how Harry dodges it in the book, whereas how it appears in the movie, I don't think that it could be dodged. You know what? This is stupid me looking this up, but yeah, I feel like that's the case, but I could be wrong. Harry then dodges the Crucio curse, and I think that it says that I feel like it makes a fizzling sound or something when Harry dodges it, and so it is. Look, what I'm saying is, guys, is that when I can't think of another example, but like say, what about Leviosa? Like when you do that to the feather. And like a light doesn't come out and go into the feather and then it go up. It just happens to the feather. So that's always what I thought the case was with Crucio. And so in a sense, I didn't think it was actually dodgeable because it just happens. But then again, because obviously it's in Hogwarts Legacy, not that we'll be using it anytime soon. So I guess in Hogwarts Legacy it must be a projectile. But I thought it was something where I guess the wand does have to be pointing at the thing in the same way that the wand has to be pointing at the feather. But again, it's, I don't know. It's very, I didn't think that you could dodge Crucio. I thought you could dodge Avada Kedavra. I don't think you could dodge Imperio. I just felt like it was something that you know, how the direction of the wand isn't as important as the I guess looking at him, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense here, guys. But yeah, that did surprise me. Voldemort's still enjoying himself. I got it there in my notes. Again, because in the movie, he is really getting quite frustrated. And it's, you know what it is? It's, I feel like in the movie, he's half performing for the Death Eaters around him, like saying, "Yeah, this guy's not as powerful as me." Whereas in the book, you know, I mean, they're laughing their heads off in the book, the Death Eaters. So it seems like movie Voldemort has a lot more paranoia than book Voldemort. That's my reading of it, and it'll be interesting to see if that continues as well. So yeah, Voldemort's obviously building up to the big finish with Avada Kedavra and says that it may be painless, I wouldn't know, I never died. I thought that was a reference to Harry, but obviously Harry hasn't died either. And so, I guess it's a reference, it could be a reference to Lily and James, of course, but it could be a reference to the fact that some people thought that Voldemort had died. I feel like that's probably it. It's a very interesting line there. So yeah, Harry finally, uses Expelliarmus as the killing curse is used, and we hear about the red and the green lights coming out, very very Star Wars, but I do agree. And the middle of it starts to become gold. Harry and Voldemort actually lifted off the ground at this point and actually placed somewhere else in the graveyard. So yeah, it's a definitely pretty crazy sounding. Because in the movie they are stationary. I think that's fine. But it's interesting that they were actually lifted off the ground. The golden thread, which is between the red and the green, sounds very golden. Golden sounds very Christmassy, I should say. Then becomes a dome around them. And at this point in the book, I was thinking, okay, this doesn't happen in a movie. It absolutely does, guys. I feel like it's a pretty good job. I got to say, Voldemort doesn't look that surprised in the movie, whereas in the book, he's baffled and actually looking quite scared. I guess of not knowing what's going on, I presume. And so it's very odd. And like I say, guys, I even still now don't fully understand it. And I swear there is, in the movie, a scene where Dumbledore and Harry are talking. In the Gryffindor dorms, I'm pretty sure it is. In the bedroom. Still to come. Which I presume is going to be in the book. Or something similar. Where it may explain these little things, because I'm still a bit lost. It could be because I'm tired. It could very possibly be because I'm tired. The thing is, I can't remember what the last spell that Harry did was. So, presumably, it would have potentially done what his last spell was. I don't think he's done anything since getting to the graveyard. And so it would have been one of the things that he did against the spider, I guess. Oh no, he's done the slow down spell in this fight, I'm pretty sure. Or at least attempted it, so maybe that's it. I'm not sure. I'm talking myself in circles. Like I say, guys, my notes are relatively short in this chapter, but the next one there is a lot, because there is a lot of exposition in that chapter, there really is. Voldemort tells the Death Eaters to do nothing whilst this is happening. I guess because he's worried that they're going to think, oh, something's going on, and, like, take out Harry. He absolutely wants to be the one to take out Harry, which is very interesting if you compare that to something that Barty says in the next chapter. Yeah, I feel like Barty might be barking up the wrong tree there. Or barting up the wrong tree. Ignore me. In Stephen Fry's version, at one point it does kind of sound like he says Bertie, which made me very happy. Because Stephen Fry played Jeeves in the Jeeves and Wooster TV show, which is excellent, guys. I highly recommend it. I absolutely adore it. There are some weak episodes later on, but the first season is just brilliant. It really, really is. Although Jeeves would never refer to Mr. Wooster as Bertie, obviously. Bertie Wooster. Phoenix Song plays out, which Harry like immediately recognises, and it's just the most beautiful and welcoming thing he's ever heard in his life. I don't know what's happening here, guys. I don't know why it's the Phoenix. That makes me instantly think of Fawkes. So is it something that Dumbledore has as a safety net or something? I honestly don't know. Or maybe it's because it's the replaying of the previous spells that they've been using, and obviously Voldemort's been using a few. Don't break the connection. This thread is a book exclusive. The beam moving between them. No, it's absolutely in the movie as well. Like I say, it's golden in the book, whereas in the movie, I'm pretty sure it's just red, green, and then just white in the middle. I don't think that the middle is particularly golden, but the dome that goes around them is. Also, I should say, at this point, the Death Eaters are reshifting to try and surround them again. Whereas in the movie, they're just all they're all like basically right behind Voldemort and everything. That may have been quite cool to have them spreading out, but I guess there's so much going on in this moment. They didn't want too much else going on around it as well, because it is an amazing moment. Connects with Voldemort's wand. So yes, so the golden bit in the middle eventually gets down to Voldemort and a ghostly. I say ghostly. It's like a smoky. I feel like it says that it's smoky, which I guess you could say they kind of are in the movie as well. But I'd say. In the book, it does specifically say smoky, so I think like a dark grey thing. Whereas in the movie, they are straight up looking ghosts, aren't they? Wormtail's hand appears, which is obviously the previous thing that he just used with his wand for, which is amazing. Smoky Cedric arrives, Smoky Frank arrives, and at this point I had to actually go and check the movie to think, does Frank show up in that scene? He blooming does, guys. Granted, he actually gets a line in the book, which is awesome, and it's very interesting, his line. In fact, where is it? Frank's line. Yeah, it's coming up. I question Frank's line, because he basically says he was a real wizard then. Yeah, sorry. He says he was a real wizard then. That line is intriguing to me, but we'll get to it in a moment, guys. Bertha Blumman shows up fantastically. Loving that. Stephen Fry again doing his comedy woman voice, but then again with Bertha, I guess it's kind of a pro, because everything that we've heard about Bertha is that she's a bit ditzy, I guess you could say. But yeah, Stephen Fry has this voice for a lot of the female characters. Not for Lily, not for like the serious female characters, but for like the I remember hearing about it ages ago before we even started the book reviews, hearing that apparently at certain points Stephen Fry's female voices are a little bit comical and everything. But then again, like I say, everything we've heard about Bertha, apart from her ultimate end, is that she's meant to be this kind of ditzy character. So maybe that's it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, guys. I think it was good. It was just really nice to hear from Bertha, quite frankly, considering that she really is. Yeah, I don't want to use the wrong term here, but kind of the soul of the book in a weird way, isn't she? So here I've got, guys, the unforgivable curses, specifically Avada Kedavra. The thing is, they are, what we're seeing here are the ghosts of these characters, aren't they? They're not a projection of the ghosts, they actually are the ghosts, right? So does that mean that if your life is taken by it, then you're essentially, your soul is taken by the wand, maybe? Is that what it's like in the sort of Shang Tsung sort of way? But it can't be that, though, because later on, obviously in the movies, obviously we get the whole bloomin' gang showing up, including Lupin. Ah, God, guys, that bit makes me bloomin' sad. Yeah. I mean, quite possibly there is... Okay, either it's blindly obvious and I'm an idiot, and you've all explained it in the comments, or it's something that may not meant to be explained, and so which I'm fine with as well, guys, because it's a spectacular moment in what is a very, very dark and sad end to the movie. It's certainly the first time that you're coming out of the cinema dejected. I mean, I guess you could have been in Azkaban if it wasn't for the firebolt scene. That's... No, because the scene with Sirius flying Buckbeak away is beautiful. I do still resent that, though, guys. There's certain bits in the movies where I go back and think, you screwed that up. I don't like how Sirius kind of like takes over that scene. I've gone into it before, guys. Probably whilst I was in the right strop, and so I probably didn't word it right. But the scene in the movie is Harry and Hermione, I should say, break Sirius out of prison. They fly Buckbeak away, and Sirius gives Harry this big speech about, you know, your mother's eyes and all this, and I'll be right here and all this stuff. Sorry, that's E.T. All that sort of stuff, and then he flies away, almost as if he's just helped Harry out. You know what I mean? Whereas in the in the book, it's like Harry is like, no, get out of here. We ain't got time to talk. Just go. And I love that about Harry. That's one of my favourite Harry moments, in fact. And so Harry really is saving Sirius there. Whereas in the movie, it almost feels like Sirius is saving Harry in a weird way. I don't know. You know, it's like the hero flying off into the sunset. It's like, well, it looks like my job here is done. You didn't do anything. Which is an amazing bit on The Simpsons. You know, in the monorail episode where Leonard Nimoy, there we go, Vader time. Leonard Nimoy, like says, well, looks like my job here is done. And I think Barney says to him, but you didn't do anything. And then he says, didn't I? And he disappears. Which I had to go back and check, guys, because I hadn't seen any Sailor Moon. But there's an awesome meme of Sailor Moon where there's this guy with like this top hat and like a robe and everything, like saying, well, it looks like my job here is done. And Sailor Moon, which is her name, isn't it? The blonde one. Is like looking up saying, but you didn't do anything. And then just like turning around, just like triumphant swing and everything. I had to look up because that's obviously quite a similar joke to the Simpsons line. That was actually the same year as the Simpsons line. And so, you know, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I was thinking about eggs earlier on. It's because I've been listening to the, oh yeah, I should mention that actually. So there is a podcast, which I mentioned a few times in other videos, guys, but I've been really getting into it. It's excellent, called Off Menu, with Ed Gamble and James Acaster. They're both stand-up comedians. But they have a different guest on each week, and they basically talk about their dream meal. It's fascinating, guys. I'm trying to think of who from Harry Potter has been on them, because there's a vast array of characters that have been on it, guys. But Charlie Weasley has definitely been on it. He is a really funny guy. His actor is hilarious, because I didn't realise he's in Star Wars as well, right? That's the same actor, right? I think so. In the sequels trilogy. He's a really funny guy though, and so yeah. Charlie Weasley's been on it. You'd imagine that. I swear that Arthur Weasley is going to be on it, but I haven't got to that one yet. But I swear there must have been other Harry Potter actors that have been on it. But it's really good. I highly recommend it. But yes, because of it, I was thinking about Egg Serum. But yeah, I would highly recommend that podcast, guys. Dan Aykroyd's episode is fascinating. It's just fascinating. But yeah, I highly recommend Off Menu Podcast, guys. It's really good. Just trying to think if there must have been other Harry Potter actors on it. I just can't think of them at the moment. So, Shansung. Why was Wormtail's hand there? It's because it's the previous spell thing. So yeah, that did throw me off. And also, that would have been so strange in the movie. It started off with that. I'm pretty sure it doesn't start off the hand. I'm pretty sure it starts off with Cedric showing up. Yes, because Wormtail's hand showing up is quite bizarre. Is that the ghost of his hand? You know, this is my. I feel like there must actually be the actual souls of them, and they are owned by the wand now. You know, I guess I don't know. I feel like my brain's doing a lot of heavy lifting there to what is probably a very, very simple answer. Lily and James appear. In fact, Lily actually says your father will be along soon, and so it's certainly not just a production, because they're talking about, you know, where they are and everything, you know. And so, and here we go, guys. So we had the line from Frank. He says, he was a real wizard then. And he like says, "You fight him, boy. He killed me," and all this sort of stuff. Which is like, I really like that Frank got that line. But that opens a massive can of worms, guys. It really does. That means, okay, the way he words it is so crucial. So I wanted to make sure I got it exactly right. So I wrote it down exactly. He was a real wizard then. Now that absolutely, to me, suggests that there was rumours that there was something up with the Riddle kid, right? It must have been. So maybe around town, or was it all these weirdos up on the hill and everything? But, you know, yeah, they say that their kid could be possessed or like evil or something like this, or maybe he's a wizard and everything. So that to me actually suggests that Frank, unless he has learnt sense. But no, why would he say he was a real wizard then? Because that would mean that Frank has only just realised it, which means that there hasn't been this ongoing consciousness. But then there would have to be, because then he says James is on his way. Am I making any sense at this point, guys? I'm not sure if I am. I'm really not. But that is so interesting to me. He was a real wizard then. So I think that there was this rumour around town that there was something up with the Riddle boy. Now, I don't think it would stretch any further than that. I don't think it would stretch any further to Frank knowing anything about the wizard world. Or maybe he even did, you know. I don't think that they would have confided in Frank at all. Because I feel like we would have heard about that in the intro. Because obviously it was from Frank's viewpoint, wasn't it? But yeah, that line is so intriguing to me. It really, really is. Cedric asks Harry to take his body back with him. James does show up and like says, "Do it now," which was I think it basically means break the connection between him and Voldemort. I wasn't sure if Voldemort was seeing all this as well. I think he is, because if not, then Harry just suddenly goes now for no reason. I mean, he shouts now for no reason anyway. But yeah, he like breaks the connection and basically scrambles to the portkey. You don't really know exactly what's going on, apart from the fact that the ghosts have said that they will give him a few seconds. Which is very rude of Cedric to say, "Hey, can you do me a favour during those 3 seconds?" It kind of is. But, you know, maybe, you know, being dead now, he knows the importance of the presence of the body, you know? There are so many questions there, guys, I've got. And again, a lot of it's very possibly very obvious, but, you know what I'm like. We're getting through it, guys, seriously. So, yeah, Harry grabs Cedric. What was the relevance of the Phoenix song? Yeah. To me, that means that Dumbledore was somehow involved, but I really don't see how it would be, though. Harry breaks through the Death Eaters, like he shoves a couple of other way. I feel like I've said Dementors earlier on, guys. If I did, I apologise. But yeah, Death Eaters. You hear Voldemort shouting, "Stun him," because obviously he doesn't want anyone to be killing Harry apart from himself. Oh no, here we go. So this is when Harry used Impedimenta, which I'm sure I've written down completely incorrectly. But yes, the slow down stop curse. So I thought he'd done that earlier on, but no, it is at this point that he does it. Yeah, so Voldemort really is determined to be the one to kill him. I'm presuming that's because of the whole Crux thing, or maybe it is just out of pride. Oh, no, he didn't know about Harry, though. No, he must. No, of course he did. I don't know. No. I feel like that Harry is the Horcrux that he didn't know existed, right? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But he absolutely wants to be the one to kill Harry, which we'll get into in the next chapter. Harry uses the summoning spell to bring the portkey to him again, as a moment which I didn't remember it from the movie, but it's in there, guys, and it's such a nice reference, and it's so cool because in the book there is this whole thing of him traveling with Cedric and the portkey, and thinking, oh, thank goodness I'm getting out of there. Whereas in the movie, it's literally cut into Cedric's body, slamming the floor. Which, again, is brilliantly done, guys. The next scene, it's so interesting, guys, because I think that the movie did an inspired job in it. And yet, I still prefer the book version. I'll explain why, but all in all, guys, this was an excellent chapter. There are question marks I have about it, but it's most probably that I just haven't worked out, guys. Like I say, I'm very tired at the moment. I really am. And the thing is, I'll have a day off, and then the next day I'll feel exactly as tired, you know? It's insane. It's insane. But either way, let's get over into the next chapter, guys. That was excellent, though, this one. And this one is, there's exposition to be had in chapter 35. Veritaserum. I'm so sorry. One other thing which I need to do more as well is mention my social medias, guys. And so I've been on Twitter. That's always been the best place to contact me, guys, Veggie_gamer. But I'm now on Blue Sky as well, which is VeggieGamer, all one word. And so if you want to check me out there, you can. I'm also Instagram as well. And yes, I need to get more active on Instagram. But on Blue Sky, I've started to be a lot more active now. And so, yes, if you want to go and follow me there, you can. Be one of the first 100 people to do so. And thank you very much. So, on to the next one, guys. Thank you so much, Jones, for the side panels. Thank you so much, Max, for the summaries. Harry returns and the chaos begins. Harry tells Dumbledore that Voldemort is back. People start to realise that Cedric is dead. And he starts to be led away by Moody, Harry knows. Now it gets even crazier. Moody reveals that he was the one that's been helping the Dark Lord the whole time. He tells Harry in detail everything he had done throughout the year and was going to kill Harry when the Platinum Trio of Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape burst into the room. Using Veritaserum, there we go, yeah, they uncover the truth that this is not Alistair Moody, but Barty Crouch Jr. And he tells a very long story of his trip to Azkaban, his mother taking his place, living with his father under the Imperius Curse, escaping at the World Cup, fascinating, and reunion with Voldemort to come up with this plan, and reveals that what happened to his father. Winky is brought in for confirmation, and the real Mad-Eye is found in his trunk. Thank you so much for the summaries, Max. Greatly appreciate it, and thank you so much, Jonas, for the side panels. So I do have a few questions throughout this chapter, guys, but we'll go through them in order, guys, and this is the thing which does throw me off a bit. My first note here is that the portkey's location has changed. Now, I'm very interested to see if this comes up in the book club, guys, because at this point I thought, okay, so it seems like the trophy was always a portkey, and what it was is whoever gets to it first, like, grabs it and they're teleported outside of the maze to the audience to be celebrated. I know that's definitely the case with the movie, because when Harry and Cedric appear, Arthur and well, everyone's celebrating, but particularly Amos Diggory is like, hey, like that. So they were expecting somebody to appear there with the trophy. But that would, okay. So this is where my melon gets twisted a bit. There is a part in this chapter in the book. We'll get to it when we get to it. But Moody says that he turned the trophy into a portkey, which means it wasn't the portkey before. So that means that the two so if it wasn't a portkey before, the two locations were the center of the maze, the graveyard, and then when it's grabbed in the graveyard again, it takes you back to the maze. But it doesn't. It takes them outside the maze, which means that it was a portkey. But then why didn't it say that Moody turned the trophy into a portkey? Surely you should have said that he played around with the portkey to give it a third exit. The fact that they're appearing outside the maze doesn't make sense to me, guys. Now, unless it's something else. No, of course it's the portkey, because that's how Harry just grabbed it. So to me, the location has changed. Because Moody made the trophy a portkey. But then, what were the audience expecting to happen for the person to carry the trophy all the way back out again? Because the event's over when the trophy's gone. Maybe the maze is just going to dissipate or something? I'm not sure. Anyway, that does confuse me. Specifically because Moody says that he turned it into a portkey. I should say Barty Crouch Jr., which all this time, guys, all this way through this book, I have been resisting using, say, Barty Crouch Jr., just in case if there's something different, you know. But now, obviously, the cat's out of the bag and everything. Also, the fact that Winky is there as well is very interesting in that last scene, guys. I've got major questions, because that really suggests that Dumbledore really knew a lot more than he was letting on, even to the very end of this book, I should say. But we will get into it. So yeah, at this point in the book, I was thinking, okay, so the original plan was that the portkey would teleport you out of the maze, but then later on, Moody says that line. Not Moody. Dumbledore. Oh, right. Okay. Jeez. Okay. So I just realised that Dumbledore turns two bodies over in this chapter, and I thought I'd accidentally deleted half my notes then, but no. Dumbledore turns Cedric's body over. Oh no, I think it's Harry's body over. No, it is Harry's body over, isn't it? Because Harry's like basically down like this, like clutching onto Cedric and the portkey as if his life depended on it, you know, which obviously a few seconds ago it did. Fudge turns up and says, my God, Diggory, Dumbledore, he's dead. Just like that. And it's a brutal line. For book readers, it's just like so on the nose. It says, Diggory, Dumbledore, he's dead. And it's so interesting he says Dumbledore. It's like, Dumbledore, do something about this, you know, make it right in a weird sense. And that's not me criticising Fudge, guys. I think there is definitely a lot to criticise about him in this chapter, but obviously that is his go-to reaction, to say Dumbledore. And yeah, he's dead. It is interesting that Fudge immediately knew that Cedric was dead. Like, immediately. Not stunned, not knocked out, not dying. But he was actually dead. I wonder if wizard folk have this ability where they can just instinctively know just when someone is actually dead. You know, in the same way that Superman can like check your heart rate and all this sort of stuff. I wonder in the wizarding world when someone is dead, it's not even a question, because magically they can see that they're not there anymore. Maybe that's it, or maybe he's just assuming. Maybe he's just assuming Cedric dead, but he gets it on the nose though. I'm not sure who's saying this, but someone's saying, I think it's Dumbledore saying to Harry, you can't help him now, it's over, let him go, because Harry's still like clutching on to Cedric. Again, guys, I've got no criticism of the movie scene at all. It's absolutely brilliant. I would say that the book version is a lot more realistic, because it's a lot of like hushed voices, like in a movie and everything like that. That ain't gonna be what happens if in real life. Again, real life. It's stupid talking about real life because we're talking about wizards, guys. But in real life, there would be this pandemonium, and it's so overwhelming to Harry, and you really get that. It's all like he's hearing the screams. He can't really see anything, but he's picking up these different voices and working out who's wearing everything, and yet he's still clutching onto Cedric and the trophy like that. And it's just chaos. Like Max said in the summary, the chaos begins. The movie version isn't chaotic at all. It's just so emotional, and it's brilliant. Again, the music in it is freaking beautiful. And obviously Amos Diggory's performance just fantastic, guys. I know, because I mentioned it in my movie reactions. I never would have thought that actor would be in something so emotional, you know, not because of the stuff which I seen him in, which was largely comedies at that point. Dumbledore picks up Harry. It's notable that it's surprising how easily Dumbledore does do it. Like, to someone who such a frail frame, he is clearly a lot more stronger than he appears. Pretty sure that's the first time we've ever heard that. I'm sure that's the first time that's ever come up regarding Dumbledore. Cedric's mother is there as well. I think that Fudge says Diggory's parents are here or something like that. Again, really badgering Dumbledore, like saying what we meant to do here, sort of thing. You know, it feels like that. Whereas the mother is certainly not in the movie. It's just because Amos is with Arthur. I'm not sure Cedric's mother being there had been mentioned before. I feel like it may have done, like maybe just before the maze chapter. But yeah, I'm not sure. Fudge wants to be the one to take Harry to the medical wing, but Dumbledore insists that he should. Fudge, upon hearing that, like says, Diggory, Amos is on his way. Should you deal with him before he sees the body and this sort of thing? It's like, which is so interesting. I get the impression, maybe this is unfair, but I get the impression that it's really trying to make out Fudge to be an absolute piece of crap. He's like, oh no, you should focus on the father. He's coming over, Dumbledore. He's coming over. He's going to see the body. Yeah, that's what it felt like to me. And maybe that's me being unfair, but that's what I got from it. And they're basically fighting over who's going to take Harry to the medical wing, which is, you know, crazy. So Dumbledore does actually go to deal with Amos, which we don't get any inkling of what that moment is like, which is so realistic. Again, so glad that it was in the movie, because it is one of the most powerful moments in the movies, in my opinion. That's not just me being Hufflepuff. But yeah, I thought that was so cool. And whereas in the book, it is more realistic because it's just this absolute chaos, and Harry was getting crucioed like 30 seconds ago, you know, and so there is no time for like this dramatic, because he's like saying like Dumbledore's back and everything like that, but it's not like everyone's going around him and everything. It's so much more realistic. Again, I got no complaints about the movie scenes at all, guys. Look at this. Hufflepuff 1 stand. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much for whoever said that. Again, check out the unboxing video. And the video where I got punched in balls. Anyway, okay, I have not been erasing my notes as I go, which I need to start doing. So yeah, with Dumbledore gone, Moody shows up and doesn't even ask, just takes Harry, just like, come on with me, straight away. And yeah, I got down here. It's a mad panic in the book. You can hear girls screaming and everything, and I say girls screaming. That's what it says in the book, guys. But yeah, it like, you know, and just like the confusion of it and everything. And yet in the movie, it's so much more. Everyone's kind of worked out what's happened like immediately, and are just like very stoically looking sad. But it's brilliant. That's not a criticism. The scene is absolutely fantastic. And no, my boy, what an addition that was. They didn't have to. They didn't have to include that in there, guys, but they absolutely did. I feel like Dumbledore's performance in that scene is actually really... Because he's trying to console Amos, but there's just nothing he can do. Ah! Good stuff, guys. Very often in these book reviews, they talk about how bad the movie version is of a certain bits in the book, guys. But I think it's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. And I want to say, and we see Seamus looking sad as well, but I'm not going to bring it up. I'm not going to bring it up, guys. I'm not going to bring it up. Right. Moody forces Harry to drink something. I'm honestly not sure what this is. It's certainly not in the movie. I don't know if it's another bottle of truth potion, maybe. I'm honestly not sure. But he really insists that Harry drinks this stuff. Absolutely no idea what it is. Again, it's probably something really obvious, and I'm missing it. Harry realizes that he is in Moody's office, which is obviously somewhere he's been quite a few times. Obviously, being the Defense Against Dark Arts class. He took some stuff. Oh, that's right. So Moody like asks Harry exactly what happened and everything, and Harry's answer is really haunting. He like says he took stuff from his father, from Wormtail, and me. Oh, that is a good lie, guys. I'm pretty certain that is not in the movie because movie Harry is a little bit more zoned in. He's able to see what he's doing. There isn't this mad confusion or anything, and so I'm pretty sure he doesn't say that in the movie. But in the book, that shows the state that Harry is in. The fact he took some stuff. Jeez. Moody is immediately interested on how Voldemort treated the Death Eaters, which is so cool, guys. Because I'm pretty certain in the movie, I think he may do that a bit. But first, he's just like saying, "Oh, what was it like? What was it like being in his presence?" Which is very interesting that he says that, guys, to being in his presence and everything. I guess being the fully formed Voldemort back and everything. Because I'll say this now, guys. I'll get into it when we get to the points, guys. I am still absolutely not convinced. In fact, I feel like this chapter actually makes me more convinced that Barty Crouch Jr. was innocent. I actually really think he was now. And you may be thinking, but Veggie, he's a Death Eater. The way he words things here, guys... Granted, in the movie, it's where he says, what was it like being in his presence, which is an alarm bell to suggest that Moody hasn't been in fully formed Voldemort's presence before. But in the book, I can't quite think what it is, guys, but it will be in my notes, so we will get to it. There is a moment where I thought, that really sounds like Moody hasn't... What is it that he says? It's in my notes. It's in my notes, so we will get to it. But there is one thing that Moody suggests, that Moody says, which would suggest to me at least that he has never actually worked for Voldemort before. So I think that he was put into Azkaban and garnered this resentment and wanted to be a Death Eater, and then when he got out, but then when would he have got the tattoo then? Oh no, that's fine. It would have been when Voldemort turned up, although that was after the World Cup. We'll get to it, guys, but there is definitely something that Moody says in this chapter which makes me think that he actually hasn't worked for Voldemort before. But yeah, right now I can't think quite what it was. So yeah, he's really asking about how all the other Death Eaters were treated and everything. Harry says that there's a Death Eater at Hogwarts, and Moody says, "Oh, I know all about that and everything." As he would. Harry instantly says, well, where is Karkaroff? Which is excellent. Turns out that Karkaroff is fled. I think that Karkaroff is there before... I don't think he's there when Amos is... Sorry, when Cedric's body is being reacted to. But I'm pretty certain that he is there with Crumb before the maze scene. Quickly skipping through here, guys, with the movie. Karkaroff. He is there. Whereas, from what Moody said, Karkaroff has been away in the night, and so he wouldn't have been there at the start of the maze scene. I'm pretty certain. Makes sense, guys, and Moody says that. You know, he's going to get picked off eventually. Which does make me question, do we ever hear about him ever again? Certainly not in the movies, Karkaroff I'm talking about here, but I'd be very interested to know if we ever do hear anything more on Karkaroff. Or if that's simply it, the fact that he's just basically running out to essentially a definite doom, maybe. Also suggests that he's no longer a professor as well, which is very interesting. Yeah, he's obviously leaving his post. He's not going to be Professor Karkaroff anymore. Or as they call him in Drumstrike. Boom. Moody says it was he that put the name into the Goblet of Fire. He says it very calmly, which is excellent. Harry doesn't believe it, and that is a thing which is basically throughout this entire chapter. Even after explaining the entire plot of the book, Harry's like, but no, it's great. But then again, he is in such a crazy mental state here that you know. Which is to be expected. I really like the moment. I really like the moment in the movie where Moody says, "What was it like in the graveyard?" And Harry's like, "I don't think I mentioned the graveyard." Good line, good line. And from there, Harry is basically into, okay, you're a baddie, but you're also not Moody. Yeah. So whereas in the book, he's just like, nope, not having it. Not literally, that'd be amazing if he was like that, wouldn't it? Big smile on his face. Yeah, got nothing to freaking smile about in these chapters. Moody asks about the Death Eaters again, saying, yeah, when he's scared and everything like that. It's a real thing where, in the movie, he's saying, oh, what was Voldemort like? It's amazing. Whereas in the book, he's like, yeah, what do you have Death Eaters like, eh? Eh? He's really putting himself over. You really get the impression that he's got a real ego when it comes to being a Death Eater. And so, you really get the impression that he's really trying to... He's basically saying what he wants to say to Voldemort. Saying, yeah, those guys did it was me, wasn't it? Yeah, he's doing that to Harry, which is amazing. But we're definitely seeing a psychotic aspect to it as well. Yeah, so Moody calls the other Death Eaters cowards that wouldn't brave Azkaban for him. Now, granted, that line definitely suggests that he did, that he was guilty when Barty Crouch Sr. sentenced him. But I think that could be explained away to be, because obviously this Moody, I should say, because it's obviously not Moody, is losing it. He's clearly very excited about the fact that Voldemort's back, and he's not really able to hide it, but he's also... I mean, he's basically giving his enemy a lot of information that he shouldn't be giving right now. And so I do feel like he is definitely a bit mad, ironically, because he's not Mad-Eye Moody. And so I think that it's possible. Now, this might be me doing some heavy lifting here, guys, but I think that when he says that they wouldn't risk Azkaban, that's him being delusional to thinking, yeah, I went to Azkaban and everything, and they wouldn't do it for Voldemort, even though he actually didn't do it for Voldemort. That's my theory, guys. I could be completely wrong there, but, I mean, the fact is, the Lestranges were the smug ones in that court, you know, and so... Really, they were the ones who actually braved Azkaban, whereas Barty Crouch Jr. was absolutely terrified. I feel like he may be twisting facts in his mind at this point to suggest that he went there for Voldemort, whereas he really didn't. I don't think he did. I swear, there's a line in this chapter which really makes me think that he didn't go there for Voldemort. Yeah, I can't think what it is, but we will get to it. I would have made a note of it, because I swear I would have. So very interestingly, so the Death Eaters fled when Barty Crouch Jr. set off the Death Eaters mark, which is not something which I ever assumed. They were actually scared of the fact that the mark was there, because they were all messing around, kind of not really taking this Death Eater thing seriously, seeing it almost as as a gang to be in, rather than an actual movement and everything, which is so interesting to me. There's a movie called Love, Honor, and Obey. I haven't seen it for the longest time, guys, but it's pretty good, as I remember. It's pretty good. Has a lot of the cast from Operation Good Guys, which is a massively underrated comedy series. Oh, it's like barely anyone's ever heard of it, guys, but it's a really good improvisation comedy from like the 90s. And a lot of the actors are in that. But yeah, the movie's called Love, Honor, and Obey. It's about this guy joining a London gangster, well, a London mob, basically. And he joins it, and they're all just like, kind of like, not really, they're just having a good time, like doing karaoke and everything, and hanging out with rival groups in London. And like the new guys like say, but shouldn't we be like doing really bad things, and like they're the enemy, we shouldn't be like singing karaoke with them and everything like that. And then, you know, it escalates and it doesn't end very well for him. But yeah, this whole thing of they're gangsters, but they're not really taking it seriously, you know. And it almost reminds me of like how the Death Eaters are here, where at the World Cup, they're like, hey, we're Death Eaters. But then when the symbol of their symbol shows up, they're like, balls on toast, let's get out of here, you know? So yeah, I didn't realise that they actually flared the actual mark. That's fascinating. Especially going on what Voldemort was saying about them. So yes, it turns out that this Mad Eye Moody fired the mark, which is obviously possibly the biggest mystery of the book, possibly. And obviously, you know, to have that move scene in the movie, guys. The groans of the cinema, of the book readers on that moment is like, oh, what? The movie is insane. The thing is, it's not even needed. It's really not. So okay, so in the movie, you can have David Tennant at the start, sure. Have the dark mark appear, but not show who fired it. Granted, there isn't a line at the end of the book where Moody explains that it was him, but there easily could have been, because he's rattling off so much. He's talking really fast in the movie. Whereas in the book, it does feel like he's actually taking his time because he's enjoying himself, to the point where he's not checking out his mirror, which shows his enemies. It's very interesting that it shows Moody's enemies rather than Harry's enemies, which would mean that it's actually enchanted to Moody rather than how the mirror is, where everyone who looks in it sees their own personal wishes. The reasoning he hates Death Eaters that walked... Oh, yes. So he previously... I thought he said this to Dumbledore in the flashback, but apparently he had previously said to Harry that he hated the Death Eaters that went free. Now, apparently what he actually meant with that was actually him not playing Moody. That was actually Barty Crouch's opinion of it. So he says the reason why I hate them is because they turned their back on Voldemort. And so in a weird sense, he was actually, you know, giving Harry a bit of a clue earlier on. Desperate to hear the fates because of what he went through in Azkaban. Yeah, their fate. So he is really on about. What did he punish them? Was he accepting of the Death Eaters and everything? Voldemort, this is. He really keeps on bringing that back, which is why it really feels like he is unraveling mentally. You know, he doesn't seem that bothered at all about the fact that Harry survived or escaped. He really doesn't. He is. My note here is that he just seems to want recognition. That's it. So his master's enemy is right there, and he's not like Avada Kedavra or anything like that. He's just like he wants the information from Harry of what happened, and he almost wants Harry to acknowledge the fact that he is the best Death Eater. So interesting, so interesting. So it was Moody that nudged Hagrid into showing Harry the dragons, which I've got on here. In the movie it was Ron, but that line is in the movie as well. Or like, in fact, Moody actually does an impression of Hagrid weirdly at one point, which is a bit confusing because obviously what's about to happen with Polyjuice, it did make me think for a second, well, that was him as well. Hagrid showing Harry the dragons, but obviously it wasn't. But yes, he does like a little impression of him in the movie. I got on it. It is a proper Bond villain explanation we're getting here, guys. It really is. It's like going through every single note and everything. It's a long chapter. Well, it's not the longest chapter, but it's certainly compared to other chapters we had recently. It is a long chapter of Moody basically explaining everything to Harry. Although, granted, halfway through, obviously, Dumbledore comes in and knocks him out, and then there's another reason why he's explaining it. So it turns out that Moody was actually planning on getting rid, in inverted commas, of the other champions during the maze, but it seemed like he didn't really need to. It turns out that he actually stunned Moody. Moody. It turns out that Moody was actually the one who stunned Fleur, which I'm sure is not the case in the movie. I swear that it shows Crumb standing over Fleur. Am I mad there? I swear it does. I think that's an absolutely fine solution. I mean, it covers Moody's tracks even more, doesn't it? And so, yeah, I feel like that's fine. And also, we get that immediate recognition that Crumb is being manipulated at that point, whereas we're only finding out at this point that he was actually under a spell. Moody told. Oh yes, so yeah, Moody. It turns out that Moody was actually the one who told Cedric about the egg puzzle, which really means that Cedric really screwed up the second task, doesn't it? Because he was the only one who actually completed it. Although I think even that was with the time run out. So yeah, it really takes away any knowledge that you know. I guess actually, to be fair, it could show that even more reason why he's a good person. The fact that he was given this information and felt, well, if I'm going to just be given it, I'll just give it to Harry as well, maybe. But yeah, Cedric really didn't work nothing out in the second chapter. It's a second task, I should say. So yeah, Moody knew that Cedric would end up telling Harry as well. He says that decent people are so easy to manipulate, which is a horrible thing. That's a horrible thing to say, but then again, he is a baddie. Oh, Jude Law is in Love for Honor Obey. I completely forgot about that. Of course, Dumbledore, who some people say that I look like, which is very, very kind. Very, very kind. So yeah, I got down here. Moody was the one. Moody gave Neville the book that had the answer in. So the book was in the Gryffindor common room, but they just didn't think about trying it, which is interesting. I wonder if that's anyone's putting blame on Neville there. You know what, guys? One thing which I still get comments about, and I think that you all disagree with me on. It's not the squib muggle thing, because quite frankly, I think I've actually turned a couple of people around to that philosophy incredibly. But no, one thing which I still, and I hope that I didn't come off as being rude or nasty about Neville. Well, no, it's not. It's not about Neville. It's about the book, really. But one thing which is still, I still get comments. In fact, I got one a few days ago on the whole thing where Neville's like saying, he's like saying it wrong. He's like saying, I wonder what's for dinner, but he's getting his words muddled up and everything because of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class having Crucio in it. I think I must have worded it wrong, guys, because I feel like everyone disagrees with what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's meant to be a laugh out loud moment that, Neville's saying it wrong, ha ha ha. I do feel like there is meant to be an element of humour there, with the fact that Neville is saying the words backwards and everything. I think 100%. I think everyone disagrees with me in that, which makes me feel like it makes me worry that you think that I'm meaning humor in a stronger way than I mean it to. Okay, so Harry's gone through a lot of trauma in this scene right now. I can't imagine him having a moment where he says a sentence and gets the words the wrong way around. We had that very powerful moment where he says he took stuff from his father, from Wormtail and me. But the Neville line, I do still think there is meant to be a tiny hint of humour in the fact that he's bumbling. I'm not saying that we're meant to be laughing at Neville in the scene, but I feel like it is a comedy character, which Neville essentially is, I think, at this point in the books, guys. I think he is still essentially a comedy character, having a very, very serious scene, and that bumbling and getting the words muddled around on that sentence about waiting for supper or dinner or whatever it is that he says. I do think that was a tiny injection of he is the comedy character still, even though the scene's what's going on in the scene is so serious. That's one of the moments where, like I say, I think everyone disagreed with how I worded it. So I feel like I must have worded it really badly, guys. Because quite frankly, I still think it is. I don't think it's meant to be a hilarious moment. I think it is a comedy character who's gone through a very, very bad bit, and that line is the fact that he's muddling up the words. I get these. This is the thing, because a lot of people are saying, no, Veggie, he's muddling up the words because of the trauma that he's going through. I know, and I'm worried that that's what worries me, guys, because I worry that you guys thought that I didn't pick up on the fact that he'd gone through this traumatic thing, and that Neville would say that normally. Neville wouldn't say that normally. He wouldn't just say the wrong words in a sentence like that. I completely understand why he is bumbling his words, and I understand that it's meant to be a reflection of this trauma that he's gone through. I do still think there is a tiny element of humour in there, because he's the humorous character. Because we've had other characters who've gone through it'd be like Amos Diggory, like saying, he's dead, my girl, my boy. That would be, but I think that'd be quite a strange thing to do, but you'd say, well, Veggie, he's in trauma. He might accidentally say girl instead of boy. I don't know. What I'm basically saying, guys, is that I worried that I must have worded what I said in that video really wrong. And so I completely understand that the reason why Neville said what he did was because he was going through a traumatic event. I do still feel like it was meant to be a little bit of humour in what is a very dark moment. I'm probably going to get more comments saying, no, Veggie, you're wrong, and everything like that, which is fine, guys, which is fine. But I still do think I'm right, though. Because a lot of things I've been turned around on, guys. A lot of things I thought, well, what's that all about? And then you guys have just said, Veggie, it's about that. And I thought, of course, yeah, sure. I still think I feel my take on that moment is still the same. I got to admit, but either way, I thought I'd mention that because even now I'm getting comments, because obviously people are watching it, after the fact and everything, and they're long videos as well. I do worry that the way I worded stuff in that episode was not great, guys. Yeah, brilliant scene though. In a way, sorry about the little rant there. It wasn't a rant. I just wanted to acknowledge it, guys, because even now I'm getting comments about it. Moody was the one who told Dobby about the stuff for the something weed, about the weed, not that kind of weed. I was outside the Harry Potter shop. One of the Harry Potter shops in Oxford a few days ago, guys, because I took Woozle into the centre of Oxford for the first time. And outside there's like this owl with like a wand like this, like really odd. Alright. Not a real one. Alright. He basically talked loudly to McGonagall about the task and like saying, it says, Harry gonna think about using gillyweed. There we go, gillyweed. And so that's why Dobby... I mean, that was a bit of a risk for a bisque with Moody. It really was. I'm surprised that Moody didn't just do it himself. Like say, hey Harry, gillyweed's great, isn't it? And like, see you later. Thank you. Because it was a last minute thing that Dobby was able to do it, and so Yeah, this Moody was risking it for a biscuit in that moment. So yes, it turns in the book, it was Neville who stole. No, sorry. In the movie, it was actually Neville who stole it from the room, right? Which is out of character, guys. It just is, considering Snape is his biggest fear. Unless Harry took it, because he did suggest Gillyweed to Harry. I feel like I feel like we were meant to assume that it was Neville that took it from Snape's store in the movie, which is, again, I feel a bit out of character. Sorry about the Neville thing just now, guys. I thought I'd bring it up because, like I say, I got a comment about it a few days ago. I still really worry that I'm being really callous in that scene and not understanding what Neville's going through. I do understand it, guys. I do still think it's meant to be. We need to move on. I'm sorry, guys. So Moody sneaking around Snape's office at this point did confuse me. I didn't quite understand what that was all about. But then later on, it was, and it's acknowledged in the movie that oh, hang on, Gillyweed, because we get the moment where like in the movie we get the moment where Snape realizes that it wasn't Harry that was stealing the polyjuice potion ingredients. So maybe the Gillyweed wasn't from Snape's store, larder. I think it must have been though. Anyway, I'm getting turned around here, guys. I apologize. I feel like it's because I'm back to recording. I'm a bit spaced out, to be honest. I apologize. Moody was on his stand Fleur. He used Imperius on Crumb. In the faux glass, Harry notices that there's 3 figures are moving closer behind Moody. It doesn't say who they are, but Moody's just completely focused on Harry at this point, which again, it's really getting the impression that Moody is actually kind of losing it a bit with the fact that Voldemort's back. Moody says how Voldemort wanted to be the one to kill Harry, but then he says, "Imagine how well he will reward me when he finds out I've done it for him." I've got on here. Not so much, mate. I don't think he. I don't think that's. I think he's off. I think he's way off. But then again, I think it's because he's losing his mind, you know. So I think that he is absolutely way off. I don't think that Voldemort would be very happy at all with that. He says that he'll be his closest supporter, closer than a son, which is obviously a big hint right there. Now I got down. I made the note saying, "Is that a hint at, you know, his own relationship with his father?" And then immediately it goes into the fact that, you know, his relationship with his father. He says that they both had disappointing fathers. They both took their names from their father, and they ended up both killing their father. And even at this point, Harry's like saying that he's mad. He's like Harry's not accepting anything that Moody is saying at this point, which is amazing. But yeah, I really like that line about the father thing, because obviously, you know, he has a huge amount of resentment. But the thing is, if he was a Death Eater, would he really have that much of a right to if he was a Death Eater and if he did some horrendous things which led to deaths and everything, having the moral high ground over his father is strange. It really is, right? Maybe it's because, you know, because I guess that Barty Crouch would say, "It's my son, someone else do it." But obviously Barty in that mode was absolutely focused on getting people put away, wasn't he? The door blasts open with a stupefy curse. Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall all arrive. They're also in the faux glass as well now. Maybe because they were obscured that they weren't clear who they were in the glass. It's very interesting that, you know, for the first time ever, like, you know, it describes Dumbledore's face as terrible. And there's absolutely no warmth or anything to it. It's just completely cold, you know, which to Harry must be a huge moment. It really must. Moody is like just knocked out cold, but from the blast, from the stupefy, I should say. Dumbledore kicks his body over, which is we getting a little bit confused. He turned 2 body overs in this chapter. McGonagall instantly suggests that Harry should be taken to the medical wing. Dumbledore straight away just says no. He needs to. He says that Harry needs to understand what has happened for him to start healing, which is interesting, guys. It really is. I don't know if I fully agree with him. Yeah. But I guess, because he already knows that Voldemort's back at this point, he's instantly into, okay, we need to get Harry ready. And, hiding stuff from him at this point is incorrect. So, yeah. And also, you get the feeling that this is actually what Dumbledore is actually like when he's not playing Headmaster, maybe. Just like a very, very serious person. Because, he has the weight of the world on him, doesn't he? So, we're getting through the notes, guys. So, Dumbledore says that I don't know if it's the first time he suspected him. Going on what happens in a moment, it would suggest not. But the first real sign that Dumbledore knew that something was up was when Moody went and took Harry, because Dumbledore says the real Moody would never have done that. And so he tells Snape to go and get a truth potion and Winky. Now, first of all, I would love a spin-off series with Snape and Winky. Wouldn't that just be the greatest thing of all time? But secondly, that instantly makes me think that he must have suspected something before now, because what is the relevance at this point? At this point, why is he going to get Winky? Is it because of what Moody just said about father? The same name thing? Did Dumbledore hear that and thought, okay, it's Barty Crouch then? Because if not, then there must have been a longer conspiracy, which to the extent of, it's possible that Dumbledore knew what happened to Fleur, knew what happened to Crumb, and knew what would potentially happen to Harry, which makes me think that he didn't know. But why would he be asking for Winky at this point? Because all Winky does is basically confirm what Dumbledore says about Barty Crouch. But at this point, why would he think that it's specifically Barty Crouch? Unless he's just guessing from what Moody just said about took his father's name and ended up killing him. Maybe. I'm not sure. But either way, Snape goes to get Winky and a truth potion. He tells McGonagall to go and find a big black dog outside Hagrid's hut, which is amazing. And the thing is, what I like about it is that neither of them seem confused. Neither of them Snape isn't like, why am I gonna have to go and get this house elf? Wait, like Winky? What? And it's like, and there's no amusement of McGonagall like saying, you want me to go and get a big black dog and bring it here, right? Obviously, she knows about people being able to change and everything because she can do it herself, but there's no questioning of, right now you want me to do this with everything that's going on, like Diggory's body's still warm and everything, all the chaos that's going on, you want me to go and do that? No, there's absolutely, so like, yep, okay, we're going to go and do it. Now you get the impression that one, they think that Dumbledore knows what he's talking about, so we need to get it done straight away. But two, also, they've probably been told to do weird stuff like this all the time. It's like, Snape, I want you to go to the free broomsticks and talk to a frog called Jim, and Snape's just like, okay, gotta do that because Dumbledore knows best. Dumbledore knows best. Yeah, they probably had to go through a lot of these sort of tasks before for Dumbledore. Yeah. So I think Dumbledore is the one who's going through Moody, in inverted commas, trunk here, and there's different locks. I thought it was the same lock, but using different keys. But no, there are different locks for each key that unlocks it. And when they open it, it's a different content inside it. That's so cool, including one which appears to have a silvery invisibility cloak on there, which is. This is the first time we've ever heard about a second invisibility cloak, isn't it? We know that they're very, very rare, but it's not like there's only one. Like that, like there is one pensive. I think you guys were telling me, weren't you? Which I saw in RL recently, guys, in the video. But yeah, that's very, very intriguing. And obviously, we find out why it's there as well in a while, which is wild to me. And then the final one is this pit, which has the real Moody at the bottom of it. Now, he's actually knocked out. He's actually stunned in the book, whereas in the movie, he's just like, looking up and everything like that, which is fine. I guess they needed to make it abundantly clear that he wasn't dead, like, immediately, Dumbledore actually climbs down into there to make sure that he's okay. I got on here, which is a question which gets asked very, very shortly, guys. I say, is there a legit reason why fake Moody didn't kill him? There absolutely is, guys, but I didn't for a second think about it. I really did. It's actually ingenious, in fact. We will get to it. But yeah, Dumbledore actually climbs down to make sure that he's okay. And he says, of course, they would need to have needed to keep him alive. It turns out that Moody actually did only ever drink from his own personal flasks, and so he was actually a very, very good choice to pick. I did think that maybe the flask gimmick was something that Barty would have made up, to cover him, but no, he actually would always only ever drink from his flask. It's noted that Moody has like patches of hair missing and everything, and still the penny didn't drop here, guys, until finally I think the double outdoor actually explains it and says they had to keep him alive because they needed his hair to make the polyjuice potion, which is ingenious, guys. I didn't for a second think of that, so that's so smart. And Dumbledore says about how the polyjuice has to be taken on the hour, every hour, and how that's going to be running out soon. And fake Moody then turned into Barty Crouch's son. In the movie, it's just a coincidence that Moody's run out of polyjuice potion at that very moment. I feel like in movies you can get away with that. I think it's okay, but it's so unlucky for him at that exact very moment, Not that it would have done him any good. That's true, actually. But yeah, in the movie, it's quite convenient. That is the exact moment when it runs out. And he has no stocks of it. So Snape is back with Winky, and he's actually the first one to say, "Crouch, Barty, crouch." Which to book readers must have been so surreal. And then Winky is like, "Mr. Barty." That's actually quite a good impression of Stephen Fry. But this is the point where it sounds like Stephen Fry says Bertie, which made me happy. But again, Jeeves would never refer to Mr. Worcester as Bertie. Winky thinks he's dead, which is interesting. I wonder if that's because she's drunk again, potentially. Because obviously with Fudge, it's like immediately Cedric's dead, and Winky is thinking that Barty Crouch is dead. It could be because she's drunk. It could be. You never know, guys. That butterbeer is a powerful stuff, which I also try out in that video, guys. I give my review of butterbeer in that video as well. I don't know why I made this note here, but I guess it's relevant. If a house elf's master was killed, Weasel wanted, would they then go after the person that killed them? I in my head, that's kind of like I mean, how can I word this? Obviously, they're not security. That isn't the actual purpose of them. But if there's a break-in, they're obviously going to defend against robbers and everything. And so, if their master dies, would they then go after whoever killed them? Because obviously, it could have ended up with Winky killing Dumbledore here, which would have been a twist. My goodness. But yeah, I wonder if that's the case. You're right, Bubble. You're a bit early. Okay. I have been taking out a little bit early lately, though. It was snowing yesterday, guys. I posted a lovely picture of her running around on in the snow on Twitter and on Blue Sky. You right, monkey knees? Oh, what a sweet guy you are. What a sweet girl. I don't think I've got any treats for you. And also, you shouldn't be having them yet anyway. Oh. This is not long until you'll be having your din-dins, is it? What a sweet little monkey. I need to get through these notes, though, Weasel, if that's okay. I'm down to the last page now. So you okay to listen? Okay. Nothing about dogs in this. Well, that's a good point. Doesn't McGonagall turn back up in this scene? I guess she doesn't. Anyway. Yes, do house elves go after their master's murderers? I don't know why I made that note, but I did. I got down here, was the truth potion in the movie? Yeah, absolutely was in the movie. Because the thing is, he's already explained everything at this point to Harry. Again, I still don't know what it is that Harry was forced to drink, though. I swear that happened, unless I dreamt it. In the book, I should say. I got down here. Why did Dumbledore ask for Winky specifically? Unless he knew that not only was Moody not really Moody, that he knew that it was Barty Crouch Jr. Right? What other reason is Winky there for? Dumbledore asks how he escaped from Azkaban, but Barty Crouch Jr., who was knocked out, but speaking the truth, which is interesting. You could knock someone out and then get them to speak the truth. That is interesting. Says that his mother saved him and that she was dying, and that Senior agreed to help the mother break Barty out, because he says that he loved her more than he ever loved me. So basically, it's his wife's dying wish, very sadly. I do feel like that is actually his opinion rather than fact. I feel like he said he loved her more than he ever loved me. I think that is possibly true, especially not what we know about Senior. But I think it also may just be an opinion. So it's interesting that that Bonnie Juice can sorry, Weasel's eat my hat if you're already listening to this. I feel like that is an opinion, and so it's interesting that the truth serum is it doesn't just make you spit facts literally. You can be, your opinion comes out as well. In fact, in the movie, he says Dumbledore says, "Where's Moody?" and fake Moody on the truth potion looks over to the trunk, so he does. So in my head, a truth potion would say he is in the trunk, basically the cleanest and most accurate way you can describe it. But no, there is a little bit of personality, I guess you could say, in the way you respond under the truth potion. So yeah, they used Polyjuice to switch Junior and the mother. I think I predicted this, guys. If anyone can confirm or deny that, in my previous reviews, I swear that I did think that maybe the mother actually did switch with him. Yeah, I think I did. Which is pretty good. I'm pretty good going, quite frankly. I mean, quite frankly, so much in this I did not predict. Obviously, we still don't know the mystery of what's going on with old Bagman as well. I wonder if Bagman's going to be in future books. That'll be interesting to find out. Good girl, monkey. Good girl. I was thinking about tweeting out yesterday, what are the chances that I could get cast as Percy in the HBO series? But I decided against it because I was worried that some people may take it at face value and think that I'm actually insane. You ain't monkey, you know. We're not no Weatherby in this chapter, have we? Weatherby Woozle. There you go. Again, I don't think I've... No, you should be having tweets yet. We'll wait until after your walk, yeah? Oh, shouldn't say that word, should I? The W Woozle word. Right. Need to get through these notes, Woozle. Yeah, so I think I did predict that it was something to do with the mother, at least, switching places. Because it's the whole thing about the fact that he visited the body and everything. There was something going on that the story was trying to tell us. Presumably, if you die with Polyjuice, you stay with that look, because obviously we find out that at least the Polyjuice that Junior is using now, it had to be taken every hour. So if you get turned and then die, you stay on that form, which is very interesting. So yeah, it turns out that Black wasn't the first person to escape Azkaban, which is actually, you know, I wonder if he's actually quite annoyed about that, quite frankly, because it's quite a notorious and impressive thing. But presumably, this is, actually, that's a good point. I wonder if this is all going to be kept as a conspiracy, guys. How much this is going to be known. I mean, the thing is, the world still doesn't believe that Voldemort's back, does it, in the next book, I presume. So the whole... you know what? I'd be very interested to hear Fudge's opinion on the junior-senior thing. Not the band. Well, it wasn't a band, it was a couple of musicians, wasn't it? Everybody... That those people are called junior-senior. Good music video. Good music video. So, Senior staged the mother's death and funeral. The grave was actually empty. Winky helped cover the fact that Junior was free now. Well, free is a very big stretch of the word, because obviously Senior is using the Imperious curse on him pretty much around the clock, which is brutal. Then again, the ethics of this truth potion is not great as well, guys. Obviously, you know, we've heard that it's not allowed on students and everything like that, but it's not a million miles away from Imperio. It really isn't, in a wild way. Although I don't know if you could fight the truth potion. I have no idea. I don't know if that's ever come up before in the movies or anything. But obviously, Imperious, you can fight it, which Barty Crouch Jr. does eventually do. They were using the invisibility cloak to hide him. Winky actually did persuade... You see, this is the thing is, Winky did persuade Senior to give him treats for good behaviour and stuff like that. So I do feel like Junior's opinion of what Senior's opinion of him is actually inaccurate. I'm sure they're not best friends or anything, but I do feel like Senior did love him. But it's difficult, guys. You know, it's brilliant. I remember when I did my movie reaction, like you guys were saying how tragic their story is. It really is, guys. It's freaking horrible. And there's a scene which I really like in the movie, guys. In fact, it's one of my notes here, so I'll get rid of that now. It's the bit just before Barty Crouch Sr. is found dead, where he goes up to Harry, is like talking about, you know, the challenge and the events and everything like that, and then Moody comes along, like interrupts and like says, "Oh, you're trying to get you into being an aura," or something like that, and he lets out his little lick thing, which I didn't mind as being Barty Crouch Junior's tell, and Senior's face just completely changes, and like he like walks off, like looking very, very concerned. That obviously now makes no sense at all. That scene in the movie. But I still love it. I think it's so good. It's so heartbreaking when you think about the context of it, you know. But, the context of it is Senior was treating him not even as a slave, as like a goldfish? I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but really not treating him like a human at all. But the fact that Senior would actually give Junior treats for good behaviour and everything, it's very interesting, guys. So Dumbledore must have known about Winky, surely, this entire time, because of the fact that he brought Barty in and everything. How much Dumbledore knew at this point is very confusing to me, because if it wasn't for Winky being asked along, I would have thought it would have been as much as us. But the fact that he asked for Winky to come along, again, was it purely based on the fact that he overheard Moody saying that he took his father's name? I don't know. Turns out that Bertha knew about Junior as well. She actually overheard Winky and Junior talking one time in the Crouch household, which is a schoolboy error, which makes the fact that she bumped into Wormtail to be quite a coincidence, right, guys? The fact that she knew that she was, like, presumably the only other person that knew about this whole thing going on with Junior, and she was the one who bumped into Wormtail. Unless there's more to it, but that does feel quite convenient, though. It does feel a bit convenient, right? Alright. It's not criticism, it's that now we know the full context around it, it is quite a coincidence that she bumped into Wormtail. I mean, it's a coincidence that she bumped into Wormtail anyway, but the fact that, you know, she's the only one who knew that Barty Crouch Jr. outside the family was still alive is kind of crazy. Senior did a memory charm on Bertha, which affected her brain forever. It's very interesting that magic can do that. Well, obviously it can, because Avada Kedavra can change her brain quite a lot. But you know, those sort of charms, like memory charms, can affect the brain, which absolutely went straight back to our discussion that we talked about a lot in this book, guys. The ethics of using memory charms on muggles, because very possibly it is affecting them for life. And the thing is, wizard folk don't know how to dress like muggles without making a hash of it. So the chances of them knowing about the psychological damage of what they could be doing to muggles is very unlikely, guys. I feel like it really is. And so yeah, that made my mind go straight back to that discussion which we've had, which it ain't great that these wizards are using memory charms on muggles, guys. They do not know how, you know, the extent of the damage, unless Senior purposely did one which would definitely affect Bertha's memory forever, maybe affect her forever, I should say. But I don't know. I feel like it was a mistake, but yeah. But either way, it's not great because they can't know exactly what's going on with the muggles when it comes to using spells on them. So one of the treats that Winky convinced Senior, I hope it was okay if I call them Senior and Junior, guys. Senior to giving Junior was to go to the Quidditch World Cup, guys. Well, this blew my freaking mind. Apparently, like, Junior was a big fan of Quidditch, which is nice to hear. It was nice to hear a little bit of detail about that. Winky. Right. Winky said that the mother had saved Junior for his freedom, not a life of imprisonment, which I got down here. It's quite profound for Winky. I'm actually quite impressed by her with that, I must admit. So it turned out that Winky saving a seat for Senior was sitting next to Barty. Junior, I should say. That is wild, guys. That is so cool. That's like one of those moments in like a movie where you have to go back and see, oh wow, that thing was happening there and everything like that. That's absolutely brilliant, guys. Obviously, it didn't happen in the... We do see the royal box. We do see the royal box in the movie, don't we? But the thing is that, you know, going on the scene which now doesn't make any sense, there's no way that Barty would be sitting next to an empty seat or anything, would there? Because, well, obviously Winker wasn't there. There's certainly no empty... Oh, no, mute that. Gonna get copyrighted. There we go. There is certainly not an empty seat. I did want to make sure. I just wanted to make sure that if maybe Barty was sitting next to an empty seat, but it doesn't look like it, though. Hang on. The bloomin' is. The bloomin' is, guys. Okay, now this can't make sense. Oh, come on. Why is it freezing now? Stupid thing. I had it right there. Oh, that's so annoying. And he is actually sitting next to an empty seat. Well, kind of. It would be a very... If it depends how, you know, he'd have to be quite thin. But then again, he is quite thin, isn't he, David Tennant? So, but it's actually... Well, no, that's where Fudge is going to be sitting, obviously, Veggie, isn't it? Maybe? You'd imagine so. If not, Barty Crouch Sr. is sitting next to an empty seat in the box. Now, if that's a reference to the book, which obviously isn't, because apparently the director didn't bloom and read the books, but that is definitely food for thought. No, that's got to be where Fudge is going to be sitting, you'd imagine. But very interesting, though. Be interested to see if anyone in the book club brings that up, actually. Probably not. I saw... yes, so this is the point where I actually wrote a note to myself just saying, don't. So this is the sentence. I saw a wand sticking out of a boy's pocket in front of me. Right, moving on. Back in the tent, they heard the Death they heard the Death Eaters. Back in the tent, I should say. Sorry, Junior and Winky are back in the tent after the Quidditch World Cup, and they overhear the rabble of the Death Eaters, and again, even knocked out. But Junior says that the ones that turned their back on Voldemort. Winky is like bound to Junior at this point. Pardon me, guys. We find out that the dark mark that was set off by Junior was basically an FU to the Death Eaters, which is awesome context, guys. That's awesome context. Because I think that the Death Eaters like appear. Do they appear around Harry, or am I thinking of the auras? I think I'm thinking of the auras, aren't I? So Harry's there. The dark mark gets set off. Yeah, we don't see the Death Eater's reaction at all to the dark mark. Interestingly, but yeah, that's so cool to contextualize it like that. I had no idea that's what Junior was doing. He's basically having a go at the Death Eaters. I really like that. That was such a cool detail to find out. So Senior did find Junior in the forest. Even when we were covering that chapter, I was thinking, okay, clearly Barty has found something beyond just Winky in those bushes, you know, which is which was right. But yeah, she did find him. He then Imperiused him again, and Junior Senior both go back to living together again, minus Winky, of course, who gets fired at this moment. Which is wild, considering what Senior would have known. But I guess it's to keep the conspiracy going, I guess. Voldemort turned up at their house, having found out all the information from Bertha Jorkins. Bertha Jorkins is one of those characters we always have to say the full name rather than just sorry, like Dean Thomas. I always have to say Dean Thomas. Voldemort thought this made Junior the most loyal. Because of how he was being treated by Senior, I presume. So yeah, so obviously this is Junior speaking here, but he says that the way he was being treated by Senior obviously made him feel like he was the most loyal to him, which means, oh god, or would be potentially the most loyal. I don't know. I still feel like Junior may have been innocent, guys. But then became a Death Eater, or wanted to become a Death Eater, and this was the point where he became one, maybe. But then he'd already done the dark mark, though. I don't know. I think I got this wrong. I think I've actually got this wrong. I kind of just wanted him to be innocent, because it makes that court scene even worse. But if he was guilty, then he's obviously a very good actor. And in a weird way, him not admitting that he was a servant of Voldemort is, it's not as impressive what the Lestrangers did, Can you see how Junior would? Oh yeah, I can really see that from Voldemort's standpoint. You could really see how Junior was actually. Oh no, wait around. Sorry. Yeah, Junior would absolutely see Voldemort as an absolute hero at this point, because obviously he saved him from like this life of. Sure, he went to the Quidditch World Cup, guys, but he is still basically a drone. He's not himself and everything, And presumably after what happened at the World Cup, he was back on the Imperius 24/7, if that's a thing. And at this point, when Voldemort turns up, he puts Senior in the Imperius Curse, and that's. I put out a tweet saying only a villain could have called Weatherby by the wrong name, but that actually was Barty, wasn't it? Because that was before the World Cup. That was at the World Cup, I should say. So he only got taken over by Voldemort after the World Cup. It's so crazy to think how much stuff happened between the Quidditch World Cup and the start of Hogwarts. Like, so much stuff off screen happened, and we're finding out all about it here. You know, Moody being caught, you know, the bins and everything. It's so much stuff covered in this chapter, guys. It's wild. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Junior says, "It was my dream. It was my greatest ambition to serve him." Now, dream and ambition suggests that it's something that hasn't occurred, you know? It's not like my ambition or my dream to return to him, but it's to actually serve him. So I think there is still a chance that he wasn't guilty and he became wanting to be a Death Eater because of the events of him getting sent to Azkaban. Now, him being able to make the Dark Mark, I'm not sure if that holds up, but I think it probably could do. Do you have to have the tattoo to make the Dark Mark appear? You would, wouldn't you? I guess he probably was guilty, wasn't it? But part of me likes to think that he wasn't, because I just feel like that makes the scene and their relationship even more tragic, you know? It's alright, Monkey. It is about that time, isn't it? But I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines left. Is that going to be okay? I'll get through it, yeah? What you said? What you said? I won't be long, Monkey. Okay. So yeah, that was the line which made me think that maybe he hadn't served him before. But now I think the more I think about it, the more I think I'm wrong. I've got down here, so it's Voldemort like called Percy Weatherby, but it isn't. It absolutely isn't. That's hence why I put out that tweet. I've got down here, isn't the truth potion essentially Imperious? It isn't as bad, obviously, but it's certainly ethically bad, guys. It really is. But then again, if you need information, and Dumbledore absolutely needed information at this point, yeah, it's a moral thing. It's a moral question, I should say. I'm not saying it is a moral thing. Junior was in Snape's office for Polyjuice. Yep, okay, so that's where that finally set in my brain, because I was still rattling my brain for why he was there. The Marauders map led Junior to Senior. It's very interesting, Dumbledore's reaction to the Marauders map. He's like, what's that? And he says it's the map that Harry had. So I'm very interested. I presume that Dumbledore's just going to let Harry have the map back now, surely. Obviously he is. But it's the first time that Dumbledore... It's so weird for Dumbledore to be in a situation where he doesn't know what's going on. Like, at all. Because again, he went and got Winky, so he must know to an extent what was happening. Ignoring my hat again. Go, Monkey. So, but yeah, his reaction to hearing about the Marauders map was actually really awesome. It's nice that he doesn't know everything, you know, unless he's putting on the front, of course. Junior was the one who stunned Crumb, and then he killed his father. He covered the body with the invisibility cloak in the forest. He then transfigured the body into a bone. It's so dark, guys. It really is so freaking dark. I said frickin', don't worry. And buried it in the fresh earth outside Hagrid's cabin, which I presume is to do with the Nifflers class. I can't remember, guys, but I can't... Did one of the Nifflers find a bone in that class? I don't think they did they? Because if they did, that's horrific. But I don't think they did. If they did, that's an incredible foreshadow. Like, an amazing foreshadow. But I don't think they did. Either way, it's so freaking bleak, guys. The transfiguring into a bone thing just really bothers me for some reason, you know? It's horrible. It might be the most horrible thing in these books so far, quite frankly. There's something just so depressing about it, you know. Either way, last note of this review before getting over to your notes. So Moody made... Yes, so this is when Junior says that he made the portkey. He made the trophy into a portkey that night. So like, you know, before, like, the day of the maze task. So that gets me completely baffled about what exactly, how the portkey changed location. Unless... No, why would he? What I was going to say, if like he made it so it would be a portkey that's found in a maze that went to the graveyard and then went to outside the maze. But why would he do that? He's giving Harry an out. But it says that Junior made the trophy a portkey. Unless I'm getting that wrong, guys. I swear it said that though. If it didn't, I'm sorry. You know what I'm like. I'm very tired. But either way, guys, I'm sorry about saying I'm tired so much. Let's go over to your notes. This will wake me up. It always does. Over in the book club, guys. Very intrigued to hear your thoughts on this. And so let's move over to it right now. Okay, guys, so this is the book club, guys. You can be a part of this by backing the Patreon for as little as you want to get access to everything on there. And this is where you put your thoughts and opinions or questions into the blog, into the post, I should say. And then it gets read out in the video, guys. And like I say, it's my favourite part of doing this. We got a lot of comments to get to, guys, although it may be largely replies. Well, actually, the thing is that a lot of you guys have started putting spoiler barriers, which is appreciated, guys. You don't have to do that, but I do appreciate the extra security just in case if I see something I shouldn't, or accidentally read it out, which I guess is more likely. And so that obviously adds to the comment count as well. But either way, thank you so much for being a part of this, guys. I need some water before we get going. Oh my goodness. I am intrigued to read your comments in these chapters, guys, especially my regarding the things which I was a little bit puzzled by. Because like I say, I'm sure that, you know, the stuff that I'm thinking of does make sense. I'm just not thinking properly. Either way, we're kicking off with Jake. There's a chunky comment. Pour in the water verse, though. Very important to stay hydrated. That is actually, you know what? I don't usually do New Year's resolutions. My New Year's resolution this year is to force myself to drink as much water as possible. Because it's very clear that I'm dehydrated all the time. And so that is my plan. We shall see how long that lasts. But either way, we're starting off with Jake. So, I'll try again. Hello, father. Yes, it was. Just the last time I didn't get the reference that Jake was making, but yes, it's a reference to David Tennant's incredible delivery of that line. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Hope you and Woozle have had a nice time this festive season. Thank you very much, Jake. I hope you did too. Chapter 34. The series would have been far shorter if Voldemort just killed Harry while he was immobilized, but no, he had to deliver a James Bond villain speech and Peacock about dueling him to demonstrate his superiority. Absolutely, and also Moody as well. Junior, it's got the right name now. I wouldn't be surprised if Death Eaters were performing Duel of the Fates in the background. Amazing. Wonderful tune. That is the best thing about the prequels, Duel of the Fates. In my opinion. Star Wars prequels, I should say. The original printing, I think the audiobooks feature an error with Priori incantatem. James's ghost leaves the wand before Lily, even though he was killed first. Oh, that's very interesting. I'm pretty sure that in my version it was correct. It said, Lily said that James is on his way. That's very interesting. Wow. Is that... I mean, yeah, that absolutely would make sense. Yes, and I feel like it's come up before as well. In fact, the order that they were killed in. Very interesting. The portkey at the Quidditch World Cup gave the impression that there's a single-use item which are programmed to teleport at a specific time. There was a box of discarded ones upon arrival, and they use a different item to travel back home. Oh, that's very interesting. Yes, I guess there was. Yeah, I guess there was. I don't know. It feels like such a long time ago, but yeah. So why did the Triwizard Cup function as a two-way ad hoc portkey in this chapter? Did the Force Ghost make it so, or could Harry and Cedric have immediately grabbed the cup and travelled back to Hogwarts? I presume they could have just grabbed it straight away. Yeah. But they were assuming that it was part of the task. I presume. But yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, I forgot about that the items were discarded. But I guess in the World Cup, there would have to be several discarded items because of other people that have travelled. Yeah, so I feel like that does make sense. Either way, let's get through it because this is a drunken one. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Way back in the first book club, first book club, my goodness. You said, I'll be interested to see how much Barty Crouch Jr. is visibly in the book. I've waited so long to tell you how ironic that that statement was. He's in it quite a lot early on, invisibly. Oh, that's so true, my goodness. So looking back, when Winky says, I is seeing no one, sir, in the dark mask, she was lying. My goodness, yeah, absolutely. She's a team player. She's definitely loyal. I find it odd that Junior can refer to himself as most faithful servant when he was screaming about being innocent in the trial. Yeah, I brought that up as well. I feel like that is. I do still think there's a chance that he was innocent. I do, guys. It probably doesn't make sense timeline-wise and everything, but in my head, I do still think he may have been. Anyway, sending love to you and Weasel. Thank you so much, Jake. Thank you so much for kicking us off. Stephen, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Veggie and lovely Woozle. She absolutely is lovely. No, lovely Veggie, I noticed. Chapter 34. Again, I think the movie did a good job adapting this chapter. It's a powerful scene. Yeah, I think both of these chapters were really well done. Well, let's see what your thoughts on chapter 35 is. I think the movie and the book did the scene of them returning from the maze very well. Amos actor specifically. Oh, absolutely. The way it's written feels very empty. Like Harry isn't taking in all the details properly. Oh, absolutely. But I feel like that's certainly on purpose. It feels like the numbing sensation you get after being through some something traumatic, so realistic. Absolutely, Stephen. Yeah, I think that they both did a fantastic job. But the book version is certainly more realistic in that sort of moment. The movie's very dramatic, you know, but then again, at the end of the movie, kind of needed that, you know. I remember reading this book for the first time and hearing how Barty Crouch Jr. had planned everything, and it was so satisfying to get all the details of his plan. It's worrying that Azkaban has worse security than Gringotts. Maybe the Ministry should commission the goblins to make them more secure. Well, quite. I mean, although there's all, you know, they obviously have history with goblins, don't they? But yeah, the thing is that we've heard about Azkaban being this impenetrable fortress that no one ever escapes from, and we're on the second book since it's been like, you know, significant, and 2 people have escaped, like quite easily as well, using tactics that are well known to Harry, you know, although he can't obviously turn into an animal yet or at all. Anyway, yeah, it's so. The thing is, it almost, when I was doing my notes, it almost felt laughable about how much was getting explained in chapter 35, you know. But it was incredibly satisfying. It really was. And we still have a couple of mysteries going on, guys. Bagman, what's his deal with Fred and George? I think that they're rinsing for money because of the gambling thing. Maybe that's my theory, but I presume we will find out. Maybe next time. Anyway, Stephen, thank you so much for your comments. I need to like them so I know where I am. Thank you very much. Rhea! Oh my god! Make way, everyone! It's time! We have arrived. Yes, I remember you being very excited about this one last time. I originally wrote this part in May 2022. My goodness! At that moment, Harry fully understood for the first time why people said Dumbledore was the only wizard Voldemort had ever feared. A sense of power seems to radiate from Dumbledore, as though he was giving off burning heat. Wow, I don't remember that line. Hands down, one of my favourite moments in the entire series, and genuinely one of my favourite character descriptions of all the literature I have ever read. Oh my goodness. Oh, I see. Okay, so this was from this chapter. My goodness. No exaggeration, just doesn't get much better than that, for me at least. No, it absolutely is. And the thing is, we really see, like I was saying in my notes, how I feel like this is the most Dumbledore we've ever seen Dumbledore. You know, because the whole mischievous thing, I do feel like is kind of, oh, I don't know, maybe this is unfair, but maybe I see it as kind of being like a front to an extent. And, you know, this is our pure diluted Dumbledore in this scene, maybe. Well, that is you're definitely putting high praise on that quote, though. It is amazing. Truth be told, I don't watch a lot of soccer. Sorry, I meant real football. But I've seen clips and highlights of you Brits going bat-esque crazy, and that's pretty accurate to how this moment makes me feel. Well, that is amazing. I mean, I gotta admit, I don't really watch football, guys. I've never really enjoyed it. I feel like I forced myself to try and enjoy it, you know, when I was younger and everything. But I mean, I much prefer NFL. I really do. American football, I should say. But I will watch like the international England games sometimes. Sometimes I just won't bother. In fact, but yeah, I know what you mean though. It's certainly very popular over here. Like, I'm in a pub somewhere, and I slam a glass of beer down, making it slosh everywhere, stand up and start pounding my chest like King Kong, then switch to fist pumping the air, chanting Dumbledore, Dumbledore in the deepest voice I can muster. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Back to the present. Really looking forward to hearing your thoughts on everything in these chapters, from the way Harry feels during the Phoenix song to all the pieces of Crouch puzzle fitting so perfectly together. It's quite amazing, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. And the feeling, yeah, I really like the fact that like, Harry like thinks it's like the most beautiful thing he's ever heard, or something like that. It's very, because it's obviously a big relief to him that there is a way out. Yeah. Lastly, Season's greetings to everyone. Well, everyone except Voldy the petulant prick. Of course, I'll be laughing over that one for years. Thank you, cheers. All right, yes, I do remember saying that. Yes. Hashtag Dumbledore's army for life. Hashtag sorry, still no justice for Weatherby. Will there ever be justice for Weatherby, guys? That is our main question. Rhea, thank you so much for your comment. I'm really glad that I found out what it was that you were looking forward to, because I remember you putting it over for a while. Thank you so much. Snow speeders and space shuttles. Hi, Veggie. Hope you and Woozle had an amazing Christmas. Both these chapters have always been captivating to me. I'll literally just put the book down when I get to them. Wow. That is high praise. Chapter 34. Bow to death, Harry, is such a powerful line, and Harry's determination to oppose Voldemort is amazing display of his willpower. Voldemort taunting Harry by detailing his parents' last moments is so devastating. Absolutely, he is really enjoying this in the book. And I feel like he is enjoying it in the movie to an extent, but he just seems so panicked in the movie, you know, whereas in the book, it feels like he is absolutely taking his time with it. My heart breaks for two characters in this scene when the ghostly spirits show up. Firstly, of course, Harry. Up until this point, he had only ever seen or heard echoes of his parents. But this is probably the closest he will ever get to having them back again. Talking directly to James, his father, who he had never really known, must have been such a powerful moment for him. Secondly, for Wormtail, the appearance of James and Lily would definitely hit him hard. Wow, I didn't give that a second's thought. That is a brilliant point. To see the culmination of the chain of events he had started, their death, and how seemingly Harry's his friend's own son. Absolutely. That is so cool. And the thing is, Harry is so busy at the moment, we weren't going to hear about Wormtail's expression, right? like that. But that is so true, though. My goodness. Chapter 35. I still can't believe that Amos Diggory's my son, my boy, and he cry was a movie exclusive. His actor did an astonishing job in that scene, still one of the most heartbreaking moments in the series, in my opinion. Yeah, I should really explain this again, guys. That actor, I'm sure he's done quite a lot of serious stuff, but I know him as being like a comedy actor. He tended to be in sitcoms and things like that. I don't think he was the guy from Is It Legal? He may have been. There was a sitcom called Is It Legal, which was all about a legal, a lawyer firm, and it had Umbridge in it. I don't think he was in that. I think he was in Drop the Dead Donkey, in fact, which was actually a much more well-known sitcom over here, which was set in a newspaper office. Yeah. I wonder if there's anyone else from Harry Potter in Drop the Dead Donkey, because there were a lot of people in Drop the Dead Donkey. But yeah, I think that actor was actually from Drop the Dead Donkey rather than Is It Legal? Anyway, but yeah, I'm bloody, like I was saying earlier on, it's so weird to see him doing such a powerful performance for me. We finally find out who the loyal servant is, David Tennant. I mean, Barty Crouch Jr. Loved the foreshadowing of Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall approaching the shapes in the faux glass. Yeah, that was cool. That was very nice. I feel like it was a crime for the movie to exclude Crouch's explanation of the events before and after the World Cup. So, you mean without the truth potion? Because in the movie, he is a lot more... he sounds more of a fanboy of Voldemort, whereas in the book, it's a lot more of... he's like a fanboy of himself, really. He's like saying, yes, I was the only one, and he's going to reward me, and I'm great and everything, and you should know how brilliant I am, you know? It's a lot more ego-driven in the book, I feel. But the movie seems good, though. I mean, again, the perfect timing with the polyjuices. Yeah. But, you know, it's a movie. Anyways, that's all for now. Looking forward to the final 2 chapters. Thank you so much. Yeah, an excellent comments, Snowspeeders. Thank you so much for making it. Me here. Hi, Veggie. How did you predict Crouch got his son out of Azkaban? Is that a question or is that a rhetorical question? How did you predict Crouch got... Yes, because it's an astonished face. So yes, I did. Yes, I thought I did, yeah. I remember... I think it was raised in a book club comment, like saying, what do you think's going on and everything. And I think I did say... the fact that they visited the body and all this, guys, it felt sus to me. It really did. And so, and the fact that was being mentioned by Black, wasn't it? And so, yeah, that's certainly what set the ball rolling there. But then again, so much of this I have not predicted, and so we shall see if I'm right about Barty. Right now, not Barty, sorry, Bagman. But right now, I can't think of anything else it could possibly be that's going on, rather than the gambling thing. But yeah, but that I am proud of myself. So since the mystery has been revealed, I can finally say why I prefer Crouch Jr.'s book portrayal in the trial scene. The fact that he was able to seem so innocent and manipulative, unlike in the movie, makes him a more terrifying and terrifying villain, in my opinion, and makes it more believable he was able to fool Dumbledore. His acting skills are top notch. The fact that he was able to do makes him more unlike in the movie. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, I mean, even I'm getting fooled, clearly, because I still think that there's a chance that he was still innocent. And the thing is, he's trying to save his own neck at that point, isn't he? Rather than playing the long game of, well, I'll go to Azkaban, I'll break out somehow. And you know, so right there, he is actually trying to save his own skin. And so, yeah, it's interesting, guys. It would have been interesting to hear the conversation about that between Voldemort and Junior. But obviously, with what Junior just been through with his father, he was going to see Voldemort as his savior. And so, yeah. It's brilliant stuff, guys. Colin, hi Veggie. This is why I hate the Dumbledore said calmly part in the movie. As you know, he is super intense, screaming his face off. This is the first time Dumbledore glint in his eye is gone. That is actually so true. And the movie version of this scene, it's not really portrayed there, is it? In this scene, I mean, in chapter 35. So yeah, that's very interesting. He is focused on protecting Harry from the threat. This scene is the movie in the movie is ruined because of that part of the movie. It is a powerful moment when you have a character who is so calm as Dumbledore getting super intense like that. It's true. Yeah, imagine if they'd had the Dumbledore said calmly in the movie. And then when Dumbledore turns up, they really step up how intense he is. I'll say this. I mean, going back to his comment about David Tent's... not that it's his fault, but his version of the trial. They have so much to cover in the book, in the movie, I should say, and so to have Barty Crouch Jr. be this character that we don't know who he is, not showing his true colours would have possibly confused some people. And I'm thinking that maybe having Dumbledore coming in with his terrible face, as Harry thinks of it, would have confused things even more, maybe, because there's so much going on in that moment in the movie. But no, you're right. It's. I mean, yeah, that it would have been better if it was more intense there. It would have been, but obviously they would have had to have got rid of the Dumbledore said calmly moment. Made it calm, I guess. Colin, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Milana. Love your icon. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 34. Harry's so brave. I love how we delve deeper into Voldemort's character. It's fascinating that he'll go to extremes like killing a child to prove his dominance. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him for a second. I mean, he really is an egomaniac, so he really wouldn't see the life of even Harry as being significant. Okay, that's really what he's portraying. He's portraying how Harry is just nothing. That's what he's putting over to his Death Eaters. But doesn't care that the Death Eaters see him resorting to a curse to force Harry to say no, which could be viewed as a sign of weakness. Oh no, that's interesting. Could be taken by some as if he couldn't make Harry surrender without the curse. Now, Milana, I'm so sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm going to push back on that slightly, because this is purely a theory. This is completely a theory. In fact, I'll finish this part of the chapter. It's like a fixation on winning blinds him to details he might otherwise care about. Okay, cool. So my headcanon, and this is completely my headcanon. I don't know where this has come from, but this is how I see it. I think that we know that the Death Eaters do a lot of torturing. Generally muggles, I believe, but you should probably mudbloods as well, the way they put it. Potentially, I'm not sure if that's actually true. But certainly muggles, we know that Lucius is partial to that. Although it could be a reference to the Quidditch World Cup. But they may have done it there as well, though. I'm wondering that if there is a thing that you do when you are, I need to use that word again, guys, torturing people, to mock them with the Imperious Curse, and so it's seen as an embarrassment. I mean, the fact that Harry doesn't say no it certainly should have been embarrassing to Voldemort, but I'm thinking that maybe they see it more as a funny thing rather than a sign that Harry is withstanding anything. Maybe that, I don't know where I'm getting that from, but I just feel like that might be it there. But it's a great point, though. It should be an embarrassment. It's showing that Harry is not as scared as Voldemort kind of thought he would be in a weird way, you know. Chapter 34, which makes absolute sense. Chapter 34. I love this chapter so much. I remember reading it for the first time and having to take a break after digesting it all. It's so good. Yeah, that'll give me a suggestion right there. Yeah, it is a lot. It is so much, but it's certainly satisfying, like the earlier comment I said. Moody's frustration with Harry is so real. Teenage boys. I could watch a whole movie of just him trying to feed Harry clues and growing more and more desperate. I bet that would be hilarious. Oh, like the movie from Moody's Junior's viewpoint. Oh wow! Imagine that. Like not just the movie, but like the trial and maybe what happened before the trial, like a complete spin-off sort of thing. Has anything like that ever been done, where it's like basically the same story again, but from another viewpoint? Because we talked about it before, guys, how Hermione's viewpoint would be fascinating. I'd love to read the books from Hermione's viewpoint. And you know what? Ron's as well. It would be so weird. Ron's would be so weird. Because it'd basically start off with like saying Ron was finally getting to go to Hogwarts and everything like this. You know, all his brothers are always talking about it, all this sort of stuff, and now finally he's going. Whereas Hermione's would be strangely pedestrian and then wild. Yeah, but from Bloomin' Junior's viewpoint, that would be insane. And the thing is, he sees Voldemort as a hero, and so you could do like a story from his viewpoint. That'd be cool. But yeah, the whole thing with Dobby, he was risking it for a biscuit. He really was. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Adios. Which I still think I'm getting wrong. I apologise. I'm sure I am. And here we have it. The chapter that explains almost everything. Yes, very, very true. On the 7 HP, which to me means 7 health points, books, I think, RPGs, guys. I think this is the one that is the most interesting to read a second time. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I 100% believe that. And the weird thing, because I watched the movie first, it almost felt like I was doing it for a second time, in the strangest way, you know, but obviously not knowing the full mystery. Because you know about everything that was going on. You could... Going on, you can notice the clues that were always there, but so well hidden. Yeah, the empty seat in the Quidditch box is beyond me. What do you think of Winky's role in all of this? And the reveal about what actually happened at the Quidditch World Cup? Yeah, I'd just say it's absolutely baffling. And you know what? It's strange to me to think of a house elf lying, but Dobby lied, though. In Chamber of Secrets, I feel like he lied to Harry. Maybe didn't. But the fact that, you know, their loyalty extends to conspiracy is very interesting, guys. But it's because the thing is, it's because they're not beholden to a greater elf society. They're beholden to their masters, and so yeah, it would make sense that they would lie. I'll give props to the movie where it's due. The portrayal of Amos Diggory's despair. I don't know why I'm laughing at that, sorry. Amos Diggory's despair when he finds Cedric's body was heartbreaking. And since Dobby wasn't in the movie, going with what was originally plan A, and having Neville be the one to tell Harry about the gillyweed was the right play. And since Harry wasn't in the movie, yeah, oh no, yeah, I feel like Neville being a backup is fine. I presume that he was the one who stole the gillyweed. If it was stolen, I'm a little bit confused by that, quite frankly. But and that doesn't feel like Neville. But aside from that, I think it's fine. And it gave Neville something to do, which I think is very important. I think it's really important. I wonder if we're ever going to hear Amos being in the presence of Harry again. You know, because obviously he's quite an antagonistic character in the book. Antagonist is probably the wrong term, but like. I think that he does antagonize Harry to an extent. Are we never gonna have that payoff of him losing his son and hearing about what it's like for him and everything? Maybe we won't. But then again, that's realistic though, and so we shall see. We shall see. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen next chapter. Let's face it, probably. Well, next 2 chapters. I think this and giving Neville more screen time is why people don't mind this change. It's one of the few that actually made sense. I appreciate that Book Jr. didn't call Neville a witless wonder. That's so true. Yeah, though, and I actually told Harry that Neville would have been able to help him at once if he had only bothered to ask. The lesson for Book Harry: become a closer friend with Neville ASAP. Oh, well, that should be everyone's mission, in my opinion. I love me some Neville, guys. But yeah, and also, you know, who was it that told him about Neville's parents getting tortured? No, that was the flashback, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Part of me was thinking that maybe Moody had said it to try and get him to engage with Neville, but no. I mean, just the fact that Harry knows that, I hope it means that he's going to engage more with Neville. Not like that. I'm not saying getting married. I think the reason why the serum was so effective on Crouch Jr. was that he was actually very willing to confess everything. He didn't betray himself like in the movie by mentioning the graveyard. Oh, so true. He straight up tells Harry he was the one behind everything because he's very proud of what he's done and wants people to know about it. Exactly. That is absolutely my reading of the character. Probably because his father never really showed him interest in him. That is an interesting addition there. I like that a lot. Absolutely. I feel like in the book he is knocked out. In fact, I swear he's knocked out. In the book, he is knocked out when they put the potion down his neck. I swear to God that he fed Harry some sort of drink at the start of this scene in the book, guys, and I'm still not sure exactly what the heck was that was about. Anyway, and finally, with all the memes of Dumbledore said Goblet, the main reason I dislike that the movie is that it completely ruins the very impactful moment when Harry sees Dumbledore being properly angry for the first time. There it is again, absolutely. Harry finds it frightening, even though Dumbledore's anger is absolutely not turned towards him. And I don't even talk to me about the moments. Pardon me, it's not your comment. I am tired. I apologise. When movie Dumbledore physically hurts Harry by grabbing his injured arm, what is the point of that? Yeah, I don't even understand what. I didn't even understand what. I was going to call him David Tennant. What Junior is saying. You know, it says, "I'll show yours." Shows Dumbledore his tattoo, and then Dumbledore instantly assumes, well, Harry must have had his arm slashed then. Did the blood have to come from his wrist? It's very odd. Anyway, Alias, great comment. Mel, hi Veggie, ho ho ho. Very, Christmas hat. Can't find my Christmas hat. Balls. Okay, it's somewhere. I can't remember my first reaction when I read the Vegetarium chapter, but what I can say is that every time I reread it, and I reread the books every year, wow, throughout the year, I presume, I completely forget that Crouch is invisible and sitting during the World Cup. That's the sign of good writing right there, isn't it? That's amazing. I fall for it every time. I'm like, damn, it's true. That's amazing. I mean, it shows how good a plan it was. Well, it kind of backfired, didn't it? Psychology comment, aha. What also stands out to me in these chapters is how fearful Voldemort seems to be. Voldemort looked astonished, almost fearful. Yeah, absolutely. This is when everything's kicking off. He shows too few, if any, vulnerable emotions. But we already know that he's afraid of death. That's so fascinating. I never thought about the fact that he's afraid of death. It makes sense, doesn't it? Hence all his work. Even though in the description he's a bit scared before the ghosts appear, I can't help but see a link. But I'm probably not just. I'm just looking at the smallest detail. No, I think you're absolutely onto something, Mel. I think that's excellent. They are there out of love. They're there to defeat Voldemort through the power of love. In my opinion, as well as not feeling love of any form. I think he's afraid of it in a literal sense, and that this is a good way of the author portraying it. That is excellent. I really like that, and that is so subtle if true. I talk about Persona all the blooming time, guys. It feels like a little while since I've talked about Persona. But Persona 4 is, it doesn't say it. It doesn't just say it straight up, just like explicitly say it. Where's Kanji? There he is. Persona 4. Favorite character. But deep down, the story is all about friendship and coming together and helping each other out, and overcoming each other's struggles through friendship. And it's a lovely message, guys. It really is. And then in one of the sequels, I think it's in one of the fighting games, because there's a whole bunch of sequels and none of them are very good. Spin-offs, I should say. The final boss, when you defeat it, literally says, "I've been defeated by friendship." And it's like, yes, that is the moral of Persona 4. But it doesn't just say it like that. And so it's like, I hated that moment I think it's the second fighting game. I remember thinking, why just say it out loud? Have some subtlety, please. And so I really like that. The idea that Voldemort is afraid and probably resentful and sees love as his enemy, because it's done him before, isn't it? I like that. I like that a lot. I really do. Some people think that love makes you stronger, that it can save you. Others think that it weakens you, that it slows you down. For Voldemort, the night he tried to kill Harry, it literally reduced him to nothing. And tonight, love can kill him. Too much love will kill you. Sorry. We're talking about Queen songs in a recent live stream, guys. Is Hogwarts Legacy as well. Someone asked me what my favourite Queen song is, and I said I can't possibly say it, and then I remembered, no, I actually do have a favourite Queen song. It's Hammer to Fall. Love it. Absolutely love it. It may seem run-of-the-mill, but it's my favourite, guys. It's absolutely my favourite. You don't waste no time at all. Sorry. Hear the bell, but you answer the call. Sorry. That is my favourite Queen song. And I love me some Queen, guys. And so, It was one in a live stream once. I said about how I did understand why the Queen movie that came out a few years ago was called Bohemian Rhapsody, and I got a lovely comment by someone saying, "Hey, Veggie, I'm a big Queen fan as well. I don't know if you know this, but one of the most famous songs is called Bohemian Rhapsody," which I love that comment so much. I love that comment so much. I wasn't saying I didn't know the song. Any Queen song knows Bohemian Rhapsody, but what I was saying is I didn't know why the movie was called that. I understand it's one of their songs, but why would it? The movie could have been called Get Down, Make Love, or I'm in love with my car. you know what I mean? It's like the same amount of relevance, you know. I'm in love with my car. Imagine it was called that. Pistons are pumping. Sorry. Roger Taylor song. Fun fact, guys. Those Were the Days of Our Life, which is unbelievably beautiful. One of the last singles. I think it was a single. I think it must have been. Obviously sung by Freddie Mercury. You really get the impression that it is about him basically saying goodbye to his audience, because it's all about life and everything, and how it can fly by and everything. And at that point, Freddie absolutely would have known that he was dying. But the song is actually about Roger Taylor. It was written by Roger Taylor, I believe, and it's about his childhood. And so it's so interesting to think, because you watch the music video and you really think this is actually Freddie saying goodbye. And I think like it probably was in a way, because it is a beautiful music video. And he is not looking well in it. In fact, that is the last time he was ever on film, I believe, was that music video. And it ends with him saying, "I still love you," and then walking off. Oh, God, guys. Okay. Let's contain everything. I'm sorry, guys. Gordon Bennett. But no, the song is actually about Roger Taylor's childhood. Because he put out a version of it, I think, in the last few years, in fact. Oh, it's a good song, guys. It's a good song. But no, Hamilton Falls is my favourite, which to any other Queen fan or buff would probably seem quite strange. I love it. Absolutely love it. Why the hell am I talking about Queen? Oh, Too Much Love Will Kill You. There you go. That's right. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Is this... It's still Mel's comment. I'm so sorry, Mel. Right, let's get back to it. Oh no, ridiculous! I'm tearing up like that. It's a beautiful moment, guys. It is. It's a lovely music video, and the ending is very, very sad. Gordon Bennett. Right, imagine if the movie was called "I'm in Love with My Car." I love that. Right, back to the comment. I'm laughing and crying at the same time. For Harry, it's what saved him. In a way, these are two facets of love that humans can perceive. Oh, that is beautiful, Mel. I love this. I mean, you say about psychology, I think you're hitting every single note. I really do. The Song of the Phoenix that resounds when the two wands make thanks to the feathers that they gave. Okay, so the feathers that they both have, that's what's going on. Okay, I'm an idiot. So thank you everyone who's explained that in the comments already. I now understand this. Thank you. That's cool. So, I wonder if other things happen when people duel with because it's the same Phoenix, right? Or is it just that Phoenix is rare? I'm not sure. But yeah, maybe other things happen when there's combos like that. That'd be a great detail if that was in Hogwarts Legacy, wouldn't it? I'm getting so sidetracked in your comment. I'm so sorry. I've always wondered why or how an animal could produce two wands that were destined, admittedly, to meet, but destined for two totally different different emotions. A bit of a cliche about good and evil. I feel like it's because Harry has a bit of Voldy in him, right? That's my assumption. That's why I think that Harry gets that specific wand. But I could be wrong there. As it happens, the Phoenix rises from its ashes. Something that Voldemort would like to be eternal. Oh, it's so true. I can understand why the Phoenix suits him, even if that means the Phoenix is willing to die, which Voldemort isn't, unlike Harry, and that's why I think the Phoenix fits Harry. In 7, we know that he opens at the close and accepts death. Okay, and then it doesn't come. He's reborn like a phoenix. Even in this chapter, he is prepared to die on his feet, like his father. Yep, straight back and proud. But he may be a bit far-fetched, but that might be a bit far-fetched on my part. No, I feel like that was excellent. I really like that comment, Mel. Thank you so much. I feel like it was excellently done. I took way too long to read that there, Mel. I'm so sorry. I got so sidetracked. Andrew! Oh, Veggie! Don't you dare be sour. Clap for your world-famous 12-time champs and feel the power. Is it too soon? Yes, it is, Andrew. Big E's sad face is still imprinted in my retina. Did we discuss this last time? It feels like it must have been a month since then. So, I will explain this briefly, guys, but there's a tag team that recently celebrated their 10-year anniversary in the WWE called the New Day. And it's a 3-person tag team. And one of them unfortunately got seriously injured a few years ago and has to basically they do like behind the scenes stuff, and like they do commentary sometimes and stuff like that, but they can't wrestle at the moment because of a neck injury. And I feel like the New Day were great. No, they were awful at first. That's why they became bad guys, heels. And then they became really good heels, and like everyone started to really like them. And then they became really, really popular. After a while, it became a bit stale for me. But basically, like they basically had they teased a breakup of the tag team, and what we thought was going to be the two wrestlers who were still able to wrestle going separate ways, they both decide to turn on the one who's injured and like saying it's your fault this has happened and everything like that. It is one of the most heartbreaking moments in modern wrestling, guys. It really was. So that's what I mean about Big E's sad face. Big E is the one who was injured, and it's powerful, guys. It was so good. There have been some great moments in wrestling in the last year, guys. There really have, and that was one of them. Anyway, back to it. I would have loved to see Voldemort Harry fight play out in the movie more like in the book. All the colours, especially the gold, absolutely. Levitating, absolutely. There's no levitating in it. It's so out of this world that it even shocks Voldemort. Harry and Voldemort's red and green spells clashing in the movies set a precedent for the rest of the films that I didn't like. The clashing sparks was the movie's go-to for two dueling wizards, and it felt repetitive. I feel like that's fair. I feel like that's a fair point. Yeah, I mean it's not an issue to me, but considering that's very interesting. It would have been nice to have the gold. I mean, we had the gold dome, but no, not the gold intermixed with the red and the green. It was a lazy way to showcase magic. It was on a lot of posters and stuff, wasn't it? I see what you mean. The afterlife is an interesting aspect of this series for me. The figures from Voldemort's wands have memories and knowledge of their deaths. Yeah, and also, like Lily says, James is on his way, which means that it feels like they are sentient. Are they real? Are they figments? What do you think? I feel like they have to be real, which means that I feel like that if you get done by the killing curse, then you become a part of that wand to an extent. I don't know. I don't know if it's ever going to get fully explained what the heck happened in that scene. Part of me makes me wish that it doesn't, but it's But yeah, you raise a great question of if they are actually there or not. The fact that Lily says that James is on his way, to me, suggests that they are sentient. But then again, the paintings aren't, so take your pick, I guess. Bartycrouch Sr. being transfigured into a bone is chilling. Yeah, it's horrible. It's so freaking horrible. And Stephen Fry's like reading of that, it's just so cold and soulless, you know. It's very upsetting. It's way more uncomfortable than Harry finding his body in the movie. Oh, God. That was an eye roller. Yeah, there are certain not meant in this movie more than usual, guys. But there haven't been that many where I'm like, oh, fuck. We're watching the movie scene. That was okay. Skip to the end. It really was, and it's so pointless when you think about. No, it's because he saw Mad Eye go like that. His tongue thing, isn't it? Anyway. Oh, but the bone thing is horrible. Blum chills me to the bone. P.S. You should be really proud of yourself for vlogging for the studio tour. It must have been tough to overcome the nerves. And on behalf of everyone here, I'm sure I can say thank you for a brilliant video. Loved it. Andrew, thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. It really, I can't even explain to you how much I was stressing about it the night before, guys. I was actually thinking maybe I just won't bother going. And it was an expensive thing, guys. It's worth the money, but it's not cheap, is what I'm saying. But because I was late, I explained this in the video. Because I was running late, all that went out the window. I was just like, oh no, I need to get in there now. It turned out I didn't really need to, because it's not like if you're 10 minutes late, you're still gonna have exactly the same experience. Because you're basically you go into like a you see it in the video. I don't really explain it, but in the video you go into like a holding bit where there's like loads of pictures and posters of Harry Potter and everything, and a few screens with like little documentaries on and stuff like that. And every now and then they let a certain amount of people from that. What would be the right term for it? I guess lobby, like flow into the cinema. I'll say that much, and then the doors shut. That bit happens. They go into the Great Hall. The rest of the tour, and then more people from the herd are like cattled into it, and it's like that. So it really, I think if you're like a day late, it would be a problem. But I think if you showed up at any time, as long as it's not before, I think that they'd let you in. I really do. Like I say, I'll say cinema, guys, but there was one bit where they essentially say, they do say, look, this bit's really cool, but we don't want it to be spoilt for anyone who hasn't visited before, so can you not record? And so because of that, I don't even want to say what it is, but it's cool. It's a cool thing that happens at the start of the tour, guys. When it happens, it's like, okay, that's amazing. They start off right with it. They really, really do. Thank you so much, Andrew. It's very, very kind of your comments. Thank you so much. Digo! What dip on, Veggie? Sorry. In chapter 10, it says the following in Rita's article. Whether this... Have we even worked out what the hell's going on with Rita Skeeter? Hermione just ran off, didn't she? After looking at her hair. Did that ever get explained? I feel like it didn't. Well, that's something to look forward to next time, then. Unless Hermione's just having a breakdown. Wouldn't put it past her, quite frankly, with everything she's been through. Whether this... Sorry. I freaking love Book Hermione, guys. She has such a rough time with it. She really does. Whether this statement will be enough to quash the rumours that several bodies were removed from the woods on an hour later remains to be seen. Remains to be seen, or it reminds me of Command and Conquer, because someone says it on the intro. At the time, you've led to believe that Mr. Weasley, that this was just Rita making things up, but reading the book this time along with you, it occurred to me that there might be some truth to this statement. What if there were actually people that saw Crouch Sr. discovering his son's stupefied body from the woods without recognizing him, of course, and Rita just decided to blow up the story a little and write that there were multiple bodies being removed from the woods. Son's stupefied body in the woods without recognizing him, of course. Oh, I see. So people who saw Junior would have mentioned to Rita, hey, I think I saw a body. But then that would go back to my whole thing with Fudge immediately knowing that Diggory's dead. Diggory's dead. Sorry, Cedric. That I like it. I like it a lot, Digo. Also, I love how disgusted Barty Crouch Jr. was at Harry for not trying to cheat in the second task by talking to Neville. Yeah, he really is. I say, I really had to help you out and everything. But again, he's really putting himself over, though. We get such a little amount of Barty Crouch Jr. in this, and yet we've learnt so much. We have learnt so much. I really like that. Digo, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Josh, I have so much to say about these chapters. I was about to say hello, hi Veggie there, but you didn't actually say it, so that would have been outrageous. Not that's a problem, Josh. Don't worry. Let's see. First, the reverse spell effect. I'm not able to try and spell the actual name of it. Oh, absolutely. I can't even pronounce it, let alone spell it. That's why I always like to generally say the killing curse and stuff like that. You know, it's just easy. You know, as a much bigger event in the book. There is something so terrifying about Harry's effort not to lose his one struggle. Yeah, absolutely. It says about how they're vibrating and everything. It feels like they're about to break and everything. The way he is not quite sure if he's taking to himself or hearing things only only he can is intense. I like that the deaf echo of Frank is amused by the scene before him and gives Harry encouragement. Oh, absolutely, I really like it as well. And also, it's so interesting the way that he says, "Oh, so he was a wizard" or something like that. It's very interesting. He doesn't know anything about magic, but he knows that this is a fight Harry must win. Oh, that's actually a very good point. It's amazing if he just went, "What the heck is going on?" That'd be more realistic, wouldn't it? That's such a good point. He doesn't know anything about magic. Bertha gives encouragement too, but it's a lot more gentle, and she talks to Harry like she's been friends with him for a while. It's very sweet considering they've never met. That is so true, and I wonder if it's because obviously Harry has been crucioed and everything. There is that connection there, but also just the fact that I mean, she would have known who Harry was, absolutely, and so that is actually very, very sweet. That is so nice. It's so nice. When it said that Bertha was appearing, I thought that is awesome, because Harry finally freaking sees her, you know. Something about Lily's appearance here affects me every time I read it. The movie doesn't quite capture the gravity of the situation because it can't stay in the moment. The music tries to compensate for this, but still the movie is missing something that I can't quite put my finger on. Maybe it's the fact that the movie aged everyone from the prior generation up. I really wish they hadn't. It adds to the tragedy of their deaths that they, especially Harry's parents, were in their 20s or so. That's awful. Why they aged them up? Okay, that's a bad choice. That's a straight up bad choice. I mean, the thing is, guys, I was going to say Penhaligon, but Lily was in TV dramas in like the early 90s. So, and she wasn't like straight out of school or anything. So I wonder how old the actor would have actually been. She would have actually, I feel like she would have been 40, maybe. I'm gonna have to go back and look that up, because they absolutely shouldn't have aged her up. Aged them up. Sorry, I mentioned again Penhaligon because I know her from Cracker, which I mentioned before, guys. I mentioned it in my reaction, in fact. Movie reactions. Whereas James, apparently I've seen him in stuff, but I couldn't pick him out in a crowd if I saw him, to be honest. Yeah, they absolutely should have aged him up. How interesting. Yeah, fascinating. I'm going to have to go and look that up. It adds to the tragedy. Yeah, which you know what? You know what, Josh? They were probably worried that maybe people won't immediately recognise who they are. But that doesn't make any sense because we have seen them before. But Harry would be like 5 years younger than them or something, wouldn't he? Or like 6 years younger than them, which would be interesting. Oh no, in their 20s, not very early 20s. Yeah, that's fascinating. If they did age them up, that's a crazy decision. But maybe it was to make it very clear that it is his parents were at the confusion of they're almost the same age, you know. But they should be roughly the same age, though. The next chapter has some key differences in characterization that I really prefer. First, I love that Harry is not emotional here. He just in quiet shock. Second, Harry's perspective of Dumbledore coming to the rescue is so fantastic and only works because we have seen him be kind, charming, and whimsical to this point. But a switch is flipped, and in that moment, Harry truly understands the reputation Dumbledore has in the magical society and why Dumbledore was only afraid of him. There we go, going back to Rhea's comment. Since the movie has him angry the whole time, yeah, it's not just the Dumbledore say calmly, is it? I'm kind of with you there, actually. It's Gambon's performance in general. There is like a slight aggression to it. Oh yeah, that's very interesting. Not criticising the actor at all, guys. He's a fluid, fantastic actor. And you know, you make a decision. You know. But a switch is flipped. That moment, Harry truly understands the reputation. Since the movie has him angry the whole time, the gravity of this moment is completely gone. It really is gone. It's just not there at all. Which is a shame because Gambon could have done it so well if the director gave a damn. I feel like that's really out, unfortunately. It still annoys me that the movie cut Barty Crouch Jr.'s truth serum confession. Also, poor Wink. Oh, what? Winky didn't get a bloomin' wink in, did she? Yeah, you do have the truth serum, but it's basically him saying, "I'm not Moody. Where is the Moody?" And then that's it, isn't it? I feel like that's it. Whereas it's half the exposition. The chapter should have been called Exposition. No, it shouldn't. Exposition! Sorry, that's a hilarious joke. Sorry, Josh. Great comment, Josh. Thank you so much for making it. By the way, guys, I've just had a coffee, which is rare for me, and so if I'm stuttering and failing to read, it might be because my body's gone into revolt. Because I usually only have coffee when I'm out and about, and without getting too emotional about it, guys, that would generally be when I was like, you know, taking my mum shopping and stuff like that, so I don't really have coffee that much anymore, unfortunately. So when I do have coffee, it's rare, and I very rarely have coffee for a functional reason. And today it's functional because I'm really tired. So it's my own fault though, guys. It's my own fault. Because I was saying early on in this video about how I'm actually really tired, guys. The magic of YouTube, you know, peeling back the curtains here a little bit. Sometimes I do these videos in the space of 2 days. That's right, I'm wearing the same jumper. Magic, guys! It's just like Harry Potter. And yeah, I was saying in yesterday's part of this video, saying about how exhausted I am, and then it's not Max's fault at all. It's not Max's fault at all. But Max did message me saying, "You gonna watch Raw tonight?" I'm like, yeah, because it's like a really significant Raw, guys. Because it's the first wrestling Raw wrestling show, which is Raw. It's weekly Monday Night Raw, and it was a very significant one because it's the first one on Netflix, and so I did stay up. It was good. It was good. It was some strange. You know, it was good. The intro was freaking amazing, guys. Seriously, I retweeted it actually. Like the promo package that they put at the start of it, it basically spanned the history of wrestling up to modern day, and it was really cool. It's a really cool video package. And so after seeing that, I was like, okay, I need to stay up and watch this rather than watch it tomorrow. So I was tired earlier on in this video. Now I'm really tired, and it's my fault. It's not Max's fault at all. I've been watching. Yes, it was nice. I messaging you about it as well during the show. Either way, let's get back to this. So, how are they doing? How are they doing? I'm sorry, I don't think I even started your comment yet. Hey Veggie, this time when re-listening to these chapters, I couldn't help but feel super proud of Harry in the moment when he decided to stand up and die upright. Yeah, this is something that's recurring in these comments. Harry's instincts are what make him such a great wizard. I've seen plenty of ranking videos online stating that he isn't considered the best wizard of his age, but I have to totally disagree. It depends what... I mean, the thing is, that's like saying... I'm not saying that you're saying this, how we're doing. But that's like saying... I can't think of a metaphor, guys. But, like saying a kid is the best kid. It doesn't really mean anything. I mean, you're telling me that Harry is a better wizard in a certain text than Hermione? Because in a certain text, Hermione's schooling him. Absolutely. There's no, there's no comparison. But then in other aspects of being a wizard, Harry's schooling Hermione. And then there's Ron. I don't know why I give Ron such a hard time all the time, guys. Because this is the thing. Very often I give Ron a hard time. like I can't remember what it was, but I say like how Harry could do something really cool, Hermione could do something really cool, and then Ron would be there as well, or something like that. Like, this is ages ago, and that got loads of, like, laughs on it and everything. But the thing is, that is not what Ron is like in the books. That is movie Ron. Sorry, I just did Ron's... One of Ron's most common expressions from the movies. And that is not a criticism of, Grint. Not Grunt. Rupert Grint? Rupert Grint, that's right, isn't it? I need to watch more stuff with these actors in, guys. Because I've seen... No, he's not in Sin City, Veggie. For goodness sake. I always go to say that director for Sin City. He's not. I saw half of it. And that's the guy from Lord of the Rings, isn't it? Frodo. It's the glasses. I'm not sure if I've seen anything with the three of them in. Not even Emma Watson? Have we not seen anything with Emma Watson in? No. She did the Beauty and the Beast, didn't she? I remember I had a friend who said that when that trailer came out for it, well, not the trailer, but Emma Watson was saying about how she's going to be adding an angle of feminism to Belle's character in her performance. And my friend, who's a big fan of Beauty and the Beast, was like, Belle's already got that covered. So they were not happy with that statement. But I thought it looked interesting. From what I gather, it didn't do... It probably did brilliantly, but I don't think it's reviewed particularly well, is it? I'm not sure. I have no idea. Maybe I should watch it. It's got Obi-Wan in it, hasn't it? Ignore me, guys. It's the coffee. It's kicking in now. I'm just saying random words. But yeah, I don't think I've seen anything with the Golden Trio in. Which is astonishing, considering how much stuff I've seen of the other cast. Yeah, I've not seen anything with them in. But I know that some people reckon that Grinch should be the next Doctor Who, right? I think that people have said that before. Anyway, yeah, I don't think I've seen anything with them in at all. Anyway, who cares? Let's get back to this. Sorry, guys. Let me know what you think of Beauty and the Beast live action, guys. I haven't seen any of the live actions. To be honest, I'm not really that interested. But if you recommend them, if they win a poll, I'll obviously check them out. Either way. Sorry, how are we doing? I'm all over the place. It's the coffee. So. Right. Oh my god. Okay. This has been way too much for a long break. Okay, back to your comments. But I disagree. A lot of them put Hermione over him. Obviously, we all know Hermione is extremely smart and talented witch, and we wouldn't have been able to beat Voldemort without her. I don't believe she would have been able to escape him like Harry did. In my headcanon, Harry turned out to be an almost Dumbledore-esque wizard after the scene ends. Wow, I like that a lot. Wow, imagine Hermione in that scene, guys. I mean, the thing is, she is Gryffindor, and so she has the brave aspect to her, but not like Harry does it though here. Again, how we're doing, it depends what you mean by what makes a wizard, you know? Because there's going to be, like, you know, there's probably great artists in the wizarding world, but they're not very good at using magic, you know? Like painters and stuff like that, you know? So, they are a wizard. They're very good at something, but what does it take to be a wizard? What does it mean to be a wizard? I mean, very, philosophical now. In the next chapter, we finally get the reveal of Barty Crouch Jr. They left so much of the explanation out of the movie. It's kind of insane to me. What? Absolutely. Well, I mean, the thing is, a lot of the context of it just isn't there anyway. So, yeah. The way that he escaped from Azkaban, I'm pretty sure they don't even explain it properly, that he killed his father in the movie. But I could be wrong. I think you're right. I don't think it does. It might be a throwaway line in there. It might be a throwaway line because it's very fast. He's like saying things very, very quickly because he's definitely more panicky in the movie. But how he escaped from Azkaban, yeah, it's like that's actually so true. It's like this prison that no one's ever escaped from. We're on the second movie with it being significant, and there's already been 2. And the next one, there's enough. Next one? I'm not sure. The next 2 movies, I swear to God, I get very muddled up what actually happens in them, guys. So it's going to be very exciting to cover the books. But obviously we got at least one Lestrange escaping in the future as well. Yeah, Azkaban's reputation, it's not really holding up to it, is it? Seriously. I'm sorry, how are we doing? I'm taking way too long to get through your comment. I always thought the detail about him transfiguring his father into a bone and then burying him in the school grounds was dark and cool. That's one word for it. How are we doing? It's horrifically sad. I wouldn't even say it's scary. It's even dark. It's definitely dark, but it's horrifically sad. It really is. It's brutal. Just oh God, it makes me feel cold, guys. It really does. I pretty much read every book before watching any of the movies. I always seemed odd to me watching reactions and hearing from people that only watched the movies that they were able to understand certain aspects of the movie story without what I think is important details. Well, I mean, that's so interesting. How we're doing. I mean, I'll admit with me, there's certain bits which, when watching the movie, just would have gone over my head. Like the bit in the graveyard. I still now, even now, can't really explain to you what happened there. And so when I was watching the movie, I wouldn't have stood a blooming chance. Oh, I love the comment earlier on about love defeating Voldemort. I think that was actually really cool. So I guess you're just willing to go with the flow, and certain things just like, if you were to scrutinize, you'd have questions, but without without scrutinizing it, you don't do it because you don't know the context of the book. So yeah, that's a very interesting point about that. Reactors are able to just go with something even though they haven't been fed all the information that they really should be. How are we doing? Great comment. Really appreciate it. So sorry it took me so long. Slim. Hey, Veggie, don't worry about the free chapter thing. It was only a suggestion. Look after yourself. I hope you had a great Christmas. Thank you, Slim. I'll be honest, guys. I beat myself up about a lot of things, and I honestly feel like it's a defense mechanism. I really do. And the thing is, I feel like since I've been diagnosed with autism, mentioning it again, I've noticed I'm doing that a lot more. because I've really like started to keep an eye on myself. You know, one thing which I used to do, guys, which I've pretty much stopped doing it now. This is going to sound mad, and this isn't just the coffee, guys. This is going to sound very, very strange. But when I would be walking along the pavement, I only realised that I'd been doing this for like most of my life when I was diagnosed, because I was reassessing everything that I was doing. When I was walking along the pavement, and a vehicle would drive past, if the shadow crossed my path, I would either have to avoid it or step into it and then step into another one and keep that number even. It's bizarre, but I don't do it that much anymore, guys. But it was one of the first things that I realised when I was really focusing on everything that I was doing. That I'd be walking and I'd actually be exhausted because I'd be walking this really weird pattern where, like I say, I'd either avoid the shadow completely, but if I can't avoid it, then stepping into it and then try to step into it again before the vehicle goes past to keep that number even, or step into the next vehicles. Anyway. I'm sorry, guys. It's the coffee. It's the coffee, and it's also the fact that I stayed up to watch Raw last night, so I apologise. But yes, but yeah, when he says too about the 3 chapters thing, yeah, like I say, I really, I feel like, you know, I don't like the fact that that's the last video was shorter than the rest, guys, but it really just made sense when it came to my energy level. So I really appreciate that, Slim. Thank you so much. And please do suggest a way, guys. Please don't feel like you can't suggest, hey, Veggie, maybe do some more on this one, maybe do less on this one, and then, you know, like do 4 in this one. You know, please do suggest a way, and I'll see what I can do. Because at the start of the books, we tend to do more chapters anyway, because very often they're basically recapping. So we will see if that's the case at the start of the next book. Order of Readings. The Vila at the World Cup had some interesting mind-affecting abilities, right? It seemed like the Vila broke the Imperius curse, and that's how Junior stole Harry's wand. Slim, I love that because I didn't say it obviously in my notes, but there was a part of me was thinking, oh, I wonder if the Vila, because the Vila was having an effect on a few guys in that stadium. So I was thinking if that was going to come up. It didn't come up. But I love the fact that you brought it up. I really like the fact that you brought it up. Barty Crouch Jr. may be a terrible person, but you can't deny he's a fascinating character and a brilliant wizard. Oh, he's absolutely, definitely fascinating. His closer than a son line is very revealing about his character. I just wanted to be acknowledged, respected, and he just wanted to be acknowledged, respected, and loved. It's so true. And yeah, and no, the closer than the sun was actually him saying that, wasn't it? But it's when he was knocked out and under the truth potion, he says about how his father loved her, his mother, more than he ever loved him, which is an opinion, which is very interesting that the truth potion could have an opinion like that. Something to consider is Snape's reaction to Junior. Junior was only 2 years younger than Snape. Oh, very interesting. They were in the same Hogwarts house. They attended... Oh, that's interesting. Do we know Barty's house? Has that come up before? I felt like Senior. I thought Senior was Ravenclaw, but I don't know why I'd think that though. How blooming interesting. Okay, let's read on. They attended Hogwarts at the same time. Both were extremely intelligent and capable wizards, but would join the Death Eaters after leaving school. Snape was seen a long dead school friend. A long dead school friend miraculously returned to life. Well, he's the first one who like says it's Barty. Barty, sorry, it's Barty. He's the first one to actually react to the fact that it is Barty Crouch, and so yeah, that would make sense if they were at school together. My goodness, when did Dumbledore become headmaster? He would have been headmaster for Snape. Of course he would have. Of course he would have, because he was for Hagrid. Yeah, absolutely fascinating. I love that, Slim. Were there any changes from the movie that surprised you in these chapters? How do you... Oh, okay. It didn't surprise me. The fact that the polyjuice is running out at that specific moment and he has no backup is very convenient. But no surprises. I feel like the movie did a great job, guys. I feel like it did a great job in both these chapters. Not a perfect job, but a good job, you know. How do you think Wormtail reacted to the ghostly Potters? That was brought up earlier on. I didn't give it a second's thought. That's so fascinating to know. Do you think Barty Crouch Sr. loved his son? I do. The thing is, we don't know the full context of it, and we never will, I presume, but I do think he did love his son. Because it broke him to do what he did, guys, in the court, but he still did it, though. And according to all evidence, he was right to do it as well, unfortunately. Do you think he held out hope that his son could be redeemed after his stint in Azkaban? Is it a stint? Is it? I can't remember how long he's given. It does say that, doesn't it? I don't think so. No, not with the way that Barty's been. Barty Senior was on the warpath against the Death Eaters, so I don't think he would have done. Sadly, jeez. Oh, but even with the mother's plan, I don't know. I would love to know the full context of it, but you just know we're never going to, and so I don't know, honestly. Given what you know about film 5, what do you think happens next? In general, I think Umbridge is on her way, which will be interesting. I'm actually really excited to meet Umbridge. I really am, because apparently she's one of these characters which is worse in the book. Because you said that about Rita, guys, and you weren't bloomin' lying. But yeah, it's gonna be emotional either way. Slim, thank you so much for your comment. Ashley, deeper Veggie. I kind of love Frank Bruce. I just appreciate his moment so much. He has no idea what's actually going on, but he doesn't stop him from understanding what is important to understand and try to help Harry. Absolutely, I really like that. And the thing is, you know, I always try to avoid thinking of the actors from the movie and everything. I still just think of Sykes. I really do. In fact, quite frankly, I go to call him Sykes all the time. I really do. Such great, what a great, that's such a nice casting. I really appreciate that. It's mildly funny that the movie used the method that Moody tried to use to tell Harry about the gillyweed. I guess that's why most people don't mind the change. It's almost what happened in the book. Yeah, it was a fine change. It's a change that I had to make because Dobby wasn't there. It would have been better as Dobby, but Dobby wasn't there, and so what else are you going to do? I feel like Neville is a great substitute for Dobby. In a way. And now we finally get the context of why Winky doesn't hate her master, even after his apparent cruelty at the beginning of the book. That's very interesting. Barty Crouch Sr. was in a very difficult position. He knew exactly why Winky was there and who had actually set off the Dark Mark. But if he showed any of that understanding, the suspicion would fall on him instead of her. Wow. It was still cruel to dismiss her, but I imagine that he didn't feel like he had a choice and was possibly also angry that he'd let Winky convince him to take the risk. Oh, that is... Boom, Ashley. Okay, I was about to... You have completely converted me with that last sentence. I was absolutely going to go another direction. I was going to say, why didn't Barty just hide Winky in the house as well? Sure, it's getting quite difficult hiding all these people around the house and everything, but I say, you're fired, and then afterwards I go, hey, Winky, you're not really fired, come back. You know? And you know, stay in the house, which quite frankly I think a house elf kind of likes, right? I mean, like, they like the solitude, well, not solitude, but the you know, the sticking around the house and everything. It would have been better for her. It would have been better for Barty. Both of them. It would have been absolutely better for both of them. It may have stopped Voldemort from doing what he did, quite frankly, having that extra layer of security, because you know they can fight, guys. These elves are handy. Handy, not handsy. But then you absolutely knocked it out of the park with, and it's possible also out of anger that he let Winky convince him today. I feel like that is absolutely canon. Thank you, actually. I didn't think about that for a second before, but that is the best end to the sentence ever. I don't know what I'm on about, guys. Anyway, this shows us another aspect of House Elf character. Winky does not care about Barty Jr. is guilty of, or what his beliefs are. But Dobby did, though, right? No, not really. With the Malfoys, I should say. I would love to hear Dobby's opinion of Draco, guys. I feel like we're never going to get it, but I would love that. Because he must have a lot of affection for Draco. Oh, I hope that comes up eventually, guys, because I feel like it's not going to, but I would love that, though. She clearly loves all of the people in her family, and would do anything for them, including subjecting herself to own fear of heights. Well, yeah, quite frankly as well. I was wondering when I was getting the reveal of the fact that Barty was there, I was wondering if the heights thing was a ploy, but it really wasn't. It wasn't a ploy. She just is scared of heights, isn't she? Which is strange for a creature that can't really fall to their death, really. You know, considering how magical they are. I presume, anyway. Actually, great comment. Greatly appreciated. However. Okay, I have to confess something. I really like the character Mr. Crouch Sr. I actually think he might be my second favourite Harry Potter, after Severus, of course, well, quite, Harry Potter character. I just know, sorry, some people are now thinking, oh my god, what's wrong with her? She likes all the evil characters. I don't think it's the evilness. I think it's the tragedy maybe that you appreciate, which I appreciate in certain things, guys. So yeah, let's find out. Well, for a start, I don't think Mr. Crouch was evil. I think he was a person who did one wrong thing, breaking his son out of prison, and it dragged on with him for the rest of his life, which was unfortunately short. From that moment on, he was forced to make a moral compromises, choosing the lesser evil to prevent the bigger evil, keeping his murderous son under imperious to protect the public with those choices. I completely with you. Do we know what Barty's... See, I'm calling Barty Junior Barty, and I'm calling Senior Mr. Crouch, which is just confusing, guys. But do we know what Junior's crimes actually were? Because obviously, just dabbling with Death Eaters, dabbling with the Death Eaters, that's what the chapter should have been called, would have been an arrestable offence. Yeah, very. I'd like to know. I think breaking his son out of Azkaban was wrong. At the same time, I understand why he did it. Yeah, it's God. What else can you do, you guys, when your blooming wife is in the state that she was in and everything? Yeah, I'm completely with you so far, however. His motivation was not malicious. He didn't do it to harm anybody, yes, but he must have known that there was the potential of harm happening, though. But, you know, again, it's the passion. None of the choices he made make him an evil person in my eyes, just an imperfect one. I'm completely with you. So, second of all, I like characters that have more than that meets the eye. Mr. Crouch was a very different person to how people and we readers perceive him. We were led to believe that he was cold and uncaring and uninterested in anything except for his career. Now we learn that he was a man who deeply loved his wife. We were led to believe that he was a rigid rule follower. Now we learn that he was had been continuously breaking the law for more than a decade. Absolutely. We were led to believe that he was a cruel master to Winky. Now we learn that they were partners in crime, literally. I love that. He confided in her, listened to her, and valued her opinions. She convinced him to take Barty Jr. to the World Cup. We know the reason why why he sacked her. We shouldn't be so quick to pass judgment on people. Absolutely. Now, I will go back to the previous comment because I think that actually made a stunning point about the fact that he was probably angry at Winky for convincing him to take Barty there. But again, he's flawed rather than evil. P.S. Here we have it. The proof of which side is Severus really on. It's right there in plain sight. I'm talking about the faux glass, of course. Crouch Jr. is Voldemort's most dedicated supporter. Faux glass makes it clear that Severus is Crouch's enemy, just like Dumbledore and McGonagall. If you're an enemy to Voldemort's most dedicated, most capable supporter, you're an enemy to Voldemort himself. QED. That would suggest that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, which I don't think is across the board true. I feel like Snape could be playing the long game. It's very interesting because if Snape is playing the long game and thinking, hypothetically, however, if he was on Voldemort's side here, but was thinking, I need to get rid of Junior now because he's shafting everything, would he appear in the glass? I would imagine he would. Whereas you're seeing it as Voldemort supporter, Voldemort enemy. I feel like it may be more nuanced. But quite frankly, I mean, I really want to read the replies here, guys, but I'm not going to because I don't read the replies. But I completely agree with you, Mr. Crouch. I feel like he's a massively tragic character. I don't think he's evil at all. I think like people may have said that he was evil during the court scene, but obviously that was with a lot of context missing. But however, I'm with you. Great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Florence, sorry. Hi, Veggie. Pretty horrific stuff to be revealed. Mr. Crouch is truly a monstrous person. Okay, here's the other side then. Trapped between his emotions for his wife and a cold relationship under that he can't let his son roam around. You don't need to be a Death Eater to be a villain. Also, technically, Winky played a big part in Voldemort's return. Without her, Bertha would have never known about Barty Crouch Jr. It's true. But does that make Winky a villain, though? I mean, going back to the previous comment about how was take on Crouch, Junior, Senior. What he was doing to Junior was immorally bad, guys. And even knowing what Junior was, I mean, he was doing an unforgivable curse. That's pretty unforgivable, you know. Yeah. But I do agree that he was in an incredibly difficult situation, though. So, but yeah, it's back to your comment, Florence. Sorry about that. And yeah, Winky's absolutely a part of it as well. But you know, she's tunnel vision. You know, whereas Crouch would have been weighing up the moral quandary of what he was doing, Winky was doing her life role. I'm not going to say job. Her life role to serve the Crouchers. Also, you now see the terrifying effect about what Vita serum does to a person. Snape threatened to use it on Harry is insane. What do you think about the plan Voldy and Barty schemed together in total? What do you think about the plan? Oh, I see. Yeah, it's not. It's absolutely. I mean, I went into it, guys. It's not a million miles away from the Imperius curse. It really isn't. This whole truth serum thing, you know, child or not, there is, you know, questions to be had there. What do you think about the plan Voldy and Barty schemed up together? Well, the thing is I can see why Junior would absolutely see Voldemort as his absolute hero. He saved him. And so I think it's fascinating, quite frankly, to be able to see it from that standpoint. Ron, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Judith! Hi, Veggie. I am recording, aren't I? Thank goodness. Right. Hi, Veggie. Before I comment on these two chapters, I want to go back to the discussion point 2 book clubs ago. I've been catching up, and it's stuck with me. You talked about someone's comment that it would have been hilarious and super interesting to see the Dursleys visit Harry before the third task. While that would have been quite a sight, it's not possible. Muggles can't see Hogwarts. To them, it just looks like an old run-down castle. Plus, they suddenly remember that they have to do something urgently when they get close. At least, I'm pretty sure that was a thing, like Book 1 or something like that. Okay, now that's so true, Judith. So, Chamber of Secrets, Ginny goes missing. And Molly and Arthur are at Hogwarts seeing what the heck the professors and everyone are going to do about their missing child. Does that mean that if Hermione went missing... I mean, that would be absolutely terrifying for her parents. And then Hermione probably would have told him, but what must have told them, by the way, there is no way you could ever go to Hogwarts. And that must have been mortifying for Mr. and Mrs. Granger. That's not good. Their daughter is going somewhere that they can never, ever go to. So, in my headcanon, there is something. There is something that can happen. I know that people don't like Jacob being there on Fantastic Beasts, guys. I love it because I love Jacob. I love Jacob. I love all four of them. I love all four of them, obviously, especially Tina. Let's not get back into that again. So in my because at the end of the second Fantastic Beasts movie, like everyone's just like looking at Dumbledore, but Jacob is sort of like just like looking around, and he's not really looking at where the castle is. He's just like looking around. So I do feel like there is something that can be done to temporarily allow Muggles to see and go to Hogwarts. And again, if Hermione went missing, which isn't beyond realism, guys, there's literally what would happen? Because the parents wouldn't be able to go and find out what's going on. Would Dumbledore have to go to them and basically fill them in? They'd be pulling his blooming hair out. They'd be pulling their own hair out, I should say, to try and get more information about their daughter, who is lost somewhere that they will never be able to see. That is horrific if you think about that. So I feel like that's more likely the case, but because it's so terrifying to me, I would want there to be a way around it. So in my headcanon, there is. So, I mean, not that the Dursleys would be devastated if Harry went missing, quite frankly, would they? But yeah, I do feel like there probably is a headcanon thing around it. And also, Fantastic Beasts were written by the author, right? And Jacob is in Hogwarts. He's in the Great Hall. I love me some Jacob, guys. What a great character. What? He's the best Muggle by far. There is not a Muggle that comes close compared to Jacob. Jacob is the ultimate Muggle. He really is. Either way. So yeah, that's my opinion on that. But I'm basing that on my own emotion rather than what's in text. So I appreciate that, Julia. Thank you so much. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Always seems kind of iffy to me. Oh, hello. I get why it is there and why it is important. to the story, but it feels like a weird way to just make Harry get away. I don't know how to explain it. It just feels weird. Yeah, I'm going to be fascinated to see if that scene gets explained at all at the end of this book, guys. I kind of feel like it's going to, but it may not, guys. It may not. Because it is baffling what happened to Nick ironically. Chapter 35. I love this chapter so much. And when I listened to this book for the first time as a kid, it came like a complete shock to me. Maybe I wasn't the brightest child. Oh no, Judith, come on. It's a very well written mystery, this, but I had no idea that Moody was the bad guy. I know it's not really Moody. Oh, I've been saying Moody this entire book, so it's fine. But I love this character so much. Also, I think Barty Crouch Jr. is pretty much the only completely loyal servant that Voldemort has. He was scared as a child, yes, but now he shows no fear of punishment, death, Voldemort, or anything. His ego is through the roof. That's how I see it. And also, I'll say this, not in your comment, Judith, but several of you guys have said about how powerful Junior is. Is that purely based on the fact that he started to be able to break through the Imperius Curse? Because I can't think of any other magic that he does that's particularly impressive. I'm forgetting something obvious, aren't I? Obviously, there's a Polyjuice and everything. And he's a great actor. He's a great actor, that's for sure. But yeah. Moody / Barty Crouch, it's going to be a shame to see him go, quite frankly, because he has been absolutely fantastic. And the thing is, we haven't met Moody yet. It's bizarre. Judith, great comment. Thank you so much. And I hope that my waffle about Muggles makes sense. I just find the idea of them not being able to go there ever terrifying to me. Particularly with the fact that Molly and Arthur were there in Chamber, you know. So thank you so much for your comment. Tonya. Hope you had a great hi Veggie and Woozle, sorry. Hope you had a great Christmas time. When Imposter Moody talked about his plan to kill Harry and earn Voldemort's eternal gratefulness, do you think that would have worked out for him? No. I absolutely don't, Tonya. Because I just can't imagine Voldy being super grateful that after he tried to kill Harry himself to prove a point and failed at it in front of all the Death Eaters. Well, he was like saying, just stun him, don't do anything when during the duel and everything. Yeah, he would have been absolutely... I think that it's very possible that Moody would have died. Barty Crouch Jr., I should say. So yeah, I'm with you. I think he would have felt threatened by Barty Crouch Jr. and possibly killed him. I need to just read these comments sometimes, guys, don't I? But I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much insecurity into Voldemort. No, absolutely not, Tony. And I think that Junior's ego adds that to the fact that Junior isn't even thinking about the fact that Voldemort would be annoyed about it, because he's just thinking, yeah, because I'm great, because I did that, I'm brilliant. And then he gets killed by Voldemort. You know, that I'm with you completely. Tony, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Kenzit. So one of the interesting things I feel the movie did better was fake Moody mentioning graveyard. I did like that. I did like it. In this film, Harry never mentioned the graveyard. So right then, he knew something was up. In the book, Harry doesn't mention the graveyard. And also, Harry is not believing him throughout the entire thing. Like I say, it's almost as if Harry's got his arms folded saying, nope. Nope, you are Moody, and you're not a Death Eater. He just will not accept it, you know? It really does feel like that. Though in the book, we get to learn more about Winky, who was totally ignored in the films. Oh, absolutely, I can't... Winky's going to be a treat to see in the movie, guys. She really is. In the TV show, I should say. Very interesting, guys, that no one has brought up the port key locations. I thought that someone would have brought it up by now. Because that's still baffling to me. And what was the other thing? Something else which I really thought was going to be brought up. I can't think what it was. This is the fascinating thing with these book clubs, is that very often I'll expect certain things and then they won't come up. And then something which I wouldn't expect getting a lot of attention as well. That's the joy of doing these, guys. I absolutely love it. But anyway, thank you so much for your comment, Kenzit. I like it. I like the fact that Harry worked out the graveyard thing. I think that was a cool addition. John, here we are. The moment in this book I've been waiting for you to get to. Chapter 35 is my favourite chapter in this book, and one of my favourite chapters in the entire series. I don't think you're alone there, John. It is amazing. It is satisfying to hear, you know, and scary. Barty Crouch Jr. doesn't get talked about as much compared to some other villains in this series, but I think he is a very fascinating character. Yeah, like I was just saying, it's gonna be a shame to see him go. It really is. Because I presume he's just getting shipped off to Azkaban again. You know, like he says in the movie, I'll be treated like a hero there. Like, so that's where he's going back. The fact that he was able to disguise himself as Mad-Eye Moody and play his part so well that he fooled everyone, including Dumbledore, for the entire school year is very interesting. But Dumbledore must have known so... That was the other thing. That was the other thing which I'm surprised that hasn't come up yet. The fact that Winky was brought before it was revealed that it was Barty Crouch. Because that means that Dumbledore must have known something, because why else is Winky getting summoned? So he must have known something. But, you know, knowing how much Dumbledore knows and everything is always like a bit of a grey area, isn't it? I thought that would have been brought up by now. Yeah, that was the thing. His backstory is so fascinating, and how he faked his death to the entire wizard world, and only his father and Winky knew he was alive. The movie gets rid of the whole mystery aspect, and we don't get any backstory to him whatsoever. It is that is, you know what it is? It's the fact that we don't get to learn anything about Barty Crouch Jr. Because he has been fascinating these chapters, and thinking about it, he may appear in later books, because obviously Lestrange gets broken out of prison, doesn't she? And if she's going to get broken out, at least she, because there's two Lestranges on there, you'd think that Barty would also be a priority. He won't. Also, this is the first time in the book we see Dumbledore visibly angry, and the way Harry now knows why Voldemort fears him is really telling. Absolutely, yeah, and it really is. You almost get the feeling that Harry is actually scared of him, and you know, I feel that's absolutely the case, isn't it? So yeah, John, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. I hope I read it all. I'm pretty sure I did. Emran, hello, Veggie. I've read this book about a dozen times and still forgot the full aspect of Priori incantatem. Namely, the golden dome, like web surrounding Harry and Voldemort. Not just a single beam connecting their wands. Such a decent yet bombastic effect screams for showing on screen, but it didn't. It is there. It is there. It's certainly not as solid as I imagined it, but there is a bit where it's just before the ghosts come out, because they're all inside the dome. But it is there, Embryon, but it doesn't look anything like what I was expecting it to. But it is golden, though, as well. Unless my version is edited. I did check it out, and there is a dome. It just doesn't look like what you'd expect, I think. The figures in the movie aren't too bad. The book says more solid, like ghosts, and after a body formed by, it seems recognizable, so almost lifelike. They, in my opinion, did that well, both in this and the last movie. Bertha and even Frank present, so great, especially circling Voldemort and hissing insults at him. An actual terror. You know what? I would have, because I'm not even sure that Sykes even gets a word. He might do. He might. I don't think he does actually in the movie. But it would have been nice for him to say something at that point in the movie, because obviously what he says in the book is adorable to Harry. An actual terror, red eyes wide, livid with fear. The book says, "You just so just as much as Wormtail, it seemed. A great karma." Well, quite, yes. And it would be very interesting to know what Wormtail's reaction would have been to the entire thing. Regarding Veritaserum chapter. Let's face it, guys, I haven't said it right, either of these chapters right at all throughout this entire video. What fascinates me most is Dumbledore's interrogation tactic. He is so furious and yet speaks softly throughout to crouch, to not startle the man. I suppose. So his feeble mind under stress wouldn't rebel. A trick I imagine hypnotists and psychs also use. Not psychs as in Frank, but yes. Sorry, ignore me. That's so interesting. Now, I swear to God, guys, I think I must have got this wrong. I think that Junior's knocked out here, but this is not the first time where you guys have said that he isn't. I swear that when I was listening to it, I made the note that Barty Crouch Jr. was knocked out by the Stupefy, and the potion is working on an unconscious version of him. So it could be to not wake him up. I really like the idea that he's talking softly so as to not provoke a reaction out of him to break the spell. So I really like that as well, Ember, and that's actually really nice. Poor Winky. Even when truth revealed, remains so protective. More like a mother than a guardian for the mental kids. Oh my goodness. Yeah, particularly with the kids, you'd imagine that they would absolutely have this mothering. They are their responsibility as much as the parents are. The kids are the parents' responsibility. McGonagall ordered to bring along a black dog, so you can expect serious presence in one of the upcoming final chapters. Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Because it's giving McGonagall information that we would rather she wouldn't have. But, she's not going to tattle, is she? I mean, I presume not. Merry Christmas to you and Woozle. Thank you so much, Embrent. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for your comment. Dara, thank you so much for your help, obviously, in November, Dara. Greatly appreciated. Happy Christmas and Happy New Year. You too, Dara. I hope you're feeling well. And to all reading and commenting, hope you have had a nice one. Okay, chapter 36. Why do you think Harry was able to withstand the Imperio? I have a theory, but would love to hear what you thought. Part of me still thinks it's something to do with Voldemort, but that would be wild, though, wouldn't it? It would be very, very odd. Unless there's something else to it. It could be maybe something to do with the wands? My headcanon is still that it's Voldemort being a part of him, maybe. But that would be so weird because it's Voldemort doing it to him. Chapter 35. Poor Winky. I love the book version so much. That's all. Thank you so much, Dara. Greatly appreciated. I hope everything's going well on your end. And yeah, poor Winky. But she's part of the conspiracy, guys. She really, really was. It's a nice thing. Hi, Veggie. I hope you and Woozle are well. These chapters, oh my goodness. There's so much packed in these two short chapters. They are both short chapters, yeah. I could go on for hours, but I won't. Greatly appreciated. It's a nice thing. In rereading these chapters, I found a couple of lines very interesting. All he had learned there was a disarming spell, and that wouldn't and what use would that be? Well, in the movie, sure, but it seems to think that was the only spell Harry had ever learned. Well, in the movies, sure. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Well, the thing is, I guess it's because Voldemort specifically said, have you learnt to duel? And so he instantly thought about the dueling one, whereas obviously Harry has learnt a lot more. But yeah, the disarming spell is certainly his go-to, isn't it? I mean, surely the spells with shorter, spells that are quicker to say would be the more popular ones, wouldn't they? I would have thought. I would have thought Voldemort. Don't know why I said that. Right. Also, from Voldemort, it might even be painless. I don't know. He says he hadn't died. I didn't remember this when I posted my comment in the last book club. Do you think a backfired killing curse is painful, but one that meets its mark is not. We've discussed that before. We've absolutely discussed that before. It's a nurse thing. In fact, I feel like it was last episode. I don't know when it would have been, but we were talking about the difference between being in agony or not. If Sirius Black is lying to Harry in the final movie, or about it being painless, or if it's because Harry survived it. I think it's because Harry survived it, and so yeah, which would make a lot of sense. I was really disappointed with the scene in Moody's office in the movie. I feel the book did it so much better. For example, Polyjuice changes your voice too. I don't think that the movie let the character keep their own voice, except for Barty Crouch as Moody. Junior as Moody. Interesting. There is no way he could have perfected the voice in like a month and kept it up without any slips at all. Is it possible, it's another thing, that it is a separate spell? So you have your Polyjuice, which is a potion, of course, which is magic, obviously, but then you're able to do a spell on your voice. You know, in the same way that Fudge can, use his wand as a microphone. I'm wondering if it's a separate spell, maybe. Too unrealistic to me. I know the movie kind of not really tried to explain it with him doing Hagrid's voice. That's so true. That bit did confuse me for a second, though. It really did. It made me think that he'd been disguised as Hagrid. But honestly, I didn't even catch that the many times I've watched the movie. Also, since when is it painful to turn back into yourself when the Polyjuice wears off? Could it be that he's really fighting it to try? Maybe that's why it seems so painful. I mean, the thing is, obviously the reason why they went for it is to make it look scary. But maybe he had a way of potentially prolonging it if he really tried, and he's really fighting to not let it change back because it's going to be absolutely disastrous. Sure, for Harry and Ron it would have been disastrous in the previous one. Not so much for Hermione, obviously, in Chamber. But this is DEFCON 1, whatever that means, for Barty Crouch Jr. Maybe that's it. But that's me doing. That's my brain doing a lot of heavy lifting there. But yeah, you're right. It does seem like it's painful, doesn't it? It's like you may as well be saying 2 weeks. Ignore me. Again, I much prefer the book. So much to explain. Moody's dustbins, where Crouch Senior disappeared, to and why. How Barty Jr. escaped Azkaban. Yeah, this is all stuff which they obviously just didn't want to cover, and so just had the secret revealed at the start, so they just didn't have to cover any of it, and it is a crying shame. Again, I much prefer the book. So much is explained. Oh, sorry, just read that bit. How this wasn't too long. I hope this wasn't too long. I tried to condense. I had a ton of notes, but tried to stick to the things that I felt strongest about. So excited for the last 2 chapters of Goblet of Fire. Thank you, Sonette, saying it's okay. I appreciate that. If you're willing to go back over your comment and then take out all the extra just so it's streamlined, then it's fine. So I appreciate you for doing that. I can tell the passion in it. I think the movies did an okay job with what they had. It's just a shame that that's all they had. I feel like that's my interpretation of it. But you're right, though, about the Polyjuice. It certainly looks blooming agonising, the way they did it. Just to make it look scary, really, wasn't it? Also, maybe it's the eyeball. Okay, again, I'm doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Is it the eyeball and the leg that make it painful? Because obviously Harry and Ron didn't have to worry about that at all, did they? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. The fact that body parts are actually reforming, not just changing. Again, I'm doing a lot of heavy lifting there. CJ. Hi, Veggie. Hope you have had a lovely festive season. I'm getting my comment in before heading off on a cruise. Oh, very nice. Nice for some. I hope it was a lovely cruise. I'm sure it was. Chapter 34. Well, the tension in this chapter, it always feels bittersweet when Harry gets to see his parents, especially when it's under horrible circumstances. Yeah, he can't really, enjoy it here, can he? Such as this one. Fun fact: the early versions of this chapter had James coming out first with the one first, and then Lily when it should have been the way round. Because Voldy's victims are coming out in a reverse order of when he killed them. It was fixed in later editions. Yeah, that's. I bet the first person to notice that was very happy. But yeah, I'm glad that they went back and fixed it. Why not? You know, it was a mistake. Fixed it. Problem solved. Fascinating that it was broken though. Chapter 35. When Moody says that Voldy will award him for killing Harry on his behalf, I was like, are you sure? I'm with you. He made it very clear in the graveyard that he had to be the one to kill Harry, so for whatever reason. I'm 100% with you, but we're really seeing how incredibly high Barty Jr.'s opinion of himself is. So I feel like it's delusional, you know. I feel like that's why he's saying it. Barty says that his mother was careful to drink polyjuice until the end. I'm curious to know how she got it in prison. Hermione tells us it takes a month to brew in Chamber of Secrets, and how would she have gotten the ingredients? That always made no sense to me. That's fair. I completely see that. I'm wondering if the mother was in a very bad state, maybe. As in, it was clear that it was going to be a couple of days. Even then, you'd still have to have 48 servings of it, which is a lot. But, yeah, that is a great point. But I'm wondering if that explains it. At least now we know why Winky was at on the top box by herself, and why Barty Crouch Sr. never showed up to watch the game, and also where Harry's wand went. I love it. That was the biggest payoff. That was so good. When we got to that part of the chapter. This is the chapter where everything starts to come together. The Quidditch World Cup events, the disturbance at Moody's house, Bertha Jorkins, everything. It's so eye-opening, and you can never read this book the same way again. Oh, that's so true. Which I'm sure it's fun to read again, but you're missing that. Oh my god! I hope you can still remember what it felt like. Because the Royal Box moment, that was an amazing twist to me. CJ, thank you so much for your comment. Always greatly appreciated. Con. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 34. I'm unsure how I feel about Fry's voice of Voldemort. It's not how I thought it would sound. What do you think? I did mention last time that Jonas... was it Jonas? I think if it wasn't Jonas, I'm so sorry. I'm sure it was Jonas. Sent me the audio of what Voldemort sounded like in the German version, and it genuinely jump scared me. It really, like the get rid of the spare or kill the spare. That bit is like whoa, because it had like this crazy effect on it. I don't mind Fry's voice here because it feels like it's very in keeping with how Voldemort is here. It's very smug. Whereas, I'm guessing you would have wanted it to be less human, maybe? Possibly? I don't know. We'll continue. But I don't mind it. I don't mind it, but I think I understand where you're coming from. I was not expecting to see the ghost of Wormtail's hand come out of the wand. Yeah, that was bizarre. Crazy. Chapter 35. I can't imagine Dumbledore climbing in and out of the trunk. I really liked it. I could visualize it as well, but... it's quite a twisted moment. It seems that Dumbledore didn't know Harry had the map. Yeah, absolutely. It certainly seems like it's revealed to him. But then again, that could be him playing though. Crouch's explanation was excellent. It allowed me to think back through the book and connect all the pieces. Oh, absolutely. It is so good. But there are still some things to be connected though. So that's the cool thing. It covered most things though. Let's face it. It certainly covered most things. Connor, thank you so much for your comments. Margarita Pizza. It's not surprising that Rowling went on to write detective novels, is it? Oh, really? I did not know that. I do like the movie a lot. even if it doesn't capture the twists and turns of the book. Brendan Gleeson's performance as Mad-Eye Moody is easily my favourite thing about it. He is such a great actor. I mean, in anything that he's always very watchable. I watched the Sirens of whatever it's called, and I ended up really not liking his character in it, but I feel like that might be the point, though. I feel like, yeah, because I feel like he is as boring as the other guy. I can't remember the actor's name. The guy who plays God, he plays Grindelwald in the first Fantastic Beasts movie for a bit before he turns into John Depp. But yeah. It's a very interesting movie, very, very interesting movie, but I remember really feeling sorry for Grindelwald. The fake, disguised Grindelwald, there we go. I'm terrible with actors, guys. I really am. I know I say I'm able to recall a lot of comedians, but actors I'm awful with. One thing I have mixed feelings about is Timothy Spore's interpretation of Peter Pettigrew. Have you noticed how different he is in the books? Much less comedic and comically evil. Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. As a child, I always pictured Pettigrew as a very normal-looking man, whereas somewhat morally grey and even sympathetic in some ways, like his obvious revulsion towards Voldemort, and also the fact he won't look at him, a coward rather than a villain. What do you think? He is certainly a comedy villain, and a lot more sneering, and he's meant to be like rap like all the time, isn't he? So like this. I wouldn't blame that on Spall. I think Spall is. I mean, I've gone into it, guys. I think he's a fantastic actor. He just doesn't like me. And, do you reckon it was there to make him less scary, or just to rush his character? Because obviously, the scene in Azkaban, when he's revealed, is pretty damn short, and so maybe they really just want to streamline his character to being this very obvious villain. But yeah, the fact he wouldn't look at Harry, I feel like that's so telling. I really like it, Margarita Peter. Thank you so much for your comment. Logan. Hi Veggie, hope you're well and enjoyed the festive season. One thing that I think I overlook a lot is the fact that in these chapters Harry is still so young. Yeah, I'm with you, Logan. Being 14 and put in a position where he decides that when he is to be killed, it won't be at the feet of Voldemort, but face to face and proud like his father. This is something no child should ever have to face. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And he definitely earns his Gryffindor stripes here. But yeah, forgetting how young Harry is something that I always have to remind myself. And luckily you guys do remind me as well, because he is certainly freaking brave in this scene. And we've had many comments saying about how proud you guys are of him in this chapter, because this is scary stuff right here. Thank you so much for your comment, Logan. Janny, hi Veggie. If there is one scene I like better in the movie than in the book, it's the one where Harry brings Cedric's body back to Hogwarts. At first, the cheering music is still playing, and people are having fun, and then they are startled to realise what really happened. Yeah, because presumably they think that both Hogwarts won. Yeah, because they're both there. They both appeared. And the movie version really suggests that they were expecting them to appear there, which means that the portkey was a portkey before Moody touched it. But Moody said he made the trophy a portkey. So I'm amazed that the location of the portkey hasn't come up in the book club yet, guys. I mean, we've still got loads of comments to go, but I'm very, very surprised by it, because that really did play in my mind, thinking, well, what's going on there? We shall see. We shall see. It's a really powerful scene, in my opinion. Too bad that they ruined almost everything else in the movie. It's less realistic, in my opinion, because it's all quiet and hush and everything. Whereas in a book, it is pandemonium, and Harry can't even really make out what's going on. I think they're both brilliant, and I'm completely with you. I think the movie did a fantastic job here. For the first time in the whole series, we get to see angry Dumbledore. He was always so calmly, that seeing him furious has an actual impact on not only Harry but the reader as well. So true. I'm wondering if he's going to address that with Harry at the end of this book. Probably won't. Some different. I mean, the fact is, a student has just been murdered on his watch. So I'm not surprised he's blown angry. So different from the movie where he shouts almost non-stop. I mean, like, that's an exaggeration, but I like that, Johnny. I like that. I love Crouch's backstory. The idea of him transfiguring his father's body into a bone is really terrifying. It's horrible, Johnny. It really is. They couldn't have made it anything more bleak. They really couldn't. Johnny, wonderful comment. Thank you so much for making it. Greatly appreciated. And that's the scene is great, guys. The scene when they come back out in the movie with Amos and everything. I did not expect that to be a movie exclusive. I really didn't. Maria. Hi, Veggie. These chapters are full of so much interesting stuff. One great detail is Dumbledore asking McGonagall to go and get the black dog from Hagrid's house. I love Dumbledore could say, "Tell the dog I'll be with him shortly," and no one thinks it's strange to ask questions. No, that's what I completely believe that McGonagall and Snape are often asked to do very odd things, and they just go with it. Seriously, I really do. But also, it's a very important time. So, and they're thinking Dumbledore knows what he's doing. Don't question it. Just go and get the job done. Yeah. It's so touching to think that Sirius waiting around to make sure Harry was all right. After the competition, absolutely. Barty Crouch and being closer than normal as well, being at Hagrid's hut. Barty Crouch's story is chilling, but it wraps up a lot of mystery, plot points in this book very neatly. Veritaserum is a great plot device for getting the villain to explain everything that happened. He was already halfway there, though, wasn't he, with Junior? But yeah, I absolutely agree. Even Moody's dustbins. If you read this book over again, you will pick up on so many hints. Oh, that bit between the World Cup and going to Hogwarts, I am fascinated by, because there's so much dark and bad things happening at that moment. For example, I think that Moody turning Draco into a ferret because he was angry that his father was disloyal to Voldemort. Brilliant. Maria, brilliant. It turns the book on its head. I love that. I love that so much, Maria. That's such a good point. That is such a good point. And imagine if Draco, let's face it, Draco wrote home to a father, let's say, Moody did this. And then it turns out that Moody was Barty Crouch. Like, Lucius is going to be, okay, not going to be complaining about it. That is fascinating. I really like that about the ferret thing, though. Maria, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Dream myself away, dream. Oh, Woozle wants in. I'm going to have a break soon because it's nearly her W time. Come on in, monkey. I don't think we're going to be able to get all the comments done by then, though, because this book club is actually huge, guys. There are a lot of comments here. And thank you so much for being a part of it. Like I say, I love doing this part, this part of the video. You okay, monkey? You're going to stare at the back of my head for a while, are you? Good girl. What a sweet little girl you are, eh? She enjoyed the snow yesterday? She really did, actually. Well, a couple of days. I tweeted out a video of her running through the snow. She really likes it. Yeah, we still got at least like I think of a quarter of the comments to go, Woozle. It's a big book club this time. You understand though, mate, don't you? Yeah, I'll take her out in a bit, because I'm not going to be able to get through all these before then, because she does need to get going. Hi there, Veggie. I finally started catching up on the previous book reviews, and I thought that this would be a nice time for me to finally join the discussion. So here I am. Dreamy, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see what you got to say. Others here already have made some excellent points about these chapters, so I'll try not to be repetitive. Thank you, I appreciate that. I know it's not always possible though. I don't expect everyone to read through every single comment before they make a comment. That'd be so much hard work, especially as a dyslexic like myself. If Voldemort wasn't behaving like the biggest bully in the school ground, this book series would have ended here. It's so true, but that's the villain, you know. That's the Bond villain, you know. It's the Batman villain, you know. It's all these like cliche, and it's a good cliche because it's basically showing the megalomania. Is that the right term of these sort of people? I think it might be the wrong term. I'm not sure. Nice to see that they fixed the mistake in James appearing before Lily in the book. It's always bothered me when I listen to the audiobooks. What's his name? Jim Dale. Does Jim Dale get it the wrong way round? I guess it must be. No, the Fry's was done around the same time, wasn't it? I swear that it was the correct way round in Fry. Unless they re-recorded it, of course. Unless I'm just wrong. I could be wrong. Imagine all the trauma Harry goes through in this scene. Only being 14. He's in a deep state of shock in chapter 35. I think the movie didn't really go into that aspect of his story and character development in the future. I mean, quite frankly, he's distraught in the movie. You get the impression in the book he is actually baffled, where he's completely traumatized and messed up. But he picks up on the fact that Moody said graveyard, and so that right there is saying that he is not in the state that he is in the book. So yeah, Amos Diggory's reaction in the movie hits me pretty hard every time I watch it. Chills. It's so good. Rereading it, I have a theory about the cup working two ways. It still has some holes, but I'm curious about yours opinion. Okay, this is interesting. I think the cup was always supposed to bring the first person touching it to the edge of the maze. Right, this is what I was hoping was going to be brought up. Okay, what if that spell was always on there, not being activated yet, and when the portkey spell from Barty Crouch was used, there was still another one left, bringing Harry where he was supposed to go first. I would say that changes what a portkey is a little bit, or at least it changes what a portkey is in my mind. But also, I could be wrong here, guys, but I swear Moody Jr., you know what I mean, he says that he made the trophy a portkey. Now, granted, that could mean that the spell to get them to the edge of the maze could be something else, rather than it being a portkey. And it could be a one-use thing. It must have been a one-use thing, because if not, it's always going to be... I don't know if you can stop a portkey from being a portkey. Maybe you could. Like, uncharm it. You must be able to uncharm certain things, so yeah, maybe. But yeah, I'm glad that you brought this up, Dreamy, because this is something which I was hoping someone would bring up, and yeah, it still doesn't fully compute for me. It really doesn't. Because, like I say, I swear Moody says he made it a portkey. He turned it into a portkey. I'm really excited for the future book clubs. Since I have a whole manifesto dedicated to my favourite character, no worries, I'm going to split it up. Any guesses who? I was going to joke Umbridge, but I'm not going to. I'm going to guess Luna Lovegood. Because she is not far away, and I'm looking forward to her, guys. I'm looking forward to the blooming Fristrals, quite frankly. Also, why isn't Harry able to see Fristrals? Because he killed in the movie. He killed Quirrell. Quirrell turned to dust in front of him. Surely that would mean that he should see. Doesn't matter. Moving on. I'm really excited for the first book. For future book clubs. Sorry. Also, sorry, this got kind of long. Love from Germany. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And you know what? It's deceptively long because you use short sentences and use gaps in it. So that's fine. Don't worry about that. Great first comment. Love the fact that it's your first comment and you brought up the portkey thing, because that it's sticking in my mind, guys. It's sticking in my mind, so I appreciate that. Dreamy, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Joe. Hi, Veggie. Merry Christmas. I'm sorry if I repeat something someone else has already said. I've had a hard time and cannot focus enough to read all the comments. No, Joe, don't worry about that. Like I say, I cannot expect everyone to read through every single comment each time, you know. If that was the case, everyone would be getting their comments in first, just so they don't have to read through, like, you know, an entire like sheet of I said sheet of comments. Sorry to hear you're having a hard time though. Please feel free to ignore any repetitive parts. Chapter 34. When reading about the Cruciatus curse, I kept thinking about Neville's parents. I felt so sorry for them, for Neville and his grandmother. You know what? I didn't, and I now really realise I should have done. I mean, in the weirdest way, like, Harry knows more about Neville than ever now. Not that Neville was tortured, but quite frankly, I feel like Neville, and I know that Neville isn't the most bravest of Gryffindors, but I feel like Neville would rather have it had happened to him than his family. Oh, that's sad. Dominic, that is sad. I really hope there's a connection between Neville and Harry going forward, guys, because there blooming should be after this book. This chapter gives us so much insight into Harry's personality, which I love. The way he defied the Imperius curse and decided that he would die trying to defend himself, even if it seemed impossible, is so respectable and important. This is the most Gryffindor we've ever had, Harry. He's been Gryffindor before, guys. Like, you know, going into the Chamber of Secrets and everything. It's fantastic. That was terrifying, that bit, you know. Where he, like, I keep on bringing it up, where he says, if I don't come back, and he does it in the sentence. Ah, good stuff, guys. It's not being powerful that makes him a hero, but his attitude. I like that a lot. I got ridiculously moved by Frank Bruce telling Harry to fight. I really don't know why. Maybe because Frank had already endured so much a hard life beforehand. It's so true, and yet there's no bitterness in there. I like that a lot. And you know what, guys? I just realised no one else has brought up the Frank thing of saying, so he was a wizard then. And the thing is, maybe he just assumed that as the Avada Kedavra was flying at his face. But I think like it does suggest that there may have been rumours around town. Maybe. And it'd be interesting to see if that comes up, guys. We've still got plenty of comments to go. We see something in Voldemort that we never really experienced in the films. Fear. What do you think about that? It's true. It's more confusion and anger that Rafe portrays here. Maybe that was a choice to make sure that Voldemort didn't seem weak, because this is the first time we're seeing Voldemort like this. I feel like they did a good job in the movie, but yeah, you're right. The fact that he's fearing is actually very significant to the storyline, let alone the drama of the scene. Chapter 35. Here we see the relationship between Crouch and Winky is very different, in a very different light. Not as his subservient servant, but someone persuading him to take certain actions. I think this heavily contributed to his decision to fire her, along with her enabling Barty in way similar to how his mother did. Oh, that's a sad way to compare it to the mother, but you're absolutely right though, Joe. That is a sad way to think about it. And it actually, you know what it also does? It shows us a completely different light of what a house elf does. And, you know, the fact that you'd think that Barty Sr. would be one of the more stricter of a house elf owner. So the fact that he is being convinced to soften means that that is probably a pretty regular thing. I'm loving hearing these little bits here and there about different house elves, guys, because quite frankly, we've only met two. And so that's got to be significant. There must be other house elves whose opinion matters. Because Winky's does to Crouch, of all people. Senior, I should say. After hearing the full story that Barty, but then again, she is saying the whole thing about the mother set him free to be free rather than imprisoned. After hearing the full story of Barty Jr. shared, I feel so bad for Mr. Crouch. His son is so is an irredeemable psychopath. Well, that is definitely a way of putting it. Poor Bertha. Jesus, what an awful dark end. Oh, absolutely. And Crouches as well. I can't get Crouches out of my head, guys. I can't get it out of my head. It seems that Mr. Crouch was a far more powerful person than his son. It took him only months to break through the Imperious curse, while it took his son years to free himself from it. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. And that was under a lot of stress as well. I like that a lot. Maybe it was the stress that did it. In the same way that when like the commentator earlier on said, where Dumbledore is talking calmly, he said calmly, to Junior to try not break the spell's effect. Maybe that's it. Maybe it was the stress of the situation that helped him break it. And indeed, Harry, the stress of the situation there as well. It would make sense. He's about to die, quite frankly. So yeah, great comment. Thank you so much, Joe, and I hope things get better for you. Gabriella, love these chapters. So much is revealed. Reveal. Sorry. What are your thoughts about Harry resisting the Imperious Curse? Harry isn't always the most focused student, but he is definitely good at not following rules or trusting authority. Well, that's also a part of it as well. So maybe it's just a general attitude. But then again, Senior is very good at following rules, and he was able to break it in a shorter time than his son, I should say. It's very interesting. Yeah, how you break an unforgivable curse is very interesting to me. Because that would mean that there are some people that can withstand Crucio better. Well, obviously there would be, wouldn't there? Oh, hang on. That's what we heard about. Of course, it was the torture of the Longbottoms. That's what Barty Crouch Jr. was being sentenced for. That's right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sure that you guys have put it in the comments, and I just remembered. We have a mention of the house elf doing laundry. I think handling clothes usually isn't a problem for them because they wouldn't see it as being given clothes. Yeah, but Dobby isn't given a sock though. It's in a blooming book. So that confuses me again, guys. We've discussed the whole laundry thing before, and that's thrown a cog in that. It really has. Oh man, I didn't even notice as well, Gabriella. I think of it like this. If a boss told a joke that included the words "you're fired," he wouldn't accidentally fire anyone in the room. I like that. But if someone really wanted to get fired, he could take the opportunity to claim the boss did say "you're fired," and no one could really argue with that. I think that's the kind of loophole that Harry and Dobby found. I mean, that is a big risk for a bisque from Dobby. But he wanted out there, clearly. I like it. Okay, that is another angle that I've not thought about before, Gabrielle. I like that a lot. Great comment, well made. Okay, right. Hi, Veggie. First time in the book club. Have really enjoyed hearing your thoughts so far. Okay, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for taking part. Let's read the first comment. Okay, it better be a good one. That was a joke. As a movie watcher, it may not be obvious until this chapter. Many first-time readers were not sure whether Barty Crouch Jr. was actually guilty. Sirius's description of his past, as well as the pensive scene of his trial, leave the possibility open that he was innocent. So, to some degree, and that his imprisonment was a horrible miscarriage of justice, similar to what happened to Sirius. We find out here that he is in fact guilty. I guess we do. Because it was so well done, and the pensive is still possibly my favourite Harry Potter chapter yet. So in the entire thing. There is a part of me that still thinks he may have been innocent, but then became a Death Eater because of it. But how would that work? When would he get that tattoo? I don't know, guys. We find out that he's in fact guilty. He's a torturer, murderer, and a bigot. His father was correct to send him to Azkaban, but this is the book where the lines between good and evil become blurry. Blurrier, I should say. Crouch Sr. takes a strong stand against the Death Eaters, but we can infer that it was unlikely his neglect and uncaringness towards his son that led him on the dark path to begin with. Well, quite. As a reader, I was appalled by his treatment of his son. I then found his decision to grant his wife's dying wish to be human and understandable. Because of my dyslexia, I thought he said that her dying wish was to be human. But no, that isn't what you're saying. You found her dying wish to be human and understandable. Almost a redeeming moment, which is weird because weirdly enough, it's nothing to really redeem because he was right, and so it's a 180, isn't it? With Senior, it really is. Well, kind of, because he's still using an unforgivable curse on his son. It's difficult, guys. But it's that choice that ultimately enabled the return of the Dark Lord and caused untold suffering. That is actually very true. But he wasn't to know, though, was he? But you'd imagine the Barty's one, just like Fudge, just doesn't believe that Voldemort's ever going to be an issue again. What are your thoughts about the Crouchers? If you haven't talked about to death already, well, we have done. Well, not to death, but we've certainly talked about it. But they're so fascinating. It's unbelievable, and I'm going to miss talking about them. I actually am, which is insane. But they're so good. Such a shame what they did in the movie, but it is what it is, though, guys. But great first comment, Kate. Yeah, greatly appreciated. Hope to see you in the future as well. Thank you so much, Kate. Jonas of the side panels. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. I have to say, these chapters are great, but so sad. The description from Barty Crouch Jr. killing his own father is so sadistic in front of Winky and children. Yeah, but he's under the truth potion, isn't he? And I think he's out cold as well. But then again, no, I'm not sure if I got that right, to be honest, guys. Definitely much more tense and entertaining than the movie though. Hope you have had a great Christmas time and a good start to the new year. Thank you so much, Jonas. I hope you did too. Greatly appreciated, and thank you so much for the thank you so much for doing these. Thank you for doing the side panels at the 11th hour. Seriously, because I felt bad about that, but they were amazing this time. Thank you so much, and I hope you had a wonderful time over Christmas as well. Right. Hi, Veggie. Just wanted to give my opinion on Voldemort's red eyes. I imagine them as being really bloodshot. Yeah. That way you can still take them seriously and see the emotion without the overwhelming, completely red eyes. If my eyes were bloodshot, it wouldn't be weird if someone to say your eyes are red. It's true. It's so true, Ree. And at no point does it say bright red, does it? I don't think. That's a very good point. Bloodshot would actually have been terrifying. Maybe it'd be too terrifying. I don't know, guys. It's a balancing act with this sort of thing, isn't it? Try and get the right rating that you want. I always forgot about Voldemort and Harry floating away from the Death Eaters. The book makes a point to say that they moved to an area free of graves. Absolutely, but it is still within the cemetery, isn't it? Perhaps the magic can only work when the souls of the two connected wizards are the only souls present. I mean, I love that theory. And the souls in the graves would have been intruding on the connection. I guess it could also just be that they need space. Now that's very interesting, because obviously we know that ghosts can move around. Maybe some ghosts just wouldn't. Maybe they'd want to always stay with their body. Oh, that's sad, isn't it? Jeez. But yeah. I love that theory. I mean, it absolutely would make sense. I think that's amazing. Really, great theory. I really appreciate that. Alex, I find it interesting that in Chapter 35, Dumbledore asks Snape to retrieve Winky before Moody transforms back to Crouch. I am so glad you are bringing this up, Alex. Really just hurt my fingers. Dumbledore clearly knows it was Crouch who was the imposter, as there would be no reason for Winky to be involved. It's like music. I love it. I love it, Alex. I think that after reliving the court scene and hearing Mr. Crouch rant about his son, Dumbledore had known Barty Crouch Jr. was involved, but was still trying to work out who the imposter was, as he had no reason to suspect Moody before he takes Harry away. So true, and maybe that is actually very true. He was looking at the Barty Crouch trial. Had been. That's actually key. But he'd also been looking at the Carcroft trial and the Bagman trial. So he obviously he had at least three suspicions, and maybe he did overhear what Moody said about we both took our father's names and killed our father. So I love it. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate you bringing that up, because when I was listening, I was thinking, why is Winky dead? Unless Dumbledore knows a lot more than he's letting on. Savage Kim with the beaker icon. Hi, Veggie. Hope you and Woozle had a lovely holiday season. Thank you so much. Hope you did as well, Kim. Chapter 34. Notably, Voldemort casting all 3 unforgivable curses at Harry in this chapter. I mean, you say notably, I didn't even notice it. Yes, of course he did. Yeah, absolutely. Very good point, Kim. The killing curse just never reaches him. Absolutely. Harry's... why did that not dawn on me? All 3 of them. Harry's lesson teaching him to throw off the Imperius curse comes back around. Imperio is described... Actually, that's a very good point. Imperio is described as taking away his pain. I think it helps make him contemplate, or is that just part of my feeling? What do you think? In the weirdest sense, then, it may have been more likely for him to say no if he just continued with the Crucio. It really would have been. How interesting, Kim. Both Crucio and Imperio are terrifying, and right to be unforgivable, absolutely. Chapter 35. So much backstory, richly described. We learn the entire school year it's Barty Jr., so he actually taught Harry to throw off Imperio. Yeah, this is such a good point. So satisfying to learn all the mysteries, even Crouch's illness, and why he had to eventually work from home. Do you imagine Percy showing up to check up on Mr. Crouch? Perhaps, and he just didn't know Mr. Crouch was under Imperius. I think he would have done. Now, you could argue that he wouldn't, because he would just be focused on his work and the next person up that he's trying to impress at the ministry. But at the same time, I feel like he does have genuine respect for Crouch, so he may have done. Although he didn't say he did when he was approached about it. Maybe it happened afterwards, of course. But, how would he know? Obviously, the Imperius curse is there for a reason. It's to hide the fact that it's not really him in control. So, yeah, a great point. Do you think he saw Wormtail? Who, sorry, do you mean Harry, maybe? Would he know who Wormtail is? Oh, you're talking about Percy. Oh, wow. No, I didn't think he would have done. I feel like Wormtail isn't great at what he does, obviously, but I do feel like he would have been hidden away pretty well. He's good at hiding, isn't he? Would he ever know who Wormtail is, looks like, as Percy wasn't there in the Shrieking Shack last year? And obviously, Sirius Black's appearance was very famous. Last book. I don't know what the Weasleys' knowledge or opinion of Sirius Black is. Would Ron have filled them in on what happened? I presume so. Maybe they wouldn't believe him. And Percy would be the first one to not believe him. But if they did believe him, then it's possible that they may have looked up Wormtail, particularly as Percy would have been working at the Ministry, just to know what he looks like. So it depends on how much Ron has told his family. I have absolutely no idea. How interesting. Do you reckon Hermione tells her family about all this stuff? Because if they wanted to find a picture of Wormtail, they could. I feel like. I presume that there's school photographs taken at Hogwarts. I have absolutely no idea. There is a no, that's Rita Skeeter's photographer. What we're talking about. Hard to believe the next book club will finish Goblet of Fire. Yeah, it does. It feels like there's a lot of explanation to go, but that tends to be what the end of these books tends to be anyway. And then Dudley getting wrecked somehow. Ken, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Gavnob, greetings. Chapter 34. Why would the portkeys be set to work twice? In the beginning of the book, there was a pile of used portkeys, implying that they're normally single use. I'm not sure if that does, Gavnob, because the portkey that they used, that the Weasleys used with the Diggories, would be potentially the one that they would use to go back. Or did they use one to go? I feel like they did use one to go back. Maybe they didn't. So yeah, that's what. So did it say used portkeys? But even if they are used, it doesn't mean that they are used up. And so they would go back and find their boot because it takes it back to exactly where that was. Whereas the other portkeys, that were around the one which they used wouldn't be taking them back to where they were. It would be taking them back to other locations. So those people would be using those portkeys to go back, right? That I probably have this wrong, but that's how my brain works for it right now. I've heard some plausible theories. What is yours? That's all I've got. That's all I've got. And I feel like that could be counted very, very easily. Chapter 35. Everyone just does what Dumbledore tells them to do without question. I would be a bad order member. I like it. You get the impression that Snape and McGonagall are used to his weird requests. At least that's what I get from it. Did Barty get up an hour throughout the night? From what I know from friends with kids, that's not sustainable. I guess that he would only take it during the day, maybe, and make sure his door is locked at night. No getting it on that year for Barty. I don't even know why I said that, but yeah, he would absolutely have to lock himself away at night, much like a Lupin, in fact. Yeah. Good old Lupin. But you're right about getting up each night. That he would be restless. Veritaserum apparently does not just make you tell the truth. It apparently compels you to speak. Yes, absolutely. That's very... Although, yeah. But there is personality in there as well, though. It's very interesting. See, Winky was not as mistreated as you thought. The World Cup was Winky's idea, and she was fired for a much more serious lapse in service than leaving the tent. True, but Barty Crouch Sr. is absolutely liable to that blame as well, though. And also, I'm only just finding this out now. So anything I've said about Winky before, you know, it's me going on the information I got. Either way, Gavril, great comic, greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for making it. Grace. Hi, Veggie. Happy holidays. I thought you said happy birthday then. Chapter 34. Oh, okay. Chapter 34. I find it funny that Voldemort's most vulnerable, valuable supporter is the reason that Harry was able to humiliate Voldemort with the Imperius Curse. This is not something which dawned on me at all until right now. This is amazing. Harry getting to the portkey seemed way more difficult in the books. In all, the movies do a good job with this chapter. I guess it's because the likelihood of him being stunned on screen, they would have to be like stormtroopers, just firing the curses all over the place rather than actually hitting him. Whereas I like the immediacy of it, because what it is this beautiful moment, scary moment as Harry makes a break for it, as the ghosts go flying towards Voldemort, grabs the body, summons the trophy, boom, Cedric's body hits the ground in front of an applauding audience. I think that the shortness of that is actually inspired. I really do. And also have Voldemort going, "Aah!" Sorry. That's my opinion though. I feel like it was well done. All in all, the movie did a good job with this chapter. I agree. Chapter 35. I wish the movie had made it more clear that Crumb was bewitched and not actually evil. I feel like Harry says it. He was in the maze, and also he has the crazy eyes as well. And he doesn't, and he sees Harry, but then doesn't attack him. So I feel like the hints there. And I feel like Harry says that he is, but I could be wrong. Closer than a son. Maybe if Crouch Senior wasn't such a absent father, Crouch Junior would have turned out different. Maybe. The thing is, this is the thing. That's a possibility, but we will never know. And that's what it feels so sad about it, is that fact that I feel like we're never getting any more context of this family. And it's such a tragic end to all three of them. God. Because I was so young when the first read this book, it was easy for me to forget how young Harry actually is. He's 14, a freshman in high school. A baby. It's a miracle he didn't become a villain with all the BS he went through. Well, quite, absolutely. It's basically what the Sonic 3, the movie, is about. Also, I know you were wondering why Snape would hinder Harry from seeing Dumbledore when Crouch Senior was at Hogwarts, and if he realised the seriousness of the situation and alerted Moody. I want to tell you, but spoilers, now you know he was just being Snapey dude. Yeah, you're right. It does confirm that he didn't go and get Moody. Moody goes into detail of what he did that night, and it certainly was not listen to Snape nattering on. I hope you and Woozle have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I hope you did as well, Grace. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate your comment. Thank you. Liz writes, Merry Christmas, Veggie and Woos. I hope it was a good one for you. Chapter 34. I always cry when Harry's parents come out. Little editing fun fact for you. Apologies if someone's already mentioned this. J.K. Rowling wanted Lily to be last one to come out of Voldy's wand, but the order in which they were killed doesn't support this, so it was changed. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's I really appreciate learning those sort of things. That's such a nice little fun fact, and yeah, it's beautiful, and yet so tragic with the parents coming out, because Harry can't enjoy it. You know, it's a shame. At least in the book, we kind of meet Bertha Jorkins, but it's such a small part. I understand the film leaving it out. It was a great chapter. Yeah, it's true. And the thing is, if you leave Bertha out, it means you need to leave other things out and everything, and you're missing a lot of context of Barty Crouch and Senior and everything. But it's a shame. But it's what are you gonna do, eh? Chapter 35. Poor Harry. He's gone through so much, and every time I read this book, I dread the moment Cedric's parents realise he's dead. Jeff Rowell, is it? was amazing in the film. He's an incredible actor. This book was when I started disliking Fudge because of all his cares about how things looked and his own reputation. Well, quite, yes. The way he's talking to Dumbledore in that scene is crazy in the book. This chapter was when I realised Moody was suspicious. Good work. No, I didn't see it coming, lol. But I was about 10 years when I first read the book. Also, Sirius did say Barty Crouch Jr. had died, so it couldn't have been him, lol. Well, quite, yes, absolutely. Well, who said it? Oh, Sirius. Okay, yes. Yes, of course, yes. Couldn't have been him. Lol. So, as you can imagine, I really enjoyed the story of how it all unfolded. I couldn't put the book down, lol. Apparently, lol. Dumbledore's fury through, though, my boy, thankfully, I'm not on the receiving end of it. Haha, yeah, absolutely. It's a big moment for Harry, more than anyone. These are two of the best chapters in this book, in my opinion. Hope have had a good new year. I feel like 2025 might be a better year, or at least I hope so. Anyway, take care. Thank you, Liz. I hope so too. But I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your comment. Remember to like it, Veggie. Elizabeth. Utipov and Happy New Year! Thank you so much, Elizabeth. You too. Chapter 34. As a musician, I always got so emotional when the Phoenix song gives Harry hope. That's kind of beautiful. Reminds me when Dumbledore once said, music, a magic beyond all we do here in Book 1. You know what? Yes, that sounds very familiar. I mean, that is a beautiful sentiment. My favourite moment in Goblet of Fire has to be when Voldy's victims emerge and give words of encouragement to Harry. It's so well written and deeply moving. You have Cedric tell Harry to hold on. Bertha Jorkins and Frank supporting someone they've never met. Absolutely, it is beautiful. And of course, the arrival of Harry's parents, it's both heartbreaking and beautiful. Chapter 35. Voldy had his villain monologue last book club, and now Crouch Jr. gets his. Absolutely blooming tops volleys, doesn't he? Finally, we get some answers. What's your favourite reveal? The fact that Barty was in the box, which is a great sentence. But that blows my mind. The fact that he was at the Quidditch World Cup was so good. That was so good. Elizabeth, thank you so much for your comments. Annette. My takeaways from these chapters. Barty Jr. screwed up by teaching Harry to resist the Imperius Curse. It's actually really bad, isn't it? That's only dawning on me now. Harry has an inner fortitude and excellent instincts that many adults don't have. My favourite thing is Harry's determination to die on his feet, fighting if he had to die, not crouching behind a headstone in fear. Dobby, well, quite, yeah. This is a real moment for Harry. I can tell from these comments, guys, that this is a real, impressive moment for him. I mean, it's understandable. Dobby is really odd, even almost other house elves judging by Winky. He feels no loyalty at all to the Malfoys because of how they abused him. Well, then, yeah, that is actually very interesting. Winky was in an opposite situation because she was treated well up until the Quidditch World Cup final. Well, she was seen as Crouch was taking counsel with her. So yeah, that's quite amazing when you think about the differences there. Thank you so much for your comment. H. It's so difficult to write anything smart about the Verterisium chapter, since I want you to talk about every single detail and every little sentence, which of course is impossible. I do my best though. I do my best, H. I love that we've been told slightly different versions from different characters in this book about how Bertha is as a person. Extremely forgetful. And some say, while Sirius disputes that because he only knew her because before Barty Crouch Sr. damaged her memory permanently with his powerful memory charm. It's true, and that could have happened a while before as well, couldn't it? I didn't think about that, but it really could have. I think Winky added so much to the veterism confusion by just her small comments here and there. Yeah, it's so true. Absolutely. Since it's another monologue scene, such a short time after Voldemort's monologue chapter, it's nice to have both Dumbledore's questions and Winky's comments to break it up a bit. Yeah, it's true, because it does feel almost a bit full on, but yeah, it's broken up brilliantly by the little comments in between. The whole veterism thing makes it difficult as well, of course. Well, quite. Well, yeah, quite. And as you can see, Winky had a very important role in this book. I still don't like how Crouch Sr. treated her. Yes, she made mistakes. Barty Sr. made mistakes as well, though. But it was still her own decision to go along with the plan. His decision to sack her from what was probably not motivated by the mistake, though, I suspect. Well, no, yeah, it's frustration. It's frustration at himself. I really, that's still my opinion. No, my opinion on the characters drastically changed. What will the role of Barty Crouch Jr. from now do you think? I honestly don't know. I hope we hear about him again because I find him fascinating. What do you expect from the last few chapters of this book? Have you checked out the next few chapter titles yet? I know that one of them's called Parting Ways. I can't remember what the other one's called. But, which makes sense considering the schools are going back, but, I presume. But I can't wait for it, though. Yeah, I don't know if we'll hear from Barty Jr. again, but I honestly do hope so, because I found their entire family just so fascinating. Gary, not Jerry. Hi, Veggie, with a cowboy hat. Just noticed on rereading that all the ghosts, as they come out of Voldemort's wand, apparently fall to the ground and then straighten up. Funny to think of them all clumsily falling out of Voldemort's wand. Oh, really? That's a detail which I didn't pick up on, Gary. That's very interesting. Fun fact, by the way, Gary. And by the way, do not worry about this at all. This is not me moaning at all. A couple of days ago, I really needed a nap. I was just exhausted. I don't usually nap, guys, but I absolutely needed a nap. So I decided to have a nap for like a couple of hours. At that exact moment, Gary, you decided to reply to loads of comments in this chat. Because I kept on getting emails. I didn't read the emails, obviously, but I kept on getting emails like saying Gary has replied, Gary has replied, Gary has replied. Because I had my phone on silent always, but I had to have it on vibrate just in case if in emergency or anything. And so yes, my nap was slightly affected by your replies. But please continue to reply as normal. It was so unusual that I was having a nap that any other time it would have been completely incidental. So that's quite funny. Harry's journey back to the cup seems longer in the book. He managed to knock 2 Death Eaters over. It's true, he does barge through them. Dodges several stun curses and sent an impedimentia spell at one of them. That's true. That could have been in a movie. Pretty impressive, really. Yeah, maybe they would have thought it would have looked too unrealistic. But the thing is, he doesn't have the leg injury in the movie, though. Very interesting, because his leg is messed up, isn't it? It's like horrendously bad. The portkey at the World Cup were designed to only work at a specific time. If you touch it too early or too late, nothing happens. Whereas it seems like this one worked as soon as you touched it, which could explain why it worked again on the way back. It's not limited in the same way. Well, also there could just be 2 different types of portkeys as well, you know. It would have been good to hear that at some point, but yeah, maybe, I doubt it going on the comments, but that might be covered in a future chapter, but it doesn't sound like it. But yeah, I've got no real problem with the portkey stuff, apart from the location, which has really not been brought up. I know it was by one person, wasn't it? I'm interested to hear your thoughts on my thoughts on that, guys. Anyway, thank you so much, Gary. Simon. Ho ho ho, little boy. Have I got a surprise for you? Now I must admit, guys, like I always say, I don't usually read the replies. I got to admit, I would not have got that reference because Simon always likes to put references at the top of his comments. I did notice that Embrun has replied saying it's from Are You Being Served? No, I would not have got that in a million years. I think I only ever watched the first series of Are You Being Served. Maybe I should check out the rest, but long-running series. But very good, Simon. And Embrun, of course. The duel scene is a lot more brutal in the book compared to the film. Hope the series gives the scene more room to breathe. You'd imagine it absolutely will, because they can give it more time. If it will be as dark, I don't know. Or as brutal, as you put it. As the book, I should say. I always wonder if the defiant voice in Harry's head is his conscious or, ironically, Voldemort. See, I think it's the latter. I honestly did, which is really ironic. Because I remember when it was the Imperius curse in the classroom, the voice was like saying, "No, I don't think I'm going to do that." It sounded like Voldemort. The smugness, you know. Poor Barty Jr., another bad guy, falls to the power of the undefeated monologue. Amazing. I bet you didn't expect it to be all Winky's fault. I'm not sure if I even know it is now. Although you now know why she was in the Quidditch stand. I love that so much. And now not because Crouch Sr. was being cruel, but because it was her idea for his son to attend, so she had to keep an eye on him. Yeah, I mean, you can't blame it all on Winky, because Senior has done some... Yeah. You can blame the mother as well. You can blame... There's countless people you can blame, guys, but I feel like no one is 100% to blame. Unless it's Junior, which I guess you could say if he was indeed guilty, which it certainly seems like he was. It's strange, but I never actually get to meet the real Moody for much of this book, and Crouch isn't himself for most of the book either. So what we know about them is second-hand knowledge, most of which is regards to Crouch is from Moody, which is his son in disguise, who he hates him, so you never actually get an honest description of who he really is. No, exactly, and that's why it's such an amazing 180 on his character. The fact, because he is essentially a brand new character that we've heard about at this point, which is wild, although obviously when we first meet him, it was actually him. Thank you so much for your comments, Simon. Vanessa, hi Veggie. I was watching TV 2 nights ago and had a starting revelation with Hermione. I was watching an old 90s British comedy sitcom from 1992. I wonder what it is. Do you remember or watched it? Absolutely fabulous. It's insane because I love Jennifer Saunders. I love oh God, the other one. I'm sorry, I am exhausted. I would know it any other day, but I can't remember her name. But I've never watched it. I've seen like scenes in it and everything, but I've never actually sat down and watched it. But from what I gather, it was amazing. In fact, my mum absolutely loved it. I need to give it a go because I really like Jennifer Saunders, guys. It's bizarre that I've never actually checked it out. So what's this about Abfab and Hermione then? Well, one of the main characters had a daughter called Saffron, who could be described as a plain girl with busy brown hair and is bookish and a know-all. Was she in Press Gang? And does she have a famous sister who is a presenter? Because I'm pretty sure I know the actor. I'm pretty sure I know the daughter in Absolutely Fabulous. Absolutely Fabulous was played by this actor. Sounds familiar. I wonder if JKR modelled her on her. Well, possibly. I need to watch Absolutely Fabulous because from what I gathered, it's really popular. Well, it's loved amongst people who love different sitcoms that I love, and so it's insane that I never really watched it. Jennifer Saunders, and it's a really cool name. I can't think of what her bloody name is. Sorry, guys. Absolutely Fab. I should have just typed in Abfab, but I didn't. And her name is Joanna Lumley. Jeez. Who, weirdly enough, this is a weird coincidence, shows up on an episode of Are You Being Served that I have seen. She has had a long career, guys. She really has. I like it, Vanessa. I need to watch AbFab. I really do. I need to get on that. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Great comment. Alex. Hi, Veggie. I don't often feel I have much to add for these reviews because everyone else seems to have covered everything pretty well. But I'd like to wait I've been waiting all year for this chapter, but now I can't really come up with what to say without making an essay. I understand. I understand the struggle, Alex. The movies have robbed you of the biggest twist that literally blew my 10-year-old mind. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'd be able to process it, to be honest, if I was that age. But I think there is still enough questions, answers, and revelations in these chapters. Oh, 100%. 100%, I agree. It's one of the rare moments I wish there was actually a reaction video. I know. The thing is, guys, if I read a book aloud, that gets copyright claimed because it's essentially making an audiobook of someone else's work. So you can't do that. So, in fact, I remember being contacted by a guy who was doing that with the Harry Potter books and said that not claimed, sorry, but blocked, getting taken down. But also, I'm terrible at reading. Reacting to the audiobooks would have all sorts of copyright issues as well. And so this is the best we can do. But yeah, I remember when I first started checking out the books, people were hoping I would have live reactions to bit. Maybe if there's bits in future books that are really specific, you can all get together and say, hey, Veggie, this bit, film your reaction to it. And I can do it. But it had to be a very short bit, though, you know. But we can do that. But Barty Jr. being in the box is wild. Between Winky's, as in the Quidditch box, not the box where Moody is in, of course. Between Winky's involvement, Bertha's story, and antics of Crouch Senior and Junior, this really has to be the chapter, I think, when you have asked so many questions throughout the books. Oh, absolutely, this was amazing. It was such a... It's a weight off my mind in a weird way, you know? It kind of is. P.S. You asked for our favourite book scenes not included in the movies to post comments in the comments of the book review, but mine would be a spoiler as it hasn't happened yet. Might be worth holding off until you finish the book. Someone else mentioned this as well. Gold. I feel like it's still probably best to maybe we will do it after the book. Maybe we'll do it after the book. Yeah. Okay. I'll think about it, Alex. But you make a good point, which someone else has actually pointed out as well, in fact. Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Alex. I appreciate your comment and your feedback on that. That's actually really useful. Emery. Hi, Veggie. I hope you and Woozle enjoyed the holidays. I've reread Harry Potter series many times since I was a kid. And I'm still surprised by the new things I noticed by various characters in each reading. This last time reading through, I noticed something about right after Harry getting back to Hogwarts for the third task. When Dumbledore calls Winky, he does so before Moody is transformed into Crouch Jr. Absolutely. I gotta admit, Emery, that was at the forefront of my mind at that moment. It really was. But that's not me putting myself over. There's loads of stuff in these chapters which I missed, which you guys have filled me in. This begs the question, when did Dumbledore realise that Crouch Jr. was the Death Eater at Hogwarts? We know that Dumbledore is aware of something going on with Crouch Senior, absolutely. Potentially, because obviously he's also looking at the other things in the pensive. And also Senior being missing. And that his pensive, he was exploring memories of those who might have had a grudge against Crouch Senior. Karkaroff Bagman, Crouch Jr. has a relevant case, though Dumbledore would believe him dead at this point. Well, quite as well. Even when Crouch Senior turned up in the grounds to give Dumbledore a warning, he was only able to communicate that he had done something terrible and in regard to his son. Okay, that could have been a clue then. And that something is going on with Voldemort, trying to get stronger. I think that's when Crouch Senior then disappears, that Dumbledore may have chosen to use legitimacy of Winky, learning that Crouch Junior is alive, but not having any of the information about what happened at Winky's dismissal. If this is the case, then Dumbledore's line about questioning with vegetarianism, I'm past trying to read that word, guys. Seriously, I apologise. Which covers time before Winky's dismissal was for Harry's benefit rather than for Dumbledore's. Sorry, this was so long, just because it became a real interesting tangent. I thought for me, absolutely, Emery. It's. I do feel like it could have been that he worked it out by overhearing Junior saying, "We both killed our fathers," or yeah, "We both took our father's name," because they're right outside the room at that point. It is just before Dumbledore comes in, and you'd imagine he's good at hearing, with his big old ears. Emery, thank you so much for your comment. Kevin. Hi, Veggie. Missed the last few book clubs. I've been really disappointed because they had a bunch of stuff I wanted to discuss. I'm sorry, Kevin. But fatherhood and work have been taking priority. Over the book club? That's a joke. Either way, good to be back, and happy holidays and happy new year. Chapter 34. I just love how amazing this chapter is done in the book. The sheer eeriness of the graveyard encounter. Absolutely. Harry's defiance of shaking off the Imperius curse, and once clashing and causing the gold beam struggle. Yeah, it's described so well. And of course, the pure emotion of Harry seeing and hearing his parents' voice, as well as all Voldemort's other victims, gives me chills. Amazing. Imagine if it had kept on going back. Like, back and back and back. That'd be crazy. Like, just thousands of ghosts. Although, I guess, yeah. They're not all relative to Harry, so yeah, they could have done. Chapter 35, sorry. This is, along with the maze, as it's portrayed in the book, is what most readers were disappointed about in the movie. The whole chapter in the backstory about Barty Crouch, oh sure, okay, yes, is what makes this book such a great mystery. Not including Winky in the movie and taking out all the backstory about Barty Sr. sneaking his son out of Azkaban and getting caught by Bertha Jorkins, altering her memory, Barty Jr. escaping and stealing Harry's wand. It's all such a great plot. Yeah, even for someone who watched the movie first, I thoroughly enjoyed this whole thing. And we've still got 2 chapters to go. And having David Tennant just show up at the start of the movie and then have Moody inverted commas do this whole weird tongue thing just robbed the reveal of all the great aura. I didn't mind the tongue thing, but it's not a comparison, is it? It's not a replacement, I should say. Sure. Excited to wrap up this book. Yes, me too as well, Kevin. Thank you so much for your comments. I hope everything's going well, even though you're busy, and it's lovely to see you back in a book club. Maddie. Hi, Veggie. Happy New Year to you and Woozle. Thank you very much, Maddie. I hope you had a wonderful time too. How good is actor is Crouch Jr.? Amazing. Confidence in him. Well, he clearly has his confidence, doesn't he? From what he's saying in this chapter. The desperate hysterical crying during the trial. Maybe that was acting. I mean, even if he was guilty, it could kind of be real. It could. It's difficult. Then parting off as Moody for the entire school year. I think he's one of the really terrifying and effective villains. Oh, he's brilliant. Really enjoyed him. I need to do my favourite character of the book as well, guys. That is going to be difficult. I like that Harry effectively used Accio spell to get the trophy, considering that he had mastered it first. In the end, it was one of the spells that got him out of there. It's such a cool callback, but it's been his spell throughout the book, hasn't it? It really has. Thanks to Hermione. It was a really good payoff. Yeah, payoff is definitely the right way of putting it. I appreciate that. And I believe Harry Potter... No, I'm going to have to refresh, I think, just in case. But Harry Potter wraps it off with Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Harry Potterhead. I greatly appreciate it. I'll quickly refresh. I so nearly forgot to do an outro, guys. That would have been a really weird, abrupt ending to the video, guys. Another great book club, guys. I think we're back to over 5 hours. I actually wasn't expecting it because, well, I got through my my notes pretty quickly, but my goodness, we had a lot to discuss in the book club, which was a joy, guys. Love reading your opinions and your thoughts and your questions in that, guys. So thank you so much. When it comes to the whole next, when it comes to the poll, when it comes to the best scene, we think we're probably gonna have to move it to the next after the next book review, aren't we? Which isn't a problem. I could do my favorite character. That's not a problem. Yeah, I'll do that, and then we'll do like the scene that should have been in the movie the most. But until then, guys, thank you so much for watching. This has been an absolute treat. What a book this has been. And there's only 2 more chapters for it to completely screw up. Please like, subscribe, because I'm VEGGIEKNIGHTS, and I'll see you next time.